empowering women and to accelerating global action politically on all fronts. With that, let me introduce our speakers for the opening session of this two-day virtual conference. Ms. Camila Palma is chairperson of the Ramphal Institute's Board of Trustees. She comes from Punta Gorda town in southern Belize and served as High Commissioner for Belize to the United Kingdom from 2008 to 2012. In her professional career, Camila has worked as a secondary school headmistress, a teacher trainer, Chief Executive Officer for the Government of Belize, Deputy Ambassador of Belize to Guatemala, and in other capacities. Camila is an outspoken opponent to reckless development in her coastal town of Punta Gorda and is passionate about the Commonwealth. She believes strongly that the Commonwealth is a positive force for good in the world. We will now play a recorded address from the chairperson, who unfortunately is in Belize with a 7-hour time differential. So we'll have a short address from her.
Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, QC, Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Dr. Mukin Rajan, Chairperson of the Environment Committee of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. His Excellency Mr. Alex Ellis, British High Commissioner to the Republic of India. Their Excellencies, the High Commissioners of the Commonwealth, moderators and panelists of this virtual conference on combating air pollution in the Commonwealth, trustees and advisors of the Ramphal Institute, welcome. It is my great pleasure to welcome you warmly to the Ramphal Institute's second International Conference on Air Pollution, which reflects the realities of our world today, where people suffering from air pollution-induced respiratory illnesses have been among those most adversely affected by the coronavirus. Besides warmly welcoming and thanking our distinguished virtual head table, I must also express our gratitude to the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, the FCDO, Delhi, particularly to Professor Jagan Shah and to Catherine Sargent, without whose consideration and support this virtual conference would not have been possible. Thank you as well to the members of the Working Group on Air Pollution, who provided the direction and oversight for this conference. I'm also grateful to the many distinguished moderators, experts, and influencers who will be sharing their knowledge and experiences with us. And I welcome the many representatives of governments, industry, and Commonwealth organizations who will be joining us. Since January, the Ramphal Institute has delivered 4 webinars on various themes of air pollution, including transport, indoor air pollution, agricultural air pollution, and green technologies. These webinars and the videos of them have been viewed by hundreds and have received thousands of post impressions on social media. The Institute also commissioned 6 policy briefs, which have likewise been read by hundreds. Simultaneously, a series of meetings and consultations were held with different Commonwealth stakeholders, including Commonwealth High Commissioners, leaders of Commonwealth organizations, and with Commonwealth youth leaders. As most of you may be aware, air pollution is fast gaining political recognition as an issue that needs to be accorded a higher level of policy priority than ever before, within the broader context of climate change, as a public health concern, and as a gender issue. Air pollution contributes to nearly 7 million premature deaths globally every year, and disproportionately affects women, children, and vulnerable groups. The speakers in the program over the next couple of days are uniquely placed to debate these perspectives and to highlight the key themes, trends, and current policies related to air pollution in the Commonwealth. I am very glad we found a selection of eminent persons prepared to speak to you about the work they're undertaking and the lessons learned. We are very fortunate to have the support of all of you for this conference. Our success in bringing together the cadre of moderators and speakers for this event speaks to the convening power of the Commonwealth and reflects the Commonwealth's enduring appeal. It signals a commitment by Commonwealth members and stakeholders to engage in the fight against the harmful health effects of air pollution and to provide stewardship on this specific issue and on the broader aspect of climate change. I believe that our success in pulling this event together also makes the emergence of the Ramphal Institute as a serious player among accredited Commonwealth organizations, committed to serving as a viable partner in addressing the development challenges facing the Commonwealth today and in the future. Air pollution is a significant concern for several Commonwealth countries. It will be especially interesting to learn that municipal authorities, private companies, non-governmental organizations, and the regional and the national governments are already fighting back, doing novel things to combat the growing scourge of air pollution. The speakers and audience will bring those stories to light during the discussions of the next 2 days. Stories about the work by Commonwealth constituents, influencers, organizations and members working individually and collectively. The collaboration that is increasingly witnessed on this matter should not be a surprise. It is one of the unheralded strengths of the Commonwealth, an asset which time and time again has been leveraged to address separate matters of development priority. This conference provides an opportunity for us to continue the partnerships, working together to bring more attention to the matter of air pollution. Our event is also a call to the Commonwealth for members and stakeholders to mobilize to identify policy responses to address the health effects and development consequences of poor air quality within and across Commonwealth countries. The responsibility for addressing air pollution is a joint one, and we support prioritizing policy action, which, among other things, empower women and emphasize women-led solutions to protecting the most vulnerable people and the most vulnerable regions of the Commonwealth. We also believe that action on air pollution is fundamental to achieving climate change mitigation and to achieving sustainable development. Efforts on these fronts cannot be pursued in isolation, and working through integrated approaches will help us to take advantage of latent synergies and to realize a bridge between CHOGM 2021 and COP26. In doing so, we must be mindful of our Commonwealth values. They not only give us a sense of unity and purpose, they also guide our response to the changing global environment. I am sure you will have fruitful and rewarding exchanges in the next couple of days, and I wish every success with this important conference. A lot is at stake. The future of our world for our children and for our grandchildren, and the future of their children. We need to let them grow in confidence and have hope in the Commonwealth and the world they will inherit. I sincerely hope you will enjoy the next 2 days of debate and networking. Thank you so very much once again for your participation.
That was addressed from our chairperson of the Board of Trustees at the Ramphal Institute. And let me just use this moment to briefly welcome the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland QC, Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Secretary General, welcome. So thank you for joining us. Let me turn briefly now to His Excellency Mr. Alex Ellis to give us his address. High Commissioner, I know the time is tight for you, so let me just go and hand over to you immediately for you to give your address.
Thank you very much indeed, David. Secretary General, fellow participants, Ramphal Institute, and others, Dr. Rajan as well. Thank you so much for having the opportunity on behalf of the British Government to talk a bit, address the start of this conference, and let me echo my thanks to my colleagues Jagan and Catherine, who've been doing a lot of the work to make this happen. So I'm going to say 5 things, hopefully in about 5 minutes. Firstly, say thank you, as I've done to all of you, for actually setting this up and to see how much has been fed into this, looking at some of the policy papers which have been put together and picking up on the event which you had in 2018. It's really impressive to see how much thought is being put into this. Secondly, I'm not surprised because this seems like the right issue to be looking at now. I think there's a song, it's all right, David, I won't sing it, but I think it goes, sometimes all I need is the air that I breathe and to love you. And it's interesting to think about how fundamental air is to our lives and how it echoed in culture in other ways. And I think we're seeing that reflected politically by the discussions around air pollution. So it's good, it's the right time as well, certainly, because you have CHOGM this year, you have the Conference of the Parties in Glasgow later this year. This is a time to be looking at these issues around air pollution and more broadly on sustainability. Relevant to India, of course, not least because of your G20 presidency in 2023. So thank you, the right issue, the right time. Fourthly, I think we are all grappling with a very basic fundamental problem, which is how can you make people kind of happier and better off in a sustainable way. And we've been grappling with that one for quite a long time, really since the start of, you might even say, pre-industrial revolution. And that is not easy. And each country is trying to find its way towards doing it. And we're all at different levels of development and different stages of sustainability, but we are all trying to do it. And we kind of have to crack this one, and there's no way around it. There is no one single answer. I'm cheered to see the UK now, it's forecast to reduce its energy consumption, but it's in a particular place. I also, looking at the Our World and Data website, see that air quality in Delhi is about the same as it was in London in the 1930s, but with about half the GDP per head. In other words, it feels something like India might be getting a bit further ahead than the UK was at a similar time of development in terms of managing its air quality. So it's interesting to have a kind of longer perspective as well. Next point, if this is an issue for all of us, we're doing a lot together, I would say. UK is interesting to look back on the history of this, starting with some of the changes to traffic rules in the 1930s. I learned a bit from this conference about that, how you deal with traffic, how to deal with emissions, household emissions, how do you deal with industrial emissions. These are all, it's a kind of system problem, and we've managed to make some progress on that, I think. And we're also seeing, and new term for me, co-benefits, also looking at sustainability more generally, which is having some consequences and beneficial consequences for looking at air quality as we look at other aspects of trying to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, particularly I think in the power sector and in the transport sector. And that's got to be good for anyone who's breathing air. UK and India work together a lot on this, a lot, whether that's on electric vehicles, for example, whether it's on reform of the power sector, for example, in India, whether it's bringing some of the new technologies. For example, I think there's a clean street in Bengaluru and some new projects for how we're going to actually get this quite micro and specific, bringing in some innovations on that. Of course, we work together a lot on renewables, where India is going motoring ahead to become a real renewables powerhouse, particularly on solar. But also hopefully in offshore wind and some other areas as well. We'll look at green hydrogen too, I think. It's partly about shared long-term ambition, whether that's on net zero, the UK set its target, whether it's on the in the climate change negotiations. Negotiations can be quite tough in negotiations, but I think that political ambition is pretty clear from India, the UK, and quite a lot of other areas, countries. I think it's also about data and knowledge about what the situation is. And we're doing some work together, including with the World Bank, looking at that for Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, and one or two other countries, Nepal, I think, as well. So there is a lot going on in India, there's a lot going on in the UK, there's a lot that we're doing together. Two final observations. Firstly, I worked a lot on climate change in the European Union during the financial crisis. And at that point, there was a bit of a kind of, you know, can we really afford all this stuff? You know, this green stuff. You know, we've got a massive debt pile to deal with, and so forth. I don't get that this time. I think people are in a different world from the world they were on in 2008, and this is just inevitable. We are going to have to deal with it, whether that's on air, whether it's on greenhouse gas emissions, as I said, to a link to an extent. So it feels like there's a lot more determination to try and tackle this. And then secondly, the Commonwealth feels like a really good organisation, place to be talking about this, whether that's structurally or through things like the Ramphal Institute. A third of the world's population, 54 countries. Its strength comes surely from people being in different geographical situations and different economic situations, but actually sharing that knowledge. And I feel that, like David, you were saying at the start, there's a lot of knowledge out there, but it kind of needs to get pulled together and tightened together and put together in a way which is really going to make a difference across all of our countries. So right issue, right time, right organisation, it feels like. And the UK and India are very much part of the Commonwealth, very much part, I think, of how we're going to make this better and learn from each other. So thank you very much for setting this up, and I hope it's a really good 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, High Commissioner, for those words. Let me go straight on to Dr. Mukund Rajan, who is a corporate strategist and liberal thinker, and also chair of the Environment Committee of the Indian Federations of Chambers of Commerce and Industry in Delhi. Dr. Rajan.
Thank you so much, David. Greetings to the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, QC, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, His Excellency Mr. Alex Ellis, British High Commissioner to the Republic of India, Ms. Camilla Palma, Chairperson of the Ramphal Institute Board of Trustees, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address
Lost him. Sorry, Dr. Rajan, we lost you temporarily.
Can't hear you.
We're not hearing you, Dr. Rajan, sorry. We lost you temporarily there. Nothing.
I'm hearing him so clearly now, I can't hear at all.
Not hearing him.
No.
But can you just remove your headphone, unplug your headphone?
Yeah. Unplug it from the, I think unplug it from your computer.
Unplug from laptop.
Yeah.
No.
You were completely audible earlier, but now we can't hear you at all.
Let's try again.
No, you're not audible.
Not audible.
I think we're all going to cry now.
Yeah, I think you should log back in. Yes.
Okay. Secretary General, thank you very much for joining us today. Do you want us to give him a chance to come back on before we turn to you? Yes.
I'm totally in your hands as always, David. You're the master. But if the doctor's back, I certainly want to hear what he has to say.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, very good. Celebrations. In our new digital world, Doctor, these are challenges we just have to overcome.
No,
Oh,
your
he's
voice is
gone.
gone again.
Oh,
No, it's gone again. Your voice is.
We've lost you
so,
again.
When you started,
Okay.
we could hear you.
so
Yes.
David, I wonder whether maybe I could help by going now, and then I hope Dr. Shalvi will be ready to come and join us, because India is so important, particularly in terms of what is being done with the new cities and urbanization and the smart cities, which are going to have the innovation and the creativity, I think, that may well be an exemplar for many of us to follow. So I would be devastated if we didn't hear what you had to say, but I'm happy to go first. And I hope that anything I say doesn't necessarily overlap, but maybe it'll complement, because I'm just going to do the broad picture, and I know that you'll be able to give us a great deal of granularity. So if that is acceptable, I will start, and I hope they will fix this, because I think this is a way of God showing us we need more patience, and we really need to listen to each other. And so maybe he wants me to go first, so you can really be my cherry on the cake.
Secretary
So,
General, please proceed. Yes.
So greetings, everyone. I feel like saying good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you happen to be. And I'm very pleased that I'm able to join you, and also pleased that we were able to be joined by His Excellency the High Commissioner Ellis from India, because it really is wonderful to connect with you all, representing, as you do, so many parts of our wonderful Commonwealth. And I want to thank Ms. Kamala Palmer for her opening remarks, which I think set out so clearly the focus and purpose of this conference as a lively expression of the way in which we think and work together in the Commonwealth family. The Ramphal Institute is today providing an inclusive platform for us to deepen our understanding and raise our awareness of the impact of human activities on air quality. And I'm sure that Patsy Robertson would have been so proud to see her legacy continued, and this issue remaining at the top of the Ramphal Institute's agenda. Because we really are bound together by our shared commitment to building a resilient future for people in all countries of the Commonwealth, individually and collectively, and in the wider world. Many of the principal factors and contributors to air pollution, for example, combustion of fossil fuels, are also sources of CO2 emissions and other pollutants, such as ozone and black carbon, which greatly contribute to the climate change and affect human health. And it's important that we remember that air we breathe affects everyone's health, and particularly that of children, older individuals, those on low incomes, and marginalized or disadvantaged communities. People in urban areas tend to be the most vulnerable to pollution. And the rapid growth in cities presents new and enhanced challenges in terms of maintaining acceptable levels or improving air quality so that a sustainable environment fit for human habitation can be maintained for all. So innovation has never been more needed. Scientists and medical professionals have long warned us of the perils of air pollution and of the need to take action to tackle it in the interests of public health. Yet, in many locations, respiratory diseases and other body ailments resulting from poor air quality continue to rise, putting immense strain on health services. And the shocking reality is that by causing increased mortality from stroke, heart disease, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, lung cancer, and acute respiratory infections, air pollution is killing more people each year than HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria combined. So according to the World Health Organization, air pollution kills an estimated 7 million people worldwide every year. And the WHO data shows that 9 out of 10 people breathe air containing levels of pollutants which exceed WHO guidelines on what can be deemed acceptable, with low and middle income countries suffering from the highest exposures. I think it was really interesting to see the comparators mentioned by His Excellency Mr. Ellis in relation to where we are today compared to where we were in the 1930s. Now more than ever, and for the good of humanity and of our planet, more research and innovation are needed to drive our ability to develop and advance resilient energy, biodiversity, and societal systems, which will make a sustainable future possible. This conference is a promising and welcome initiative, and it is an immensely valuable platform for bringing together researchers and scientists from various fields, allowing knowledge sharing to take place in our fine and distinctive Commonwealth tradition of mutual support and encouragement. This opens up new horizons of hope for us to capitalize on the immense wealth of scientific expertise there is in Commonwealth countries, academic institutions, and cooperation, and to nurture innovation and work together on solutions for sustainability. We are now only weeks away from the planned Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, CHOGM, as it's more generally known, which is set to convene in June in Kigali, Rwanda. For the 2018 CHOGM in London, the theme was Towards a Common Future, to focus on the immense potential the Commonwealth has collectively to lead on responses to global challenges and on delivering a sustainable future for all. Building on this, the overarching theme of CHOGM 2021 is delivering a common future, connecting, innovating, transforming, emphasizing how collaboration and innovation amongst Commonwealth member countries can be influential in catalyzing global transformation towards sustainability, which is why I want to take this opportunity to reiterate the importance of your scientific advice in guiding our Commonwealth leaders on the path towards developing holistic and inclusive sustainable systems. We are indeed at a critical point of inflection as we move forward with responses to the dual crisis of health and environment. The rapid development and current rolling out of the COVID-19 vaccines across the globe is a true testament of the level of success possible when we work together for a common cause. The climate crisis remains of urgent concern, with time for restorative action rapidly running out. We have seen how the Paris Agreement, agreed in 2015, was a significant global achievement aimed at tackling this crisis, and was reached days after the 2015 Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Malta, where our leaders settled upon the formula for change, which was subsequently adopted globally. Indeed, both the then UN Secretary General and the then President of France, as chair of COP21, attended that CHOGM, which laid important and valuable groundwork on which to build the Paris Agreement. Central to that agreement was the nationally determined contributions, by which parties outlined their intended climate change mitigation and adaptation targets, ahead of COP26 being hosted by the United Kingdom in Glasgow in November this year. Countries are expected to submit revised NDCs with more ambitious targets to ensure global temperature is kept below 1.5 degrees Celsius. From the Commonwealth Secretariat, we continue to support member countries in advancing the implementation of their NDCs through the services of our Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub. And science, indeed, has a fundamental role to play in this process if we are successfully to deal with the climate crisis. Clear vision, dedication, and collective commitment are essential in order to facilitate new solutions for our member countries in reducing carbon consumption and attaining their net zero commitments. Success in restoring the health of our land, forest, and ocean in this 2021-2030 United Nations decade on ecosystem restoration will be heavily dependent on your scientific knowledge. As member countries continue to make progress with implementation of their NDCs, while now at the same time addressing the health and socioeconomic impacts of COVID-19, we need to be guided by the science across sectors, ensuring we can indeed achieve a global green recovery. At CHOGM 2021, just as in 2018 and 2015, sustainability will be high on the agenda for discussion. In fact, one of the sub-themes for this year's meeting is on environment, climate, and sustainability, as the Commonwealth recognises the importance of collective action on these issues in delivering our common future. The escalating impacts of climate change, particularly on our small and other vulnerable states, means that governments will be seeking increased application of innovative solutions founded on scientific research. In looking at energy systems, a central theme in this year's conference, the Commonwealth Secretariat continues to call on and support member countries in making this clean energy transition, as well as moving towards circular economies. And we are supporting the Commonwealth Sustainable Energy Transition Agenda, which is built on the recognition by our heads of government at CHOGM 2018 of the critical importance of sustainable energy to economic development and the imperative to transition to cleaner forms of energy. Building on consensus achieved at our first Commonwealth Forum on Sustainable Energy in 2019, we're continuing to develop networks and partnerships with institutions, including with the International Renewable Energy Agency and the International Solar Alliance, to support the advancement of such transitions in our member countries. And we meet for this conference only days after my return from a visit to Kenya, during which I visited a geothermal plant built by KenGen, a Kenyan parastatal, and the CEO of KenGen, the great Rebecca Miano, has accepted my invitation to be a Commonwealth champion on clean energy. Because burning fossil fuels has been the main cause of air pollution. However, Kenya has led the way by transitioning to 94% renewable energy, which includes hydro, solar, wind, and now geothermal. This impressive progress by a member of our Commonwealth family really needs to be celebrated. Our way forward is to allow technology transfer from countries such as Kenya, who are already making good progress, to countries who are as yet only beginning the transition. And this accords with our Commonwealth principles of mutual support and encouragement and our shared determination to leave no one behind. So I'm pleased to see the emphasis you have placed on solutions for ecosystem restoration at this conference. The Commonwealth has spoken with a collective voice on environmental concerns over decades, going right back to the Langkawi Declaration issued from the 1989 Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting hosted by Malaysia. We have built on this continually and on many fronts, including recently by providing powerful and pioneering global leadership on development of the blue economy sector, just for one example, with our Commonwealth Blue Charter being adopted at CHOGM 2018. This has been a superb model of cooperation amongst our member countries to address and solve ocean-related issues. At CHOGM 2021, we are hoping to mobilise further and broader engagement and are proposing a Commonwealth call to action on living lands. Alongside the 3 Rio Conventions, this will help to mainstream work by our countries, member states, on climate resilience in 5 key areas in accordance with Article 5 of the Paris Agreement. That's climate resilient agriculture for food security, soil and water conservation and management, sustainable green cover and biodiversity, carbon neutral and climate resilient livestock rearing and animal husbandry, and last but not least, indigenous people and climate resilient development. Research and innovation are certain to have a crucial role to play in policy formulation, decision-making, and the implementation of action mobilised through this Commonwealth call and the proposed Living Lands Charter. In order for us successfully to make progress towards a sustainable future in all Commonwealth jurisdictions. Processes towards building inclusive and sustainable economies and communities also depend on the inclusion of young people in all stages of planning and implementation. And the Commonwealth recognises young people as key stakeholders in the development process and continues to strengthen their capacity to contribute in many spheres to the development of innovative solutions to development challenges. And this is one of the reasons that I recently launched the Secretary General's Innovation for Sustainable Development Awards. They're designed to recognise the achievement of young people who are working in pioneering ways and to provide them with a platform for broadening cooperation and scaling up such initiatives. At the Commonwealth Secretariat, we will continue to use our convening power and advocacy to support a call for action to protect our ecosystem against air pollution. And this conference provides all of us with an opportunity to meaningfully contribute to the processes throughout the Commonwealth to reduce vulnerability and strengthen resilience. So I reiterate our support for efforts which actively seek to bridge the gap between science, government, and policy implementation so that measures on climate change mitigation and adaptation are soundly based and properly informed. What is required is for us all to be active partners today in order to ensure a safer, more secure, and more resilient tomorrow. And so once again, I thank you all for making the time to contribute to this conference by sharing your knowledge and experiences and by connecting, innovating, and proposing transformative actions. We will, thanks to your continued efforts, the Commonwealth be able to deliver a common future in which all can share. So as a Commonwealth family, we must insist that clean air is a basic human right. And I want to thank all of you, not just for what you are doing now, but everything you've done already to make this dream a reality, but much more, what you will do as a result of this conference and the work in the future to make that dream a reality, not just for our 2.4, 2.5 billion Commonwealth citizens, but really for everyone. So thank you very much. And I hope we now have an opportunity to hear from the great man himself, because I hope his voice is back, Dr. Shah.
Thank you very much for that, Secretary General. And let me hand over to Dr. Rajan then. I believe you're now able to connect, Dr. Rajan. Still no audio.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Excellent.
Dr. Roger.
So this is 2 devices working at the same time. Thank you so much for your indulgence, Secretary General. Really appreciate it. What I'm going to do is just knock off the audio on my screen and keep the video on, and I think we're good to go. Thank you so much. So really, Secretary General, once again, thank you so much for your indulgence. Tremendous listening to you just now. Earlier, His Excellency Mr. Alex Ellis, the British High Commissioner to India, and of course, Ms. Camilla Palma, the chairperson of the Ramphal Institute Board of Trustees. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real privilege to address this conference organized by the Ramphal Institute and FICCI, which will deliberate on the policies and strategies for combating the very serious issue of air pollution across Commonwealth countries. Now, in India, we recognize the many challenges air pollution presents to the country's prospects for achieving its Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs. There is recent data that suggests that 22 of the 30 most polluted cities in the world in terms of air pollution are in India. Air pollution is leading to a significant increase in public health expenditure, losses in agricultural yields, and diminished labor productivity. The overall economic cost of air pollution is estimated at around 7% of India's GDP, which is almost twice the fiscal deficit of the country. Data from the Indian Council of Medical Research suggests that air pollution kills over 1 million Indians each year. So it's a very grave problem for this country, and taking cognizance of the severe impacts of the air pollution issue, the government of India has taken a number of serious measures for its mitigation. The National Clean Air Program aims to reduce levels of high particulate air pollution by 20 to 30% by 2024 over 2017 levels. In order to implement city-specific plans in 132 cities across the country under the same program, different urban local bodies, state pollution control boards, and institutes of repute have recently entered into a memorandum of understanding for executing multiple actions on the ground in a time-bound manner. The government has also implemented migration of the Indian auto industry from the Bharat Stage 4 to Bharat Stage 6 fuel emission standards, bypassing Stage 5 altogether. What this does is to help reduce nitrogen oxide emissions by 70% in diesel and by 25% in petrol vehicles, and will reduce particulate matter by 80%. Other steps for curbing vehicular pollution include the introduction of cleaner as well as alternate fuels, including the use of compressed natural gas and liquefied petroleum gas, and through ethanol blending. Other measures being deployed include the promotion of public transport, the introduction of electric three-wheelers and buses, and new scrappage policies that are designed to get old polluting vehicles off the roads. The National Air Quality Index, the AQI, was launched in April of 2015. It's backed by an app that ensures air quality information is available to the public very transparently, along with a provision for registering complaints against air polluting activities. In the endeavor to increase transparency, the Public Markets Regulator, the Securities and Exchange Board of India, has also prescribed a business responsibility and sustainability report template for the top 1,000 listed companies in this country to make full disclosure from next year, which will begin to offer valuable data which can be transparently analyzed by all key stakeholders. India is a member of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition and has been at the forefront of other initiatives like the Coalition for Disaster Resilience, which is co-chaired by India and the United Kingdom, and the International Solar Alliance, which India anchors and which many of the Commonwealth nations are members of. India's experience and growing expertise, therefore, can play a valuable role in assisting the Commonwealth countries, which are on a journey to tackle the twin problems of climate change and air pollution. India's own journey is going to witness massive urbanization this decade. It's estimated that between 60 to 70% of the building stock that this country requires in 2030 is going to be built out during this decade. This will have enormous impact on the quality of urban spaces and air. And therefore, there is a great sense of urgency around finding the right solutions for questions on location choices, architectural design, appropriate selection of building material, and operational management. Other Commonwealth nations too have much to offer by way of their own learnings, be it the reduction of traffic congestion and emissions in cities across the United Kingdom, the deployment of clean cooking stoves in countries like Kenya, and the new regulations requiring ships to burn cleaner fuels that several ports in Commonwealth cities are now considering. Critical learnings can also be exchanged on how to deploy capital most efficiently to achieve the desired clean air outcomes. The air pollution crisis requires innovative and collaborative solutions. Recognizing the impact that climate change and environmental degradation can have on businesses, companies across the Commonwealth are beginning to mainstream sustainability as a part of their business strategies. They are learning to reduce their resource consumption, embracing circular economy practices, and using renewable energy on a far bigger scale than ever before. Within this last decade, we've also seen numerous environmental startups emerge. The Secretary General spoke about the very exciting innovations that are currently underway. In India, these span exciting new use cases ranging from satellite-based data analytics to repurposing crop stubble as fuel for energy production. The R&D spends on improving the sustainability outcomes for companies are significantly rising, and companies are becoming aware that those corporations that fail to transform their business models will be replaced by others that have the adaptive flexibility to thrive in a new world that values smart, clean, and healthy activities. So in this context, FICCI has been working very closely with industry and the government in India to address the issue of air pollution. FICCI has an APEX CEOs Council on Sustainable Mobility, working towards facilitating a sustainable and low carbon mobility ecosystem for the country. FICCI also led the India Roadmap project to develop the roadmap for low carbon and sustainable mobility in India. The FICCI Working Group on Curbing Stubble Burning is looking at strategies to tackle air pollution due to stubble burning and investigating how win-win business models that address the entire value chain of stubble management can be developed. And through its work under the FICCI Climate Change and Environment Committees, focus is being laid on mitigating air pollution from industries. By leveraging its convening power with the government, industry, and its partnerships with Commonwealth organizations like the Ramphal Institute, FICCI is working towards creating greater awareness of the initiatives undertaken by different stakeholders within the Commonwealth to address the challenges posed by air pollution. FICCI, along with the Ramphal Institute, organized a series of webinars on air pollution in Commonwealth countries, exploring themes ranging from the impact of COVID on urban air quality, to measures for reducing transport-related emissions, to initiatives to curb biomass and stubble burning, and the adoption of innovative green technologies. Today's conference, in that sense, is really a next step to bring together speakers from across the Commonwealth, including senior policymakers, women and thought leaders, community and youth activists, and industry to build a consensus on adopting policies to combat the harmful health effects of air pollution and to meet the World Health Organization guidelines for clean air. I'm confident that the deliberations at this conference will help to come out with a solutions-oriented approach for Commonwealth countries that can then be highlighted during CHOGM in later this year, as well as the COP26 summit in October. So my very best wishes to the participants for a very productive and meaningful dialogue on this most important issue of our times, air pollution. Thank you very much. And once again, thank you so much for your indulgence with some of the technology glitches one faced a few minutes back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajan. Sorry, I have to remember to unmute myself all the time. Secretary General, Dr. Rajan, are you open to taking any questions? Or I haven't seen any popped up in the chat yet. Nobody has offered any. Let me say to the attendees at this conference, if any of you have a question or two that you'd like to pose to the Secretary General, Dr. Rajan, at this moment, you can do so in the chat. Or if Rita, if anybody has submitted any questions, any comments on anything. From my end, I think Secretary General is, I think the driving message, one of the driving messages from this conference for us really has to be that, and you pointed it out, the ability of the Commonwealth to resolve development challenges when it works together. I think for me, that is one of the underlying themes that has to be emphasized, that the ability to work together and prioritizing and then addressing issues has proven time and again to be an effective formula. And I'm really happy to have heard you mention the various points in your presentation. Particularly, I was really struck by the Kenya story, and I had several messages come in my WhatsApp right now. The Kenya story, the Kenya story. So that is the one I'm sure you'd certainly be able to share. But the ability for us to work together has always been at the heart of the successes of the Commonwealth, and I'm pleased for that. So.
And I think, can I say, David, that if you look back at the whole pathway that has been taken by the world, actually it started with the Commonwealth, because 1989 was years before the first COP, and at that Langkawi conference it was the Commonwealth who not only identified the climate crisis but said that it was an existential threat, and that if we didn't address it and address it rapidly, it would cause real difficulty for all of us. And what is quite chilling is if you go back and you read the outcome of that CHOGM in 1989, tragically, everything that our leaders worried about has actually come to pass. And it was a championing of an issue which was really important to our small states, because it was the small states who were saying, if we don't address this, we will no longer be here. This threat isn't optional for us. Our sheer livelihoods and our lives indeed are dependent on this. We're going to lose our countries. And then if you look at the whole of that journey, the Commonwealth has been pushing and pushing and pushing, and it's been our collaboration, our scientists, our politicians, our communities who've spoken together. And then again, it was, I believe, the Commonwealth who came up with the solution in November, at the November Malta CHOGM, because remember, our leaders said we wanted an enforceable agreement. We wanted 2 degrees as a hard edge target, but the 1.5 aspirational target was what we were going for, particularly driven by our small states. And that's what the rest of the world did. So I think as we look forward, we have to accept the opportunity that our willingness to collaborate has really brought. And I was so delighted when in Kenya, not only had Kenya found the way forward, I mean, 94%, it's just amazing, but Kenya made it absolutely clear that she was willing to share that knowledge, to share that expertise as to how we do that with all of us. And they told me that it's now possible. They've been drilling a well for $5 million. Now, just remember how much it used to cost us to drill a well. And that well, and the way they've developed it, can now produce 30 mg, which is about 6 times the amount that the old well would have driven. So those who have not yet explored their geothermal capacity have actually been really lucky, because they can make a quantum leap. It's a bit like going from a landline to going to mobile. So you can now do it cheaper, faster, easier, because the time to drill a well has now been reduced to about 145 days. So it's quick, it's cheap, it's effective. And if you think about the capacity in some of our small islands for geothermal, that would be enough energy to actually fuel a whole country and to have some to spare. And we have a huge problem right now because of the digital divide. And we've seen that during this period of COVID, because those who have access to internet, look at what we're doing now, we can still contribute. But those who have no access, they are going to be left behind faster and deeper. And so this transition is critical for us. And the thing that I am thrilled by is the Commonwealth's willingness to work together, the Commonwealth's willingness to share data, to share expertise, and the intellectual property. We're not keeping it to ourselves. We are saying that the common good is more important, because with the common good will come the Commonwealth. And you know, I've been saying for years, I want to put the wealth back into Commonwealth, but I also want to put the common back into wealth. And that's not just about money, that's about making sure that every one of our 2.4 billion people in our Commonwealth have an equal chance to survive, an equal chance for sustainability, and that our children, wherever they are, will know, because of what we have done, they have a future. Because this generation, our generation, is the first generation to really suffer as a result of this climate crisis. But the beauty of it is, and the danger of it is, we're also the last generation to be able to do anything about it. I've been saying for so long, human genius got us into this mess. And human genius is going to have to get us out. And from what all we know is, thank God, we have an abundance of human genius in our Commonwealth. And I think there is nothing we cannot do if we choose to work together. I'm so glad that in our Commonwealth family, we're choosing. So we're not going to drown, we're going to swim together, and we're going to make sure that our children do have a future. And I want to thank everybody who is working so hard to make that future a possibility. And I want to say to everyone, please don't give up. We can do this. We just have to choose to work together in the good old Commonwealth spirit.
Secretary General, thank you very much. And on those words, I would like to bring the opening session of this two-day conference to a close. Let me thank the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland QC, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Dr. Mukund Rajan, for Chairperson of the Environment Committee of FICCI, His Excellency Alex Ellis, British High Commissioner to the Republic of India, and Ms. Kamala Palmer, Chairperson of the Ramphal Institute Board of Trustees. Thank you all very much for a very wonderful opening session. And I think that really sets the stage now for everybody coming after this to step up to the bar and meet this. But I think I agree, SG and Dr. Rajan, it's about working together. And I think that is the underlying message for me. SG, I should mention to you as my closing point here that St. Kitts Nevis is also doing something in geothermal. So perhaps His Excellency Dr. Kevin Isaacs might be able to share some information on that at some point with us, but I know it's an exciting.
I think Dominica has aspirations
Dominica
too.
as well. So yeah, exactly. Thank you all very much. Have a wonderful, we hope we have a wonderful 2 days of meetings. And again, thank you to the all the speakers. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Good morning once again to everyone across the Commonwealth and the wider world for this day one of our two-day international conference on addressing air pollution in the Commonwealth. This is our first technical session or working session of the event, and I would like to introduce our speakers for today. Ruth Calderwood is the Air Quality Manager at the City of London Corporation. The organization provides local government services for the square mile at the heart of London. Ruth is responsible for developing and implementing air quality policy and has worked in local government air quality management for over 20 years. She has initiated a number of research projects such as the impact of burning biomass on urban air quality, real-world vehicle emission testing, and more recently developed proposals for an emission reduction bill, which had its first hearing in the House of Lords. The bill would provide London local government with much needed powers to control emissions of air pollution. Ruth is going to tell us a wonderful story today about what's happening there. Dr. Radhya Goyal is Deputy Director in Indian Pollution Control Association. She is the expert member of Indoor Air Pollution Constitution Committee of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change in the Government of India. Dr. Goyal was a keynote speaker at the Vent Conference 2016 and International Conference on Ventilation for Comfort, Safety and Air Quality. That was organized by the Delhi chapter of ISHRAE in the 25th November in 2016 in New Delhi. She's also a technical hub expert to UNICEF, India product in the Ministry of Health, Government of India, titled Formative Assessment Study to Understand Knowledge, Attitude and Practices of Parents and Communities Regarding Pneumonia and Household Air Pollution. Dr. Goyal is an expert member in the team of air pollution and microbial risk in the Indo-US project on microbial risk assessment under the Obama-Singh initiative between the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi and Drexel University. Dr. Mani Muthukumara is lead economist with 25 years of experience in the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, working on climate change, environment, trade, public finance, and macro issues. His current work focuses on environmental sustainability and green growth, working with national and subnational governments, green finance, and policy frameworks to promote low carbon and climate resilient investments. He has significant field experience leading climate change and green growth policy dialogue and operations in the India Country Office 2008 to 2011, alongside extensive multi-country and regional work experience in Africa, Latin America and the Caribbean, Central Asia and South Asia. And finally, Mr. Mohammed Irfan Tariq joined the government of Pakistan in 1991 and is currently serving as Director General of Environment and Climate Change in the Ministry of Climate Change. Mr. Tariq is serving as national focal point for United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and has been involved in the climate negotiations since the Rio Summit. Mr. Tariq is also serving as member of the Executive Board of Clean Development Mechanisms, the UNFCCC, and Climate Change Center, and he is serving as Vice Chair of the Working Group of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So let me welcome four of you again, and let me start with you, Ruth, to tell us your story about what's happening there at the City of London Corporation in air quality management. So.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm really pleased to be part of this event today and to be able to share with you some of the things that we've been doing at the City of London to deal with air pollution. Do we have the slides available? Yep. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as David mentioned, the City of London Corporation, we provide local government services for the square mile, which is a very small area right in the centre of London. The map on the slide there shows the administrative boundaries of all the London local authorities, and right at the centre, the area coloured in red, is the City of London Corporation. And you can immediately see it's a very small area, which is why it's called the square mile on account of its size. And the location there means that we're very much affected by activity. The air pollution is very much affected by what goes on across the whole of London. So that in itself presents challenges. Even though we're a small area, there's around about 24,000 businesses, just under 500,000 people commute into the city each day to work, or they did prior to the pandemic, so it's very quiet at the moment. There are only around 7,500 residents, but there are lots of very large buildings and narrow streets, and again, that does have a significant impact on local air pollution. And the pollutants that we're concerned about here are nitrogen dioxide and small particles, PM10 and PM2.5. Next slide, please. So when we look at what affects air quality in the square mile, some of these will be very familiar to you, no doubt. One of the main things is vehicles. A lot of vehicles in the United Kingdom are fueled by diesel. Diesel is not a great fuel for air pollution on the whole. We also have, as I mentioned, a lot of large buildings, and they all have energy plant. So they're all heated by gas combustion plant. We also have combined heat and power plant. And a lot of the large buildings have diesel generators, and this is all adding to local pollution levels. We also have, as I imagine a lot of you do, a lot of construction, demolition, street works. There's a lot of dust created by that, but also the equipment used on those for that activity tends to also be run on diesel and can be quite old and quite polluting. With all the workers that come into the city each day, there are lots of restaurants there to feed them, and many of those use solid fuel, so charcoal and wood, and they're adding to sort of local levels of particulates. And there are also wood burners, not so much in the square mile, but in the areas surround, and particles from wood burners do drift into the city and add to our particle levels. Next slide, please. So I've just included a couple of graphs to give you an idea of what's taking place. These two show levels of both nitrogen dioxide at the top and then PM10 at the bottom over the last few years from 3 of our main monitoring stations. You can see straight away that things are improving. The red dotted line on the graphs is the World Health Organization guideline for each pollutant, and levels are coming down at all sites. And you can see in 2020 there was quite a significant reduction, particularly in nitrogen dioxide, and that was a result of the response to the pandemic in London, where the vast majority of people in the square mile have been working from home. So we've just not had the activity there that's created the levels of pollution that we normally see. But despite that, the trend is downwards anyway. And if anybody's interested in seeing the data, all of our data is available on the website londonair.org.uk. Next slide, please. So we have an air quality strategy. I've just listed some of the things there that we have been working on, that we've been doing. I suppose we can sort of group it into moving away from combustion, so away from using diesel and gas to provide energy. We use 100% renewable electricity for our own purposes. We've also got electric refuse collection vehicles in our contract, and we also require organisations that do work for us to use zero emission vehicles. We also have a lot of measures to reduce the amount of traffic on the streets, whether that's through freight consolidation or pedestrianising certain streets, moving road space over to cycle lanes. We've recently introduced zero emission street. We have a programme to do with unnecessary vehicle engine idling, and with our car parking charges, we charge more for more polluting vehicles. We also require clean energy plant in new buildings and closely regulate construction activity. And as David mentioned at the beginning, we have put forward proposals for new regulatory powers for all London local authorities in the form of a private members bill. And this would give us powers to deal with non-traffic sources of pollution. Next slide, please. So to support our air quality strategy, we also have a climate action strategy that was adopted last year. And these are the headlines that we have in that strategy. So we're working towards net zero from our own operations by 2027, net zero across our whole area, so that's the whole of the square mile, by 2040, and net zero across our value chain, which is much more challenging also by 2040. And we also have a programme of climate resilience for our buildings, public spaces and infrastructure. Next slide, please. I know there's interest at this conference about the impact of air quality on children. Obviously, they're a vulnerable group, and I just wanted to share some of the work that we've been doing at one of our schools. This is a primary school on the edge of the square mile. The image at the top left there is the front of the school, and we've been working with the school on a whole host of measures for a number of years. The pictures here, we've got the monitoring station on the right there, so we measure nitrogen dioxide, PM10 and PM2.5, and the children have decorated the front of that station. You can see we've done lots of greening. We've got green screens all around the school. And the bottom left picture there is we did a trial of indoor air filtration in the nursery rooms to see the effectiveness and if we could do it in a very cost-effective way, which we were able to do, and we measured the impact of that. And next slide, please. We also put a public square next to the school. So the image at the top of the slide there is the photograph is taken from the top of the school, and you can see that there's a road right outside, or there was, and that's been turned into a public square, which is showed in the image below. So all of that traffic has been taken away and rerouted from that particular section of street there, and that's had quite a marked impact on levels of nitrogen dioxide. And at the same time, what we did was we increased the width of the pavements around the school, and that had the effect of taking traffic on the other sides of the school, where traffic does still run, further away from the actual school itself. Next slide, please. So this shows you the impact of all the work that we've been doing at the school. This is monthly mean nitrogen dioxide concentrations from 2003 right through to present day, and you can see that there's been an ongoing trend in improvements. The red line is the average out, and the little circles are the monthly readings. You'll probably be aware that they do vary during the year according to weather conditions. We tend to get higher levels in winter than in summer, but the overall trend is definitely down, and the public square and the pavement widening was undertaken during the course of 2016-17, and you can see after that there's been quite a big reduction, quite a marked drop. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to end on something else that we've been doing with children. We do a lot of engagement, and this is something we've been working on recently. We launched an air quality superhero competition to get children, excuse me, across London to think about what powers they might give a superhero to deal with air quality. And we had a lot of really great entries. These are just some of them. And what we're going to do with this is we're going to take the best entries and turn them into lanterns and get them installed around the city so that they light up at night, and they can be a focal point for people to walk around, and it's going to be something really sort of bright and cheerful. But it helps people to engage with the topic, and not only are children thinking about it, but their parents are, and it's just another way that we can work with different communities. Next slide, please. So this is the final slide. I've just put information on how you can contact us here if there's anything that you would like to liaise with us over. We've got our website, our email address. We've also got a Twitter account there if you would like to follow us, and we're on LinkedIn if anybody's interested in connecting. We also have a free smartphone app that you're able to download that will provide pollution alerts and low pollution routes across London. Thank you.
Ruth, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. I'm sure that there will be a few questions from the audience, from attendees at the end of our presentation today, but let me turn immediately to Dr. Goyal. Dr. Goyal, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon to the people who are attending from India, and Obviously, very good morning to the people who are attending from London. A very good morning, and it's a pleasure moment. And I would like to thank Mr. David for giving me this opportunity to speak on this important and prestigious platform of and very important topic, that mitigation of air pollution. So when I'm talking about the Commonwealth countries initiative about it, so I think India is the most talked country regarding air pollution problems. So I would be discussing in my presentation more about the policies, strategies, and whatever the leadership efforts has been made by India in past so many years, and what is the way forward we are looking how to tackle with this air pollution problem in India. Next slide, please. So, first of all, looking at the major air quality concerns in India, so I can divide the whole of, the Indian air quality concerns into three major categories, like the urban areas, the critically polluted areas, and the rural areas. So once I talk about the urban areas, so what are the problems we are increasing the non-attainment cities in India, because the non-attainment means where the levels of PM10 and PM2.5 are more than the national ambient air quality standards. Annual concentrations of India for PM10 is 60 micrograms per meter cube. So most of the cities in India, they are having the annual average concentrations more than 60 micrograms per meter cube. They are considered in the category of non-attainment cities. So these cities are increasing in India. So right now, under this National Clean Air Program, 122 cities has been considered as non-attainment cities in India. Another important concern is in India, we have multiple dominant sources for air pollution that includes the vehicular emissions, the industrial emissions, gensets, solid waste burning, road dust, construction, and landfill emissions. And if we look at the data from 2000 onwards, that major concern is the trend of certain pollutants like PM2.5, PM10, and NOx is continuously increasing in India in most of the cities. So that air quality exceedances is a major concern to be taken care of. And then according to, because it has been from the various source apportionment studies, it has come up that the transportation sector is the major contributor to India's cities air quality. So lot of alterations in the fuels, lot of alterations in the emission engines technologies has been come up with. Then I come to the critically polluted areas are the areas where industrial townships and industries are working. So continuously, there is a comprehensive environmental pollution index is very high in these industrial areas, whether in terms of water pollution, air pollution, or waste. So the dominant sources of these critically polluted areas are thermal power plants, refineries, chemical plants, etc., which are contributing to the bad air quality in these townships. And the pollutants of major concern are NOx, PM10, 2.5, SOx, VOCs, and polyaromatic hydrocarbons. Then comes to the rural areas in India. So use of biomass and coal and kerosenes, they are the major contributors to the indoor air pollution and the most talked about the household air pollution. So I would be here more discussing about the ambient air quality, because once we are talking about the mitigation strategies, unfortunately, very less has been done in India in terms of indoor air pollution, and we have only the estimations. So I would be more discussing about that ambient air quality issues. And then the pollutants in even the rural areas are outdoor air pollutants. That is again because of the biomass burning and gensets. And the pollution of concerns are mainly the PM10, 2.5, carbon monoxide, that ozone. So these are the main pollutants which are in rural areas. Next, please. So once we talk about the global burden of disease for in India, if I look at this, cities or countries across the world, so it's a major portion, like almost 5,27,000 deaths per year is contributed because of air pollution exposure in India. Whether it is indoor air pollution, which is the major contributor, almost 4 lakhs deaths are because of indoor air pollution exposure, and 1,20,000 deaths. This is the WHO 2014 data. This was the data. After that, a lot of sensitization activity has been started and a lot of initiatives has been taken by the Indian government. So that's what I'm showing here, the 2014 data, which was very alarming, and a lot of initiatives and mitigation strategies has been planned after this data of WHO. Next, please. So here I would like to share, this is the Central Pollution Control Board's data for 56 cities are here for PM10 data. This is the annual average data, which is saying that the concentration of PM10 annual average is most of the cities are exceeding the levels. So this is why the non-attainment cities are in India are increasing. So this is the data of only 56 cities, but there are almost 450 cities where this kind of air quality monitoring program is going on, and out of that 122 cities has been identified as the non-attainment cities in India. Next, please. So this is from very latest, that global burden of disease study, which has been done for India in 2017 by under the Lancet Commission. So this is showing that in India, how that PM 2.5 level annual weighted means are showing here, which are the most affected states in India in terms of PM 2.5 level. And there is they have tried to make it correlated with the that proportion of population which is using solid fuels. But if we look at the data of Delhi, where the solid fuel consumption is very less than 20% of population is using, but still the PM 2.5 levels are very high. They are more than 100 micrograms per meter cube, the annual average. So that means there are other sources than biomass burning, which is contributing to the PM 2.5 levels of the city. Next, please. So now coming to the most important sources of urban air quality in India. So these are the sources which has been categorized into different categories, like the area sources, line and point sources. So under different categories, the most predominant sources under the line sources are motorized traffic. In area sources are, we have in point sources, industries and the domestic kitchens. Then in the area sources, open biomass burnings, so these are the various sources, and of course the construction dust. So very predominant sources are there, and transportation and resuspension of dust, road dust is contributing almost 50% of the total PM 2.5 levels in India. So these are the major two contributing factors which has been come up from the recent source apportionment studies which has been done in some of the cities of India. Next, please. So why these are the sources are existing throughout the India, but why it is like particularly in northern India, in IGP or in cities, why it is particularly causing an air pollution problem? Because there is, the sources are there, but these are very uncontrolled. Like industries, they are not with proper emission norms and they are not with proper control devices. There are very unaccounted sources, like there is a lot of garbage burning on the roadsides and in the garden sites. So that is contributing. Even the older vehicles are still running on the roads in most of the cities, and there is no phase out of that. Apart from that, in IGP, why this Delhi NCR is suffering most from this air pollution problem? Because of the meteorological conditions. Like during the winters, when there is temperature down, that inversion brings all these pollutants to the ground level. And the sources are very near, like that stubble burning, which comes from the nearby states of Delhi. So which is causing the air pollution problems in most critical period like winters in some of these cities like Delhi, Ghaziabad, Faridabad, all the air shades of Delhi. Next, please. So after this, the most important thing is that we know that there is in areas, there is a problem of air quality, how to manage that air quality, which is very important. So for any management plan, we need to have certain sets of data. Like we need to have air monitoring data, we need to have source apportionment data, we need to have emission inventory data. So the basic infrastructure requirement is here we need to have air quality monitoring stations in India that has to be strengthened to get the baseline data for getting the proper air quality management plans in line. We need to have source apportionment data, like what are the sources, how much their contribution is to the different levels or different types of air pollutants. And of course the emission inventory, how much each source is releasing the different pollutants. So that sort of data we need. Then after that, their identification, and because there are what CPCB is doing, they are getting the data from their national ambient air quality monitoring stations, and then they are running that AirMod and ICST applications. And on the basis of the air quality modeling data, they are preparing the control strategies for this. And based on these further than in control strategies, there are the implementation plans, like how to improve the air quality. The most important component of this whole QA-MP is that evaluation and effectiveness of implemented controls. So the monitoring of this and evaluation of these effectiveness of whatever the improvement plans has been implemented, that is very, very important. And based on that, again, there is a requirement. So these boxes in blue is the current CPCB functioning, what they are doing actually. But that, that health study and impact assessment data, impact analysis data is still lacking in India. We don't have enough health study and impact analysis data, which has to be incorporated while identifying and measurements of these particular, air pollutants and their sources. And still, like, there is a need of doing this cost benefit analysis of all the control strategies, and very much important to strengthen all these source apportionment and emission inventory things. Next, please. So if I discuss about the current status of air quality monitoring in India, right now we are having 779 manual monitoring stations. Means there is like PM10, 2.5 and other pollutants like national ambient air quality parameters. There are 13 parameters which are measured and monitored by the chemical methods or by the manual operations. So these stations are lying in 339 cities in India. Next, please. And these are the status of continuous ambient air quality monitoring stations in India. Right now, there are 230 continuous ambient air quality monitoring stations are set up in India, but these numbers are very limited. As per the 2011 census of India, population census, there is a need and requirement of almost 4,000 such continuous air quality monitoring stations in India. That is 2,000 to 800 in urban areas and 1,800 in rural areas. But still, we are just having only 230. So this has to be taken care, because the PM 2.5 level in throughout India, in most of the cities and even in rural areas, the major challenge is to monitor that PM 2.5 in India. Next, please. So after this air quality monitoring, the most important next step is the source apportionment and emission inventory status of India. So 6 cities, like what we have currently with us is the 6 city studies, which has been done long back in 2011. Then we have IIT Kanpur study in 2016, which was about the sources of Delhi. Source apportionment study of IIT Madras and IIT Delhi, which has been done in 2017. We do have right now there is a study of 7 cities in Punjab is going on source apportionment for PM 2.5 and 10. TERI has also done some study, that the Energy Research Institute. Ministry of Earth Sciences is also coming up with the emission inventory study. And now under this NCAP, NGT has given a strict guidelines. NGT is National Green Tribunal of India. So that is the apex body which has made it compulsory to have a source apportionment study for 102 non-attainment cities in India. Next, please. Yeah. So these are the at time to time, Government of India has come up with a lot of control strategy programs. The first such program was National Ambient Air Quality Monitoring Program, which was launched long back in 2003. After that, there was a comprehensive action plan, action program, which has came up in 2017 after the data of 2015 and 16 and WHO report about India's air quality data, and Delhi has been ranked as #1 in the world in terms of air pollution. So this cap came after that. Apart from this, there has been in 2019, there is a FAME program launched in India, which was for manufacturing and adoption of hybrid and electrical vehicles, because most of the traffic fleet in India is right now diesel and petrol based. So just to convert that fleet into the electrical vehicles, that has been this program was launched. And then National Clean Air Program, which has been launched in 2019 by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And another program which came in 2015 was Smart City Mission, which was Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs program. So these programs which has been launched with the objective of reducing the air pollution levels in India, entire India. So I would be discussing more here about National Clean Air Program, which has been recently launched in 2019, and what is its goal and how it is looking for, reducing the PM10 and 2.5 levels in Indian cities, that non-attainment cities. Next, please. So various management and control strategies adopted in India since that air quality action plan came in India, like 1990 up to 2000. So these were the various actions and the control plans has been formed. I would be coming directly to the recent plans. Next, please. So these are the plans like under which very important is like shifting from Bharat stage like Euro phase 4 to 6, and then Delhi NCR region under the special attention because of the high levels of air pollution, then air quality index, and that National Clean Air Program which came in 2019, formation of continuous ambient air quality monitoring program, and certain, that phasing out of the older vehicles in the cities, use on cleaner transport fuels. So these are some of the, even that, PUCs, that pollution under control certificates is now mandatory in for the vehicles in India. So these are the various initiatives has been taken by under these various CAP and CAP programs in India. Next, please. So these are the emission norms in India, which came time to time just to improve the fuel quality in India. So recently, we have shifted to BS6 from April 2020. Next. These are the fuel quality improvements, like how desulfurization of diesels has been done in India. Like now the diesel is with 0.001% sulfur content. So this desulfurization of diesels and petrol and low smoke 2T oils has been introduced in Indian fluids time to time, just to improve the fuel quality. Next, please. Under the technology part, a lot of technologies has been adopted for controlling or to mitigate the air pollution, especially in the cities like Delhi, Mumbai, during the critical winter period. So these are like the dust suppressants, because that construction and demolition dust, C&D waste and construction is causing a lot of increase in particulate matter concentration during winters. So these dust suppressants has been used to reduce that dust from the construction activities. Mechanical sweepers, which has been adopted by the municipal corporations in India, like to clean the roads. And ionization technologies, they are mostly used for controlling the indoor air pollution in India, while during the winters when people are facing high levels of indoor air pollution. So a lot of indoor air purification systems which are designed based on ionization technologies. Cloud seeding is another, like in this technology, that weather alteration during winter periods, India is facing a problem of high levels of air pollution. So through artificial rains, like in Delhi, from last 3 years during the November months, when there is a lot of stubble burning and temperature goes down, so PM 2.5 level reaches up to 500 micrograms per meter cube, or it has even in 2017 it reached up to 1000 micrograms per meter cube. So just to for that emergency measurements, this cloud seeding technologies has been used in India to remove this pollution blanket from the sky. Then air quality index, which is now very commonly used in Indian cities, just to make the people aware about indoor air quality, as well as to make people aware about the air quality in their city with various parameters. And even the impacts also. The color coding has been done in air quality index, just to give them how much, whatever the level they are breathing, it is impacting to their health. Then further smoke guns, like in at the construction sites, these smoke guns are being used to reduce that dust flying in the sky. So, and even the windbreakers, different applications, like new applications has been designed by various ministries, like Sameer app has been designed, under which a lot of complaints from the nearby roadside emissions or dust has been given. Other technologies like smoke towers, now it is Supreme Court has given the instruction to the municipal corporations and to the local bodies to install the smoke towers in the cities to reduce the particulate matter concentrations. So these are the various technological options which has India has come up with to reduce their air pollution problems. Next, please. So this is the color coding of AQI in India, like how this according to the national air quality parameters. So what is the range of air pollutants when it is in which range it is harmful to the health? Next, please. So with the associated health impacts of this air quality parameters and their limits, like that values which they are as having. Next, please. So under the technological interventions, India is now looking for Make in India concept, and they are coming up with the new technologies, in-house technologies for curbing the air pollution. CSIR NEERI has designed this wind augmentation air purifying unit. With the purpose of this unit is to reduce the local level hotspots air pollution, because now in India, a lot of traffic intersections where the pollution levels are very high. It reaches up to 300 micrograms per meter cube in peak hours. So this kind of technology can cater or take care of local level pollutions from the traffic tailpipe emissions. So very successfully, this technology has been tested in India at different cities like in Delhi, now in Gurugram and Faridabad. So these kind of interventions now India is doing just to reduce the local level air pollutions and to reduce the exposure of the public. Now there is a concept like India is introduced is the mobile vents monitoring, like at different areas where there is no continuous air quality monitoring stations. These mobile vents has been sent to monitor the air quality in rural areas, especially like in Punjab and in Haryana and various states. So these mobile vents are used to get the data of air quality. And then now the time is like, because these air quality monitoring is a need, and we have a very, it's a big country and with large population and large area. So now technological interventions are towards developing the low cost sensor technologies, and IIT Madras and IIT Delhi together, they are trying to come up with a lot of low cost sensor based air quality monitoring instrumentations in India. And next, please. So these are the urban air quality interventions which has been done in India from past 10 years. Like they have come up with the Supreme Court led committee like EPCA, then NGT came, then there is a graded response action plan. High level task force has been made at the Prime Minister's office level itself, then AQI. A lot of interventions has been done even to reduce the household air pollution levels. There is a PM's Ujjwala Yojana came, like that is the Ujjwala scheme introduced by PM Modi. And from shifting from Bharat stage 4 to 6, a lot of interventions has been taken up in various cities in India. But still, next, please. But still, there are certain challenges which are left, which we have to take care of. Like whatever the monitoring stations we are having in India, they need proper categorization, because right now there are I have shared that 779 are ambient monitoring stations manual, and so based on their like activities like residential or commercial or industrial activities, we have to categorize these ambient air quality monitoring stations and get the separate data so that we can take a separate interventions and the control measures for each area. Air quality forecasting and early warning system needs to be developed. For that particular purpose, there is a network of low-cost sensor-based technologies we are using in India now to develop an early warning system so that we can take timely actions on the episodic conditions of air pollution. Calibration and measurement protocol for air quality sampling and monitoring instruments. Right now, there are so many technologies and instruments are in the Indian market for monitoring. So now there is a very much need of calibration of these instrumentation. Certification of measurement instruments, then indigenous air pollution measuring instruments, like Make in India concept we are adopting just to get the cheaper technologies, cheaper instrumentation, so that we can have a wider network of instrumentation for monitoring of air quality. Citizens-led air quality management program. Now it is a time then citizens has to be part of the air quality management program. There is a proper need of awareness, and they should participate into the kind of an action which is taken by the government for air quality control. Then there is a need of leapfrog from diesel or petrol vehicles to electrical vehicles, and there is in our country, there is basically that that state pollution control boards and the urban local bodies, there is a need to develop their capacity. There is a limitation in human resources in our country. Next, please. So now the way ahead is, next, please.
Dr. Goyal,
So
we just
we have to develop a decision. Just 2-3
sorry,
slides.
not to mention.
Like
Okay.
I'm just going to finish it. So there is a need for developing the decision theaters in India, so that whatever the episodic conditions or there is any emergency occurs in India in terms of air pollution, immediate decisions could be taken care. So all the data should be reached to that policymakers at a single point from where they can take the decisions. Next, please. And then I already shared that categorization of ambient air quality monitoring stations need to be done. Next. And use of a lot of hybrid monitoring systems like drone networks and satellite data, and this low-cost network is required. Next. And national reference measurements and calibration protocol we need. Next. And there is a need to develop a continuous ambient air quality monitoring criteria for non-criteria air pollutants. So there are some emerging pollutants which are coming up. So for that, there is a need of developing these continuous air quality monitoring programs. Next. This is the kind of national facility which Indian government has started to, calibrate and certification of all the instruments which are coming up in India market for air quality monitoring. Next, please. And this is the citizens-led program under which citizens has to participate in the decisions which has been taken for air quality control. Next. This is I already discussed. Next. Yeah. So now the most important thing is I would like to share here is there is a need of strengthening the urban local bodies in India, because they are having almost 37% of responsibilities which has to be taken care by this. So we need to develop their strength, and there is more technical capabilities has to be strengthened at the state pollution control board levels. Instead of following the city-centric approach for air pollution control, we should follow the airshed management approach, under which the city and its boundary in the nearby states has to be taken care. Then interstate coordination is very, very important, and delineating the responsibility. Like right now, CPCB is the monitoring body which is also looking for the control. So there should be proper delineation of responsibilities to be taken care by different departments, and different departments, ministries has to come up together. There is a need of interdepartmental alignment for mitigation strategies. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Goyal. Let me go now to Dr. Mani right away for him to share his presentation with us. Dr. Mani, you're live now. So.
Can you see my screen out there?
Yes.
Okay.
Can do. Thanks.
Good afternoon and good morning. So I'm going to share some slides from our work on the World Bank on air pollution in South Asia. South Asia is a global hotspot for air pollution, as many of you know. It's not only an India issue. We had a very interesting presentation from Radha, but it's also an issue in our neighboring countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh as well. And it has serious health consequences in terms of chronic bronchitis, lung cancer, heart disease, and more recently, there's no evidence linking air pollution with increased incidences of COVID-19 as well. In most cities in South Asia, the air quality levels are far above what's prescribed by WHO. As you can see here, if you take any city in South Asia, the average concentrations of particulate matter are far above what the WHO prescribes, which is about 10 micrograms per meter cube. But even the relaxed WHO target of 35 micrograms is exceeded in most of the cities. The unfortunate part of the air quality in South Asia region is, of course, is that South Asia region is also a highly densely populated region, and the pollution concentration is actually also in that mostly densely populated region, as a result of which the health consequences of air pollution are huge. And especially if you look at this map, you can see that the northern part of the country, northwestern part of the country, based mainly the Indo-Gangetic plain and the industrial basins are mainly the hotspots of air pollution compared to the rest of the region. It is becoming a huge public health hazard in the region. Air pollution is the third highest risk of premature death in the region. Almost 95% of South Asians live in areas where the ambient air quality standards are far above the WHO prescribed standards. Almost 60% live in areas again where even the less stringent WHO standards are not met, and as a result of which life expectancy has been compromised in almost all the countries, mainly India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. But one good news, of course, is that our understanding is evolving. As Radha was mentioning, we have a lot more monitoring stations now. We are able to merge satellite data with ground level data. We are able to use chemical transport models. We are able to use dispersion models to better understand where the pollution is coming from and where it's going. We also now know that it's not just a cardiovascular problem. Now it also has implications for diabetes, asthma, cognitive impacts on children, and also now there are recent linkages with COVID-19 as well. We now have a better understanding of the impacts through dose response functions, which were previously mainly focused on the cohort studies developed in the West, but now we have Asian-based cohort studies which give us a better understanding of the pollution on health impacts. And also the cost-wise, we know that it's not just the health cost, but also impacts on productivity, as well as healthcare expenditures, which also complicates the issue. But the problem of dealing with air pollution, of course, is it comes from human sources or anthropogenic sources as well as natural sources. So we need to delineate between the two in order to deal with the air pollution better. And similarly, we have indoor sources as well as outdoor sources as well. A number of efforts are being taken by countries, both as Radha was mentioning in India, but also in Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal as well, in terms of, for example, moving towards electric vehicles, promoting cleaner cook stoves, and so on and so forth. But the problem with most of these measures so far has been they have been ad hoc measures. Some of them have been donor-driven as well. So clearly, there's not been any coherent strategy. Except in India, where they have a coherent national clean air program. So, but in most other countries, air pollution has not been tackled in any strategic way. So, what we are proposing in the World Bank ongoing work is that the current city by city approach to dealing with air pollution is suboptimal, because the pollution particles, once emitted, can travel up to 100 kilometers in either direction, driven by wind chemistry, meteorological conditions, and so on and so forth. So what we really need to do, of course, is what we propose to do is what's called an airshed approach, given the transboundary nature of air pollution. One good example, of course, is Beijing. During the Olympics, the Chinese authorities tried to shut down Beijing to cut down on pollution, but then they realized that most of the pollution in Beijing actually comes from neighboring provinces and prefectures. So shutting down Beijing didn't help to control pollution during the Olympics. So similarly, for example, 50% of the pollution in Delhi, or the most polluted cities in South Asia, actually comes from outside of Delhi. So Delhi alone cannot solve the problem. So what we need is an airshed approach. What we mean by an airshed approach is, of course, one can think of this as a geographic area or region which is where the air pollution is concentrated, one can potentially identify the various sources within this airshed. And there is little leakage, you can say, think of that as outside of this airshed area. So once you identify these potential airsheds in South Asia, the pollution problem becomes much more tractable. One can look at the various sources and try to deal with cost-effective ways of dealing with pollution. And the sources of pollution could be very different across the different airsheds, and that's why one size fit all will not work if we go by this approach. So the main objective of our ongoing work is to identify potential airsheds in South Asia, development information on the various pollution sources within these airsheds, and also come up with cost-effective emission reduction strategies. We are focusing on Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. In the future, we also plan to extend it to Afghanistan, Bhutan, and Maldives when more data becomes available. So as you can see here, there is considerable diversity of ambient air quality across the various regions, even within the South Asia region. What we do is we collected data from the various different sources using the GAINS model, and then to come up with what are the major sources and how do we define airsheds within the South Asia region. So as you can see here, you have pollution coming from natural sources, you have coming from anthropogenic sources, and also we differentiate between what is called as the primary sources, mainly coming from power plants and fuel burning, but then the secondary sources, meaning the ammonia from agriculture interacts with SOx and NOx to form the secondary particulates, which again is becoming a major impact. Again, there are various different sources. As you can see here, the traditional sources are from power plants to large industries to mobile sources, but then also you have open burning, municipal waste burning, and then fertilizer use as well is becoming a major source. So what we did was we looked at kind of what are the various sources within the regions in South Asia, but not only that, we looked at the various sources, but also we looked at where it is coming from, whether it is the pollution is generated from within the region, or it's coming from outside the region as well. So we were able to map this for almost the entire South Asia region at a gridded level. For example, this is for Dhaka, this is for Islamabad, and so on and so forth. So the red dots you see here are the current levels of pollution, and if you look at 2030, in terms of what will happen based on the existing policies that the countries are taking, as you can see here, the blue arrows, in many parts of South Asia, we will not be able to reach any reasonable, even the relaxed WHO's target of 35 micrograms with the current set of policies. So clearly we need to do much more than what we are doing based on the existing policies and strategies. But there are solutions, cost-effective solutions, and which could be taken. But if the regions decide to go alone, this is what they could do. For example, if you look at the Indo-Gangetic Plain in India, even with the existing technology, the regions take action, they can only do so much. But on the other hand, if all the regions take actions together in a coordinated, collaborative fashion, as you can see here, almost the entire region is able to meet the WHO targets by 2030. So in other words, what we are trying to show here is that cities or regions cannot do much going alone, but what we need is an airshed approach or a much more of a collaborative approach, and that would significantly help in terms of reducing or meeting the WHO targets. Again, in terms of one may wonder what will it cost to reach the WHO targets. Now, as you can see here, there are different options for the countries or the regions. Either they can continue with what they are doing using the 2018 legislation, or going forward with some ad hoc measures, for example, promoting electric vehicles or promoting clean cook stoves. What we feel is these are just ad hoc measures which without any thinking to the cost effectiveness, without also coordinating across the various regions, and that will not serve the purpose, and that will also be more expensive. On the other hand, of course, if they go the extreme route of trying to force all the regions to adhere to certain standards, even that will be very expensive. So what we are proposing is that one could potentially aim towards the WHO standards by 2030, using certain most cost-effective measures that, again, based on the principle of an airshed approach. So, for example, we see here, for example, that for the Indo-Gangetic region, the most cost-effective way of dealing with pollution comes from, for example, clean cooking and lighting, municipal solid waste management, and so on and so forth. The current focus has been on transportation and power plants, but what we feel is that there has to be a shift in the direction in terms of most cost-effective, as opposed to just promoting measures that are not only popular, but also that in the long run may not be cost effective. For example, on the other hand, if you look at the non-Indo-Gangetic plain, their focus should be more on the power sector or municipal solid waste rather, and so on and so forth. Similarly, for other regions, other countries, again, we feel that there has to be a recalibration of the focus of dealing with air pollution. The current ad hoc approach doesn't help, especially if they have to solve the air pollution problem in a cost-effective manner. So this we are able to identify these potential opportunities for various countries. And as you can see here, especially going forward, I think one area which there's not been much focus, of course, is indoor air pollution, especially moving towards clean cooking opportunities. Because a lot of focus currently has been on transportation. Yes, it is a major source of pollution, but in the long run, we feel that the focus should be more on issues like clean cooking, municipal solid waste management, and so on and so forth. And as you can see here, we can potentially move towards the WHO standards, but I think it will be more cost effective if the regions in South Asia cooperate. For example, when we talk of airsheds, it's not just within countries, but also there is an airshed, for example, in the northern part, which cuts across India and Pakistan. There is an airshed that in the eastern part, for example, between India and Bangladesh, there's an airshed between India and Nepal. So clearly, I think it's just the dealing with air pollution should be more taken up as a regional issue and not a city-specific issue as it is being run right now. And that's only when the regions can actually move towards the WHO standards in 2030. So again, we feel that the current approach needs to be recalibrated. The focus should be more on household pollution, followed by mobile sources and industry and so on and so forth. So clearly, the current approach is more geared towards transportation and power plants. Yes, they are major sources, but I think equal attention should also be paid to more indoor air pollution sources as well. Again, it could be through scaling up the clean cook stove program or solid waste management better or dealing with. So what we have done is we have identified potential sources within these potential airsheds in South Asia. We feel that's the cost-effective way to move towards the targets of the WHO by 2030. Again, in terms of the health impacts, clearly number of deaths can be divided between ambient air pollution and household air pollution if we go by what's being currently done today. But if we actually take cost-effective actions as we are proposing in our study, we can actually save a lot of lives, and that too in a cost-effective manner. And so that's kind of the bottom line that we are saying is that if we move, it is possible to move towards the WHO interim targets by 2030. And if the countries of the region collaborate, it's much more cost effective and and a number of lives can be saved as well. So again, what are the key messages coming out of our ongoing study? There are, of course, a number of sources, but then it's important that the region moves beyond the city or even state level approach to more of a collaborative approach. Although they have succeeded in decoupling emissions from GDP growth, but it's not sufficient to deliver what we need in terms of the WHO targets. And therefore, there's a need to move towards more cost-effective methods based on an airshed approach and a collaboration across the regions. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mani. Let me go now to Mr. Tariq. Mr. Tariq. Mr. Tariq, you would need to unmute your microphone, yeah? So Tariq, are you there? Can you hear us? Not connecting with Mr. Tariq. So Mr. Tariq, can you kind of confirm that you can hear, that you can connect? Yes? Your slides are ready to go, Mr. Tariq, so yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I'll go ahead and mute now. You can go ahead and start the presentation, Mr. Tariq. So.
Hello. Can you? Please. Stuck हो गए.
Okay, while Mr. Tariq is getting his connection sorted, I do have a number of questions, or a couple of questions in the chat function. I have one in the chat function actually, and one on social media message. So one of them is and I guess Ruth, this is one I can pose to you as soon as we open the.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Can you please go ahead and start? Okay.
So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Irfan and I work for the Ministry of Climate Change in Pakistan. And let me start by thanking all the organizers for inviting me to present the current policies and strategies the government of Pakistan is undertaking to address issues related to air pollution. Air pollution has acquired a center stage in terms of because of its financial and health costs. Pakistan also and India both face a season of smog here in both countries, which has tremendous health and financial costs in terms of transportation and medical treatment. The life literally comes to a halt during that season, and it has many contributing factors which promote smog, which has it includes burning of waste and vehicular pollution and all that. So let me start by So can we go to the first slide? Because this I just want to highlight. Yeah, this is the thing which I just want to highlight here is that the assessment is that because of PM 2.5, on average, there's a reduction of 2.7 years in the average age of a Pakistani. So if, and you can very well imagine the loss of 2.7 years in the workforce means a lot. It also says that 47.7 billion US dollars is lost because of air pollution. These are some of the findings of the World Bank study, which was carried out not too long ago in 2016. Number three, which I just want to highlight, is the reduction in crop yield. Pakistan, as you know, is an agrarian, agricultural economy-based country. We have a large agriculture sector, and there's a reduction of 35% and 45% yield as a result of ozone pollution, and would be equivalent to a loss of US dollars around 1.8 billion. So in terms of socio-economic indicators and the financial costing, I think we have the air pollution is impacting us a lot. And since it's an issue within the country and across borders, this is a property of commons, and I think this is where we need collaborative and regional initiatives. Can we move to the next slide, please? Some of the initiatives the government of Pakistan has undertaken, which directly or indirectly contribute to the reduction of air pollution. So Pakistan Clean Air Program, this was initially initiated in the early 2000s. But then there was some institutional changes, and we were able to meet some of the targets, and we were not able to meet some of the targets. Now, with Asian Development Bank support, we are into developing a Pakistan Clean Air Plan. I think this is a very important framework because Pakistan is a fairly large country with 220 million population, and the plan actually needs to be in line with the governance structure. So we have a national government, then we have subnational governments, and then we have got local governments. So it has to align with all those governance structures. A second very important initiative, we saw that brick kilns technology used in Pakistan is based on a very primitive, obsolete technology where fossil fuel is burned to in the brick kilns to prepare bricks. So with the support of UNEP, ICMOD, we had initiated a program of conversion of brick kilns to a zigzag technology, which is not really a technology, a methodology. We stack bricks in a way that the heat content, doesn't escape, and the carbon pollution is reduced. So, in this initiative, there are around 10,000 brick kilns all across the country, and till date, we have around half of them converted to zigzag technology, and more than half actually. And the reduction in the fuel efficiency has increased 60%, and the carbon emissions have been reduced to 40%. Recently, the government in the transportation sector introduced Euro 5 petroleum products. So Pakistan is now Euro 5 compliant in terms of petrol and diesel and all its products. And I think this is a leapfrog jump from Euro 5. We have actually moved to Euro 5, and this is important in terms of addressing vehicular pollution. In the same transport sector, the federal cabinet has approved the electric vehicles policy, which sets a target of 30% electric vehicles in Pakistan by 2030, which is a very ambitious but achievable target, and we are moving towards this target. In the forestry sector, the 10 billion tree tsunami is a flagship of the government of Pakistan, where we are increasing our green cover considerably all across the country, and it has huge impacts in terms of sequestering carbon and creating a green environment. Another flagship initiative is the Green Pakistan initiative, which was launched by the Prime Minister himself in 2019. And the first phase was in 20 cities. It's a urban focused initiative, multiple initiatives in 5 thematic areas. Now it is all across Pakistan in the second phase, and we have received very credible information and highly recommendable achievements in this initiative, where there's a sense of competition among cities in terms of cleanliness, hygiene, and green environment. Connecting the can we move to the next slide, please? I'm sorry, I was on the next slide. Yeah, thank you. We have also tried to bridge air pollution with our climate commitments. And as you saw in the vehicular and brick cleanse initiative, where we are trying to address the short-lived climate pollutants, we are trying to reflect what the costs of all these are borne by Pakistan, and we're trying to mention the air pollution initiatives in the coming NDCs, which we are trying to revise and will be done in a very short time. I think this initiative would provide us a platform not to connect air pollution with the Paris, but will also provide us a roadmap in moving forward. I would stop here and thank you very much. Thank you again for this opportunity. I think I have tried to present the impacts air pollution is causing and the initiatives the government of Pakistan has taken to address this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tariq. Leave your microphone on for us, if you can, please, so that we're able to do it. So I do have a question from the audience, and let me go there first. I think, Ruth, this was directed to you. It says, what's the TFL thoughts on the emissions from transport refrigeration units that are very high emitters of soot from their non-road mobile machinery engines and RMM? So.
Yeah, so TfL, Transport for London, is a body that's part of the Greater London Authority that's not actually part of the City of London Corporation. So I can't speak on their behalf, but a good point is made about refrigeration units, transport refrigeration units. They tend to be an uncontrolled source of pollution. There aren't any powers that we have to deal with that source of pollution, but there are lots of organisations looking at alternatives to diesel. And sorry, the question about non-road mobile machinery, is there a separate?
Sorry, they're saying they're high emitters of soot from their non-road mobile machinery engines.
Yeah, so in London we have a system to control non-road mobile machinery through the development control planning process. And what the local authorities do in certain areas where air pollution is high is we require the latest Euro standard for non-road mobile machinery to be used. And we have a system where we're working in collaboration with all authorities together to go onto the sites to check the compliance with the latest standard.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ruth. Dr. Mani, I wanted to ask, what is the largest or the biggest challenge facing Asian countries in implementing measures to mitigate air pollution? Some of the countries or stakeholders we've spoken to don't yet make the connection between air pollution and climate change. Several of them have said to us, our focus is not air pollution, it's climate change. What's the biggest challenge that you face in working with countries to come together on that matter?
Thanks, David. So yeah, the biggest challenge, of course, is coming up with a coherent strategy to deal with air pollution. That's what is kind of missing. Yes, there are linkages between climate and air pollution, but actually not because some of the sources are somewhat similar. Combustion of fossil fuel is very much leads to climate change as well as air pollution. But not always. I mean, I think there are some synergies, but there are also some differences. But in terms of air pollution, what we are trying to argue is that the current measures, ad hoc measures, are ad hoc, and also I think people don't see the opportunities for collaboration. For example, 50% of the pollution in the city of Delhi comes from or actions outside of Delhi. So if Delhi has to solve its air pollution, it has to collaborate with the neighboring states in the Indo-Gangetic Plain, be it Punjab and Haryana, maybe Uttar Pradesh, and so on and so forth. Delhi alone cannot solve this problem in a cost-effective manner. So whatever measures Delhi takes in terms of installing more monitoring stations or giving more warnings to the population, but that all will continue to be ad hoc unless they start collaborating. Again, similarly, we were surprised to see in our results that a lot of the pollution in Dhaka in Bangladesh actually comes from the eastern part of India, West Bengal. So clearly, I think Dhaka alone cannot solve the problem. There has to be a collaborative approach with the Indian state of West Bengal. Similarly, there are issues between the two Punjabs in India and Pakistan. So what we trying to argue is that an airshed approach is the way to go, and countries, regions should recognize that air pollution particles travel long distances, so cannot be dealt with locally. So if we try to deal with it locally, it's suboptimal.
Yeah, Dr. Mani, thanks. I think that point truly resonates with what has been a common theme in not only the webinars, but again in the start of the conference here, that there has to be collaboration by stakeholders at all levels in addressing the issue. And I think if I can turn to Dr. Goyal, this is particularly true for indoor air pollution. And I was just struck by the figures you put up on one of your early slides with the numbers of people who die from 400 and something thousand from indoor air pollution. I would assume that that's disproportionately women and children. And yet we saw in an earlier webinar that a significant amount of the pollutants in the air in Delhi comes, as Dr. Mani was saying, comes from stubble burning, comes from emissions that are outside of Delhi, but also emissions that are outside of the home. So how do you get people to collaborate on addressing the issue inside the home, and how do you get a coherent strategy around addressing indoor air pollution?
Thank you so much, David. You asked me very interesting question because I work more on indoor air quality as compared to ambient. So yes, of course, because I think in indoors, tackling any problem is, I feel 50% of the problems in indoor air quality is linked to the ventilation. In India or any other country, if I talk about, if we correct the proper ventilation systems in households, so we can solve 50% of our indoor air quality related problems. So proper design of ventilation, proper timings of opening and closing of windows, indoors in the households, because if I talk about the South Asian countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, most of the if houses are naturally ventilated with hybrid like fans and coolers and what do you say, window ACs and all that. So proper, timings for we need fresh air from outside only. So we should have proper timings. People should be aware that what time the air quality is better outside. Once there is a good dispersion, when there is a proper sunlight outside after 12 in the afternoon, there is a good sunlight, lot of dispersion is there, comparatively lesser air pollution. At that time, they can keep their houses to be properly ventilated. Another important thing is, because in indoors there are the confined environments where once the pollutants enters, it traps, it cannot go out once it is entered. So we have to keep a check, like there is a lot of indoor activities which are also contributing to that pollution level which is already entered into the home from the outside, like our kitchen activities. If I talk about the city like Delhi, where most of the people, they are now on the LPG and PNG, but still there is a lot of indoor air quality issues in cities because there is not proper ventilation systems inside the kitchens, and the sizes of kitchens, the sizes of ventilators or the exhaust fans which they are using in the kitchens. Apart from the kitchens, there are a lot of use of cleaning agents, these aerosols inside the houses, which are again contributing to the indoor pollution levels. So the data which is showing in the global burden of disease, that is mostly because of household air pollution, that is in the rural areas because of biomass burning. But I am talking about here the urban indoor air quality issues, where due to lack of proper ventilation, due to a lot of indoor activities which are contributing a lot towards indoor air pollution concentrations. Apart from it is infiltrating from the outside. So people should be very much aware about, like, they should keep a check on their indoor activities, what activity is contributing to what kind of indoor air pollutants, how much time they have to keep their windows and doors to be open to ventilate their homes. So these kind of awareness and activities people have to think about to control their indoor air pollution levels.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Dr. Raja. I mean, I think part of the problem sometimes, at least when I lived in Los Angeles, was people boarded up closed their windows and doors and put on the air conditioning because they said, well, it's so polluted outside, so let's go inside the house, assuming that the air conditioning is going to resolve the issue for them. But I keep saying to people, an air conditioner is not an air scrubber, it's not an air cleaner, it doesn't remove pollutants from the air. It cools the indoor air for you. So
Yes.
Mr.
One
Tariq,
more thing I would like to add here, David. One more thing I would like to add. The thing is that indoor air pollution generally, that people, once it is trapped, so they think we have to, properly flushing out. Maintaining that air exchange rate inside the building, it is very, very important. Some of the standards has been given by ASHRAE, some of the standards has been given by Building Code of India. So they has to be properly maintained, which is very, very important to follow.
Yeah, that's important. I'll pose a question for Mr. Tariq and Ruth perhaps as well. Dr. Raja raised an important question about standards. I know in London, they've been doing quite well on standards for road transportation. I think they're moving towards indoor air quality standards and standards for levels of emissions around schools. Ruth, perhaps you can take this. Is that a key, is that an important way to move forward, you think, in setting standards and then trying to migrate or transition the general public towards accepting or adopting those standards?
Yes, I think standards are always a good idea, I think, because they're clear and they're a tool to help people to understand what everybody's working towards. And also it gives an industry an opportunity to know if there's a definite standard to work to, then you're more likely to get development of appropriate technology to work towards that standard. I mean, there are several standards, as the Euro standards, obviously they've been covered today in a lot of detail, which are great. We used to work towards the European Union limit value air quality standards, and now we're moving towards World Health Organization guidelines, which are actually tighter, and they're being reviewed at the moment, and it's likely that they might become even tighter. So that gives us the benchmark to work towards. So I think standards are a very good way of getting everybody to move forwards.
Yeah, Ruth, you've clarified something that I had as another question: is what is the difference, or what's the best route to go? I would have asked, is it to go the EU standards or to go WHO guidelines? But you've actually just pointed out that WHO guidelines are a little tighter, and it's more about agitating toward. And I think we can probably argue the point from the health impact it's having on society. That certainly is a way to go. But from the presentations in this first session, I am so happy that you've been able to illuminate what's being done at different corners of the Commonwealth. As we heard in the opening session, and it wasn't mentioned particularly that there are segments of Africa now that have adopted clean energy corridors that are moving to Western Africa and Eastern Africa, are moving towards these clean energy corridors. Using clean energy sources as one way of mitigating or reducing air pollution. Are there any final thoughts from any of you before we close this session? Any other things you want to leave our audience with today? Dr. Mani, let me start with you.
Thanks for organizing this event. It was extremely useful for me to listen to the other speakers, especially the efforts going on in London, in Pakistan, as well as in India. You brought up the issue of climate change. Yes, climate change is going to be a big issue for us in the coming days and years, but air pollution is a clear and present danger. I think clearly countries should pay a lot more attention, especially given the health impact and the consequences, and they need to take action. But again, it calls for regional collaboration, cooperation, not only within countries, but also across the entire region, for example, in South Asia. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mani. Mr. Tariq, would you like to offer some final closing comments?
So I just wanted to thank all of you for a very rich session. I think platforms like these can be very useful, in not only generating knowledge, but in using collaborative efforts. So I really look forward to be furthering in this whole initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. Dr. Rada, let me give you the floor again.
Thank you, David. Yeah, thank you. Thank you once again for giving this opportunity. And it's really very nice to hear from Dhaka, from Pakistan, that what are the initiatives they are taking. From Indian perspective, I would just like to add that because right now, whatever the data in India is more towards, air quality monitoring and a lot of actions, but there is lack of, health studies data in India right now. So linkages between air quality and health is very, very important. Anything, any study or any plan, action plan, mitigation plan should be around the health aspects, because or whatever the data we are having, that is the estimations. Like WHO reports and whatever the Lancet reports, they are basically the estimations, or they may be over estimations. So actual on the ground, there is indeed a lot of cohort studies, 5 years plan for health studies in India is required, so that we can develop or establish the linkages between air pollution exposure and the health impacts among the people, so that we can come up with the good standards in India, like health-based standards are required. So that's what I would like to add here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raja. Ruth, I'll give you the final say on this for this session.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to raise the issue of the importance of education and awareness raising. Some of the questions that have been discussed today, like for example around climate change and air pollution. It's helpful if the people developing climate change policy and strategy are aware that there are particular actions that can be taken that would have a hugely positive impact on air pollution, and there are some unfortunately that would have a detrimental impact. So if we raise awareness of that with the policymakers, then they can make sure they incorporate the most positive range of actions. And likewise with indoor air quality that was discussed, help individuals and people to understand what the importance of ventilation and the importance of what they do in their home and how they can quite easily mitigate the impact of poor air quality indoors just through some relatively simple steps. So I think that's what I'd like to leave this session with, education and awareness raising. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Ruth. And that brings us to a close of this session one of day one of our conference. I want to thank all four speakers again, Ruth Calderwood, Dr. Goyal, Dr. Mani, and Mr. Tariq, for sharing their experiences and stories with us. And I want to invite everyone to join us for session two, which starts in about 8 minutes time at 12 noon London, British summertime. And I think that's 4:30, I believe, or sometime in Indian time. So that gives everybody a chance to get up and get a drink, get a break. As we try to do it how we would in a normal conference. In between sessions, you have a time to get up and take a break. So thank you all very much. And we'll see everybody again in the next 8 minutes for session two. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Mitigating the Health Impacts of Air Pollution session today. This session is an opportunity to highlight and exchange policies and good practices for diminishing the impact of air pollution on human health, and it's particularly in relation to COVID-19, where small particles have shown to adversely affect mortality. My name's Rachel White, and I'm Head of Public Affairs at the cycling and walking charity Sustrans. This session is of particular interest to myself because we do a lot of work with schools, and we do a lot of work around school streets, which is where you close the streets outside schools at drop-off and pick-up times, which allows children to both play more safely and allows for more walking and cycling. But it also has a really positive effect on air pollution. In fact, the Mayor of London's office has recently published new research that finds that closing the roads around schools to traffic at pick-up and drop-off times has reduced polluting nitrogen dioxide levels by 23%, and it's strongly supported by parents, which is always a good thing. The session today should last around an hour and a half, but if we close earlier, it just means longer for lunch. We've got three fantastic speakers joining us this afternoon: Professor Prashant Kumar, Dr. Robin Russell-Jones, and Sarah Marif. Each of them will be giving a presentation. We'll then have about 30 minutes for questions at the end. Please do post your questions in the Q&A section to the right of your screens as the speakers give their presentations and following, and we'll look to cover as many of them as possible. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker today, Professor Prashant Kumar. Professor Kumar is Chair in Air Quality and Health and the Founding Director of the Global Centre for Clean Air Research at the University of Surrey in the United Kingdom. His research is focused on the interfaces of clean air engineering and science, human health, and smart and sustainable living in cities and megacities. His current research projects are focused in the areas of air pollution monitoring and modelling, low-cost sensing, nature-based solutions, climate change mitigation, and developing innovative technological and passive solutions for air pollution exposure control. Professor.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for this nice introduction. I hope you can hear me, right? Okay. So yeah, so I'm gonna talk about some of the work actually we have been doing at the University of Surrey. I'm also kind of wearing another hat for Associate Dean International for the faculty, and having an adjunct professorship at Trinity College Dublin, so which kind of allows me to do other things other than just the research, actually networking of the colleagues and so on. So the outline of my talk is, I think, is focused around three things. The one is, as you can see in the session, talking about the COVID-19 and its transmission, and the linking this actually to the indoor environment as well as the outdoor air quality. And going beyond it, touching upon a case study which we have been recently conducted in 11 ODA countries inside the cars, followed by the concluding remarks. So first and foremost, I would like to thank all my team members who have been really working hard to get a lot of the work which I have been presenting here. Which includes a number of postdoctoral researchers and around half a dozen more PhD students, so who have been working tirelessly, to produce some of the work, and the sponsors. So at the moment, I'm running a number of projects which are funded through the different funding bodies, including the Innovate UK, EPSRC, and NERC. And some of them, are related to the charity, like the St. Guy's and Thomas charity, the Global Action Plan, which is the Lambeth School. So I will be picking up stuff actually from many of these, these projects in my presentation. But one of the things to just highlight here that there is quite a lot of activity at the moment, which we are involved in around the ODA countries. So working in the Southeast Asia, Middle East, Latin America, and in Africa. So for example, there is a project called ASAP Delhi, where we've been working in Delhi from the last couple of years. So it's a UK-India project. There are the two projects which is funded through the the UKRI GCRF kind of pot actually. One is called the Care Homes, which is the clean air engineering for homes, and the cleaner engineering for cities. So there is another project which just ended, where we have been doing the work in the 12 ODA cities. So I will touch upon a little bit actually on this work, but just to give a kind of a very brief, the overview and set the scene up. So if you attended the previous presentations, you might have heard that almost every 9 of 10 people in the world actually they're living in areas where the fine particulate matter concentrations are above the WHO guidelines of 10 microgram per meter cube. And you could see actually that the areas which are the most populous are the ones actually where you also get the highest kind of concentration. So if you look at this color coding here, so the darker the color is, the higher the concentrations are, and you can easily see the region in this, the Asia and Africa where the concentrations are the higher. But that also kind of suggests in a way that there is a need actually for doing more in those particular areas to to reduce the mortality and the economic, the impact of this pollution. So of course, this data is on average basis. Average basis means you took the data and you just average it out. But if you look into the peak concentrations, that will be way more higher than what we can think of. Just the global picture to look into around 20 most populous countries in the world. If you look into them actually, so there has been a trend in the last 10 years where there is a, if you compare this with the, let's say the 2010 levels in 2019, almost 16 of these countries saw a little bit of reduction in the exposure. And that could be due to the, the better fuel technology, the better emission technology, and move towards the, the green economy or the greener fuels. But then there are a number of these countries, especially in the Southeast Asia, like the Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Nigeria, and Japan, where the concentrations has in fact increased rather than decreasing. So there is a kind of a mixed trend in terms of what's happening. So it clearly shows that there is a lot more to do, what needs to be done. But this now takes on to the COVID-19. So we all know that the COVID-19 has put the world on kind of it's kind of stopped the whole world actually. So what happens is, like, when you are having the air pollution, then so there are impact of this pollution on the health. So people have the pre-existing diseases, and if these pre-existing diseases are combined actually with the COVID infection, then it could increase the mortality. So there has been a number of studies published very recently, which has been talking about how the the air pollution has kind of the cities which has the highest air pollution got the increased mortality during the due to the kind of the pandemic. So just to give a little bit more into this virus actually. So this virus is it's very tiny actually, so we cannot really see it from naked eyes. So what you're seeing in this screen is there are a number of these these different the types actually, starting from an atom which is almost 0.1 nanometer and going up to like a frog egg, which is almost 1 millimeter. So the virus sits somewhere in around 100 nanometer range. So 100 nanometer, if you wanted to visualize it, the human hair actually, so the diameter is around 60,000 nanometers. So it's almost 600 times less, than the diameter of a human hair. So this is the kind of the things you can think of, and this basically then becomes part of the aerosols we have in the air, which can be the PM10, which is the particulate matter less than 10 micron, or the PM2.5 or the PM1. And where did this come from? So it can come from any of these activities, which could include sneezing, coughing, or the singing, or talking, or laughing basically. So when we are talking, then you could see that there are small the droplets coming out of it. So there could be the large droplets, which are of bigger size. So usually they fall very close to the ground, and there could be smaller droplets. Actually, they are small enough to suspend in air. This is where the airborne transmission comes in. So if you might be wondering that where does this rule of 1 meter and 2 meter comes in place, this is where these things comes in. So just assuming that everything is falling within the 2 meter, this is where the 2-meter rule is put in place. So some things happened actually in the recent past, which was related to the airborne transmission, which was never recognized earlier. So the airborne transmission is that the aerosols, which are containing those small, the viruses inside it, and these viruses are remaining suspended in air. So for example, if you're sitting in a restaurant and the air is not really being exchanged there, so these aerosols could remain for longer time, and the people who are even away could get contaminated. And there has been a number of studies which has been published on that. So this is where this, these two sort of transmissions comes in place, actually, the droplet. So these are the smaller, the bigger kind of, the aerosols, which can simply fall because of their weight, and the smaller ones, they can remain suspended in air. And there is a very interesting history to it. So this airborne transmission was never recognized earlier, and but it was thought actually as an aerosol scientist, including myself, that it is not a rocket science to think that this airborne transmission will happen. And this was one of the works actually which I wrote very early in the pandemic, putting a question mark that could the airborne transmission be the next line of defense against COVID-19 spread. And I was quite glad actually to see that this is becoming true now. And then there was a colleague from the Australia, so she kind of led an effort where there were 239 scientists involved all across the world, including myself. That letter went to the WHO, and then the WHO acknowledges actually on 10th of July this airborne transmission for the first time. And this is where you are seeing now the lot of the messages coming through, and you might have realized that the UK government has recently released where you can see the fresh air into the into the logo where you say the wash your hands, maintain the distance, and the face mask. So in a way, the ventilation in areas where the occupancy is higher is becoming quite important. So one of the positives of this this COVID lockdown has been on the impact of the air quality. So obviously we are not really advocating that we should have the lockdown in there, but what has happened is it allowed actually for scientists like myself to understand a kind of a anthropogenic emission switch-off experiment. So it was kind of a switch-off experiment where a lot of these sources were switched off, and then as part of it, then you try to see actually what happened, to different cities. So this was an effort which we tried to do, in my team actually. It's a number of these team members. We put together, this publication which came out where we tried to look into different cities across the world, try to see actually what's happening in there. So one of the things which came out actually, so again, you can see these the size of the bubble, as well as these different colors, the PM 2.5 reduction. So this is usually the data which has been compared during the lockdown, either pre-lockdown period or the same period, in the last year when there were business as usual. So one thing was pretty sure that most of the cities were gaining the benefit of reduced concentrations that could go up to almost 60%. So it all depended on type of activities, are there in those particular cities, because if some cities are very traffic intensive, then you might see actually, the impact is higher. And if some of them are more, running on itself on a sustainable fuels like the metros and so on, then in that case, you might not see actually the similar kind of thing. So we went then a little bit deeper, into this analysis, try to understand what's going on, in those cities. And then we looked in particular this, the 5 kind of mega cities in India, which is the Kolkata, Hyderabad, Chennai, and Delhi. And one of the very interesting things which came out was on the x-axis on the top here, you're seeing the traffic pollution, traffic population basically in millions. And on the y-axis, you see the change in the PM 2.5 concentrations during the lockdown period against the same period in the last year. So you could see, there is a very nice, like a straight line. So Delhi, for example, has got the highest, the traffic density, where the reduction in the fine particles were even the highest. And, you could see a very little impact actually when it comes to cities like Mumbai, which is already having a pretty good, actually, the infrastructure in terms of the, the railways and so on. And we try to put actually these values in terms of, the the premature deaths, and it ended up almost 630 premature deaths, which could be valued almost at 0.6 billion. And this was just for a period of the lockdown in the initial days. So you could think actually in a way that if we bringing the reducing the exposure levels in those cities, so that means that we are not only benefiting from the higher productivity, less mortality, but also the economic the cost we are gaining from it, and could be substantial. Moreover, these experiments could also indicate that there is a very good chance actually or as an opportunity where the cities should be looking at to come or reduce their exposure levels in the business as usual. So this was like one set of work. The another set of work is then coming into the in-car exposure across these 10 global cities. So this is a work where which is done as part of the GCR project, which is called the Clean Air Engineering for Cities. And the idea there was that we wanted to run a similar set of experiment using the similar protocols, using the similar the equipment, and run those across different cities in cars to understand the exposure and try to see actually how do the cities compare, what are the interesting features they have, and where are the opportunities to reduce the exposure to the people in those in those areas. And this was a project which was run for 2 years, and it just finished in December, where we had these 11 countries included in it, which is the Colombia and Brazil in Latin America. Then we got Middle East, which is Iraq and Egypt in Kurdistan in Iraq. And then we got Southeast Asia, which is the China, India, Bangladesh, and what's the other one? China, India, Bangladesh, and then going to the Africa, basically Ethiopia, Tanzania, Kenya, and Malawi. So basically, what we have done is we got a little bit more funding now, so we are expanding this project now to the in-home exposure across 12 ODA cities. So similar cities. Now, at the moment, as I speak, we have started, doing the measurements in the insides, where we are trying to understand actually the exposure profiles of the low income, the people living in those areas, and try to understand the diversity. So to give you the very key kind of, the results for this study. So one of the interesting things we found actually is that this is the GDP on the x-axis, and on the y-axis is the PM 2.5 concentrations, which is inside the cars in open windows condition. So it means that it's almost reflecting actually what is the outdoor concentrations. And as you can see, as the GDP per capita of the cities, the decreases, the exposure kind of, the increases, which also clearly shows that the environmental or the exposure inequalities basically which exist in the cities. And it's following pretty nicely actually, the trend in there, except this which is the Guangzhou in China. So which is kind of an outlier where you got a highest GDP, but you also got the highest concentrations. And this is the kind of reflection in a way that, the advancement is happening, but the environmental, the solutions to combat the pollution has not come to the proportional level, so that you can see the discrepancy in terms of, sitting it, as an outlier. But if you are interested, this paper is freely available online. If you just Google it or just drop me a line, you can read the whole lot of analysis. So I just could give you a very the quick snapshot. So these are the last 2 slides actually of my presentation. Just to sum up, so when we're talking about the control, so usually in the cycle, what you have is you got sources which produces the emissions, and these emissions comes in the environment, and then they distribute, and then they transform in terms of having the reactions and so on, and then reaches to the people where they get the exposure either in indoor, outdoor, or the transport microenvironments, and in the end actually it leads to the health effects. So the idea is how we reduce the health effects. So basically what you want is you want to control actually the sources itself. This is the first and the most strategy to do that. And the second is then you control at the receptor. So for example, what you could do at the receptor. So for example, using the mask is one of the examples, but there are other bits like Sarah was mentioning in terms of using the places where you got the less, the emission sources, having the being away actually from the sources itself, and then something comes between the source and the receptor, like the passive, the solutions, where I've been doing quite a lot of work onto the green infrastructure. So how this green infrastructure could be used as a passive barrier between the source and the receptor and reduce the emissions. So in a way, if you think the analogy, so it almost sums up actually what you could do in terms of the controlling the exposure, and it applies to any city, any part of the world. So it's kind of the global the thing in there. So what's happening at the moment is that we have got a very good, as scientists, we are fantastic in producing papers, scientific, the news and the patents, so the novel science. And then this is basically the research community and the science in making. And on the other hand, we got the public community. And idea is that if the science in making can be changed into science in practice, and which is quite a big, a challenge. And at the moment, usually what you see is that, when the research has been done, by the time it reaches actually to the real beneficiaries, it's almost kind of shrinked into a point. Ideally, what we want is we want a more kind of the broadened interface. So most of the research which has been produced actually is also coming in practice, and for that you need better stakeholder management, some spatial considerations when we are doing these projects actually to understand the endpoint requirements, and having the multidisciplinary approach. So in this direction, what we have been doing is I've been doing quite a lot of the efforts in translating our complex science into simple measures. So and this is an excellent example that we started with the guidance on the schools, where you can how you can kind of reduce the the exposure in and around the schools, and we gave the 10 generic and the 10 very specific, the recommendations which were posted, which are available in terms of the posters or in terms of the postcards in there. And then, we started kind of, releasing them into different countries. So for example, you have the first speaker, Dr. Radha Goyal, so she was involved in the Hindi version. And then we have last week released in the, the Iraq and, and then earlier we got a number of these, and there are almost 7 different countries which are involved in that. So it's not just the translation. So what is happening there is that we got the local collaborators in these countries, and they are working with the local, the communities and local, the schools or the NGOs or the charities, and try to take this forward actually to the ground level. And so the idea is that we might end up with having more than a dozen in the next 6 months or so to reach the science actually, which has been produced very locally and is going really global. And this is happening as part of this Guildford Living Lab, which I'm running, so which is a kind of a platform of researchers, community, and the stakeholders for co-creating solutions. So it's been very successfully running from the last 4 or 5 years. So if you just Google it, you can see actually the activities in there. So you got my contact details, and this is the Twitter actually if you wanted to follow us. And if you have any questions or anything you wanted to get involved, just get in touch with me, and I'm very happy to, kind of look for the opportunities together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kumar. I'd like to now introduce our second speaker today, Dr. Robin Russell-Jones. Robin is a medical doctor with a background in skin oncology and an interest in environmental issues, particularly in relation to air pollution and the way it impinges on public health. His activities have influenced several key areas of environmental policy in the UK, including the decision to ban lead in petrol, introduce catalytic converters on petrol-driven vehicles, and change official guidelines on exposure to ionising radiation. He is the former chair of CLEAR, the campaign for lead-free air, and from 2017 until recently, he has been the scientific advisor to the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Air Pollution. Dr. Russell-Jones, please take it away.
Thank you, Rachel. And there's someone doing my slides. Can everyone see that? Yeah. So, yeah, I'd like to thank the Ramphal Institute for the opportunity to speak, and I'd like to congratulate them on the amazing list of speakers that they have accumulated for this Commonwealth conference on air pollution. I'm at the moment organising the May Day C4 events. The link is maydayc4.com. It's a series of conferences and concerts on climate change held from May to October, inclusive in various UK cities on different aspects of climate change. I think the concerts are crucial because we have to engage the young in climate, otherwise the government won't make the necessary changes and COP26 may not be the success that we all hope it's going to be. I was a facilitator at a couple of climate change consultations at St. George's in February and in March, the second one being on the economics of climate change, which I think is crucial. I'm also chair of a charity called Help Rescue the Planet, which is the sponsor organisation for the May Day C4 events, in partnership with the Ramphal Institute and with the support of a number of organisations, including the Zoological Society of London, who obviously have a huge interest in climate. I was the scientific advisor to the All-Party Parliamentary Group on air pollution, but I have too much else to do now, so I had to stand down in January. And I formerly was the chair of CLEAR, the Campaign for Lead-Free Air, starting in 1981. So I'm something of an environmental relic. Importance of air pollution. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so when I was still chair of CLEAR, I heard that the government were thinking of introducing a tax break in favour of diesel. I mean, this is the sort of lunatic thing that governments do occasionally. And the Chancellor at that time was Nigel Lawson, who's never a friend of the environment. And he announced this, and I heard about it. The rumour got around that he was about to do this. I think it was an alternative to introducing a tax break in favour of unleaded fuel, which is obviously what needed to happen. In the end, he did both. So the letter I wrote to the John Fairclough, so John Fairclough at the time was the Chief Scientific Advisor to the Cabinet, I said, I read with amazement the government is thinking of introducing a tax break in favour of diesel fuel on the grounds that it's environmentally friendly. From the point of view of fuel efficiency and hence global warming, I agree this is true. I don't think it's true now, but I thought then. But from every other aspect, it is a disaster. Volume for volume, diesel is 10 times more carcinogenic than leaded petrol and 100 times more carcinogenic than a car running on unleaded fuel and fitted with a catalytic converter. I hope it's not too late to stop this lunatic proposal. Well, if only they'd listened. Next slide, please. So the result is, of course, what we know is that thousands of people are dying from air pollution in the UK and every other country in the world every year. But it wasn't until 2020, December, that it was finally agreed that air pollution was the thing that was killing them. So the coroner's verdict on Ella Deborah, who lived in South London near the South Circular Road, she died on February the 8th, 2013, following multiple admissions to hospital, all of which coincided with high levels of air pollution. They were all above the WHO limit for PM2.5. Well, that's true of all of London most of the time, actually. But there were also exceedances of the legal limits for nitrogen dioxide. So she died of illegal levels of air pollution. And of course, nitrogen dioxide and PM2.5 are very closely correlated because the main source of nitrogen dioxide is diesel. And in central London, a major cause of PM2.5 is traffic. Can I have the next slide, please? Can I have the next slide, please? So this is the little girl, Ella Deborah. I know her mum very well. We talk a lot. She wants to support the Ramphal in their quest to make clean air a human right. And we'd like to call it Ella's Law, and I'm sure that's going to happen. Next slide, please. So Professor Kumar showed a lovely slide at the end where he showed science in the making, in other words, the sort of amazing research that he does all over the world, and science in practice, or science in action maybe. And I'm sort of tried to be the chain, the link between those two all my life, really. I'm a bridge builder. And often in the Clear campaign, we had no support from the medical establishment in those days. In fact, they actually argued against us. But now it's completely different. The medical profession have taken on air pollution in a major way. People like Sir Stephen Holgate have done a fantastic job. And in 2015-16, they produced this amazing report, Every Breath We Take. Stephen Holgate was the main author. And it is known from that report that air pollution causes cardiovascular disease in adults, deaths from ischemic heart disease and strokes, acute and chronic respiratory disease in both adults and children. It produces reduced lung volume in pediatric populations, and it produces lung cancer in adult populations. Those are not controversial. Next slide, please. But if you look at the estimates of death that flow from the studies that have been done, there's a big variation. And I think it's because data has accumulated as to what the health effects are of exposure to PM 2.5 at higher levels, mainly from China and the Asian subcontinent. And in addition, that it's now realized that things like diabetes, obesity, and dementia are also closely linked to air pollution. And of course, it's no coincidence that Delhi is called the diabetic capital of the world. So the estimates of premature death vary. I mean, if you go and talk to COMEP, Committee on the Medical Effects of Air Pollution, which advises the Department of Health in the UK, their figure is 32,000 deaths, premature deaths a year. The Royal College report, Every Breath We Took, put 40,000 deaths annually, with social costs of 20 billion per annum to the UK. The European Environmental Agency said 520 deaths annually in Europe, with €500 billion cost to the EU. The IMF put a global figure of $5.3 trillion globally, which works out at about $150 per ton of CO2. When people start talking about taxing carbon, they maybe ought to start at the figure it's costing in terms of social and medical costs, which would be $150. They're all talking about $30, which is the price on the European trading scheme. Then in 2018, Lelyveld et al. Produced a paper in the European Heart Journal, 64,000 deaths annually in the UK. That comes from including diabetes and obesity in the figures. Burnett et al. Did a similar calculation for the world, 8.8 million deaths globally, which compares with smoking of 7.2. So air pollution is causes the biggest mortality of anything in the world, greater even than smoking. And then there was a joint UCL-Harvard study published earlier this year where they looked at deaths in the UK in 2012, which was the year before Ella Cassie-Debris died. And their estimate was 99,000 deaths annually in the UK, which is a fifth of all deaths. So there's a big problem here, because here's COMEC at 32,000. They add 1,000 for ozone, so their maximum figure is 33,000. And the actual figure, or not, I shouldn't say that, but another estimate, a more recent estimate, is 99,000, so 3 times higher. So these guys need to get their act together. They need to just get together and discuss why there's such discrepancy between the different estimates. I mean, you expect the government to be behind the curve, but this is way behind. They need to do something about that. Next slide, please. So adverse health effects, of course, can be traced back to a large number of pollutants. I mean, traffic emissions is a mixture of literally thousands of different chemical compounds, of which only a fraction have really been looked at. And you need very complex statistical analyses if you want to break down the effect of the different pollutants. Most epidemiological studies are done in heavily trafficked areas, so you have both nitrogen dioxide and small particulates. And they, of course, have a common source, which is diesel. So it's often very difficult to disentangle the effects of nitrogen dioxide from particulates. But a lot of people think that, PM 2.5 is the problem, and NO2 is a marker for diesel. The studies that are done are beset by confounding factors such as social disadvantage, because people who are poor tend to live closer to heavily trafficked areas. So you have to set up your studies to take that into account, and that's not always easy. And therefore, controlled experiments are often necessary in order to disentangle the dose-response relationship and whether it's causal. And of course, studies like lockdown were very useful, because in lockdown, you had an experiment where air pollution levels suddenly fell. And then, of course, that gives you the opportunity to do medical and other sorts of studies to see whether the link that you've established epidemiologically is causal or just correlation. Next slide, please. So it's generally accepted that nitrogen dioxide and ozone are important in exacerbating asthma, and they also correlate with acute admissions to hospital. Nitrogen dioxide is also, of course, a precursor for secondary particulate pollution. It's also accepted that polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons such as benzpyrene are carcinogenic and account in the UK for about 2,400 excess deaths from lung cancer. As far as the European Environment Agency is concerned, small particulates are the main cause. They give 84% of premature deaths from air pollution due to PM 2.5. They allow a smaller amount from ozone. They don't give very much to NO2, except as a precursor of secondary particulate pollution. Whereas our Royal College, the joint report by the Royal College of Physicians and Paediatrics and Child Health attributed 27% of deaths to nitrogen dioxide. So you can see the difficulty there is disentangling the effects of nitrogen dioxide from small particulates. Next slide, please. And this is why it's such a dangerous thing to human health, air pollution. I mean, there is no organ in the body that's not affected apart from probably the skeleton. I mean, it affects everything else, from the placenta to the blood-brain barrier. So you get neurological effects, mental health effects, and so on. Next slide, please. Next slide. And of course, the real culprits are not even the PM 2.5. The real culprits are the ultrafine particles, less than 0.1 microns. So this is, PM 2.5 is 25 times bigger at least than the ultrafine particles. And of course, the reason they're so dangerous is they access the circulation, they penetrate tissues very easily, they get across the placenta, they get across the blood-brain barrier. They present a greater area for absorption or dissolution of potential toxic gases. And in heavily trafficked areas, UFP is a marker for exposure to fresh vehicle exhaust. Because when the ultrafine particles are emitted, they conglomerate fairly quickly, or they agglomerate fairly quickly. So you're only exposed to these nanoparticles for short periods of time, seconds or minutes. You have to be relatively close to the source. And of course, the source is your exhaust on your diesel engine. That's where it's all coming from. And of course, because they're ultrafine, they stay suspended in the air and you breathe them in. Everyone breathes them in, from the child in a little pushchair that's at the same level to its mother walking behind, who may be pregnant. And of course, the problem is that nanoparticles are not routinely monitored, so we don't have the data to really show how dangerous nanoparticles are. So PM 2.5 is what we measure. But if you want to know, what the nanoparticle exposure is, just measure nitrogen dioxide, because nitrogen dioxide is a very good surrogate for diesel emissions, and most of the nanoparticles come from diesel if you're out of doors. Obviously, if you're indoors, it comes from cooking as well and wood burning. Next slide, please. So we divide PM 2.5 into primary and secondary. Primary is a result of combustion, vehicles, industrial processes, biomass burning, cooking, etc. And non-combustion sources, friction basically from tires and brakes. But of course, these different sources don't have the same effect on health. There's been quite a number of studies which show that they have different effects. And obviously, the ones that are the most dangerous are the ones that produce the nanoparticles. Next slide, please. So secondary particulates arise from the interaction of gaseous pollutants, particularly ammonia, which is released from nitrogen-rich fertilizers. So this is an agricultural problem, and it's a transboundary air pollution problem as well. And also released by organic aerosols from VOC emissions. So transboundary air pollution is a problem, as the World Bank speaker told us. But of course, these particulates are not the ones that are doing the damage. The ones that are doing the damage are the ones that are coming out of diesel exhaust, because those are the ones that generate the nanoparticles in close proximity to the lungs of the people that breathe them in. However, governments much prefer to lump all particulate pollution together, and then they pretend that traffic is just a small contributor to the total. So if you talk to DEFRA, they will try to persuade you that only 13% of PM2.5 in the UK is from traffic, and half of that is from friction. So they actually managed to get the contribution of diesel down to about 6%, which of course gives you a completely distorted view of what's going on from a public health point of view. Next slide, please. So COVID mortality, this is an interesting thing, and I was fascinated by what Professor Kumar said about this. But there have been a couple of studies that were published beginning of last year, one by the Chan School of Public Health in Harvard, which showed that for every increase of 1 microgram per meter cubed in PM2.5, if you get COVID, your chances of dying is increased by 8%. There was another study from the Netherlands, and for that, the figure for that was that each increase of 1 microgram increased your mortality by 15%. So that means that people who live in cities in the UK who contract COVID-19 are between 40 and 80% more likely to die of it than people living in the country. And of course, because most of the BAME community live in the town, that may go some way to explain why the BAME community did so badly. It's not the only explanation, because there's occupational exposure and they live in more crowded houses and they're probably vitamin D deficient. But those are all things that contribute to the greater mortality amongst the COVID community. And this has been conspicuously ignored by all government advisors and every press conference that's been conducted about COVID. Next slide, please. So the next question is, can diesel toxicity be mitigated? Well, when I wrote to the chief scientific advisor back in 1989 and said, you know, hope it's not too late to stop this lunatic proposal, they actually took on board that diesel is carcinogenic. They actually had documents going around the Department of Health that accepted that it was carcinogenic, even though the WHO didn't accept that diesel was carcinogenic until 2011. So it's 22 years later, but better late than never, I suppose. But the problem is that their attempts, that what they decided to do was to sort of mitigate the problem by having Euro standards where the particulate that's allowed to be permitted is progressively reduced. And they did this by fitting diesel particulate filters, but of course they don't work very well. That's the problem. The first problem is that gasoline direct injection engines, which is sort of was the new thing on the block if you want to buy a petrol vehicle. Most of the new models are GDI. They produce more particulates, and I don't know if they're all fitted with DPF. I wondered whether the fact that air quality in Japan is getting worse, which is very odd, is because more of the cars are gasoline direct injection. Second thing is that particulate filters only filter out things down to about 50 nanometers. So ultrafine particles below that get through. I think the actual figure they emit is 35 nanometers, but it means the very ultrafine things get through. And then the other problem is that studies by Transport Environment, which is a lobby group in Brussels on traffic, I mean, they're very well informed and they do research, showed that ultrafine particles are emitted in large quantities when the diesel particulate filters are decoat, and that happens automatically every 300 miles. So the filters mop up the particles, and then every 300 miles they heat up and discharge them again as ultrafine particles. And of course that emission is not measured in any of the emissions tests. So it's like a cheat device. It's a bit like the Volkswagen cheat device, but it's done for every car that's fitted with a diesel particulate filter. So the only solution to mitigating the toxicity of diesel is to stop making the cars in the first place. And because petrol-driven vehicles are now GDI, they need to be banned as well. So I'm glad to say that the UK government has brought forward the date to ban ICE engines to 2030, but not before time. And every other country in the world should follow suit. Next slide, please. So look, I don't want to go on because there's got a lot of other slides here, but I think I've probably said most of what I want to say. Can I just go to the end slide, or the penultimate slide? So a lot of things about birth weight, mental health, intelligence, stuff like that, dementia. It's all in the briefing document that you've been provided with by the, by the Ramphal Institute. Just go back one slide. So this is quite important. This is a study that was done in non-smoking mothers in New York. They measured the level of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons in cord blood, at the end of their pregnancy. And these were non-smoking, so they weren't getting the PAHs from smoking. And they found that they followed them up. Can we just go back one slide? Sorry. They follow them up over time, and they found that the level of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons in the cord blood correlated with developmental delay at 3 years, reduced IQ at 5 years, anxiety, depression, inattention at 7 years, reduction in white surface matter on the left hemisphere at 8 years, and delayed self-regulatory behavior that became more significant over time. So everyone's wondering why there's an epidemic of mental health problems in British school children. Might it be due to the fact that we deliberately had a policy of promoting diesel vehicles from 2000 onwards? So up until 2000, the percentage of new cars sold in the UK that were diesel was about 14%. By 2015, it had reached 50%. So the government promoted the sale of a poisonous toxin emitted by diesel. Not a good policy. And it may explain why DEFRA are now so reluctant to admit that their previous strategy was a catastrophic mistake, and why they are reluctant now to bring in any decent air quality standards. Next slide, please. Or actually go to the end, that's fine. Go to the end. Keep going. Stop. Thank you. So just one thing, there's been 3 studies that have been done which show the causal link between air pollution and the putative effect. One was the Beijing Olympics. They did lock down a bit, and they stopped cars coming in, and air quality did improve. What's more, the birth weight of babies born during the Olympics went up. So that's a good study to show that improving air quality benefits health, because low birth weight is associated with a host of adverse health effects in later life. The second study was done in Los Angeles. They fitted air filters to schools. They found that academic performance went up. And the third thing was this study, the lockdown that was done in the UK. There was a Lancet study published earlier this year where they followed a cohort of adults and monitored them every month. And they found that, this is from March to August of last year, they found that the incidence of self-harm fell by 38%, depression by 43%, and anxiety by 48%. And that was correlated with a fall in nitrogen dioxide of about 60%. So just think about that when you wonder why we have an epidemic of problems with mental health. Next slide. So this is what I would conclude, that air pollution has a higher mortality than smoking globally in terms of global effects. It exerts both acute and chronic effects. There is now sufficient data to regard the association between air pollution and low birth weight as causative, and the maximum effect is seen during the last trimester, the period of most rapid fetal growth. So the Beijing study showed that the babies that did best, the mums, were in the last trimester of pregnancy. The data linking air pollution with neurocognitive deficits is compelling and plausible. The data on mental health is certainly preliminary. However, the precautionary principle should apply. And the precautionary principle demands that the UN make the right to clean air a human right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Russell-Jones. So I'd now like to introduce our third and final speaker for this session, Sarah Marif. Sarah has been Head of Environment and Climate Change Unit at the International Energy Agency since 2019. In this role, she oversees a range of work on energy and environmental policy issues and the IEA's international climate-related engagement. Sarah returned to the IEA in 2016 after starting her career there, having also worked at the Centre for Climate and Energy Solutions in Washington, DC, and the OECD Environment Directorate. Sarah.
Thank you very much, Rachel. It's an honor to be at this event with these distinguished speakers. So I'll just explain a little bit. I think the angle that we're coming at this from the IEA might be a little bit different. So first, just to introduce myself, I am Sarah Marif. As Rachel said, I'm head of the Environment and Climate Change Unit at the International Energy Agency, which is based in Paris. It's an intergovernmental organization. And I guess the question some people might be asking is, what's the interest that the IEA would have on, health, on air pollution? And really, it's because as an energy agency, we're very concerned with a sustainable energy future and understanding what are the impacts of energy use, energy production, and how do we make those beneficial over time. And so air pollution and the associated health impacts are very much an important concern for countries and for the IEA. It's an issue we've been looking at over many years, and it's something that we look at regularly now in our annual scenario exercises, which we produce under the World Energy Outlook. And several years ago, we actually explicitly included a scenario that really aims at achievement of all SDGs related to energy, including clean air and energy access, along with the climate mitigation goals. So this is something that's important to us. And what I'd like to do today is really, I guess, Professor Kumar sort of gave a bit of a background on the big picture and the issue with concentrations. And I think we've also had a really good overview on what are those health impacts of those concentrations. But I'll be looking more at that sources aspect of the pollution cycle. And really, perhaps in terms of the different communities involved in this issue, what's the link between, perhaps people working on air pollution and health impacts and us who are really looking at energy, and what are those policies on the energy side that can reduce those sources and reduce those pollution impacts. I'll be presenting just a few, some preliminary work that will be published shortly that was done by two of my colleagues. And it's really focused on India. It's a report that is looking at how do we sort of look at air pollution and climate issues in an integrated way from an energy policy perspective. Because our real aim is that if you have more synergies between policies, you have a greater chance of them being implemented effectively, and so of having the outcomes that you want. Just to mention, the IEA works quite a lot with India. They're an IEA association country. And so this work was in the context of our Clean Energy Transitions Program, which is working with a lot of key emerging economies around the world, including India, and was also supported by the UK FCDO. So really grateful that we were able to do this work. And we're an energy agency. We're looking at air pollution issues, but obviously we have to collaborate with people to look at the technical details of this. So we've been working with IASA, and for this study with Terry as well to look at more specific issues. So some of the numbers you see will be stemming from that. If I could just get the next slide, or I can share my screen. Okay, no, it's fine. Just to explain sort of why we're interested in this issue is looking across environmental impacts. Energy is really important to this. And so if you look at the energy sector's emissions of air pollution, you see that this is kind of a breakdown of where they are, and I'll give some examples looking at buildings and power. But you will see this bar with 2040. So what that number is it's really part of our IEA scenario exercises, and this number is looking at what do we think the outcome could be if India implements current policies and planned policies for sustainable energy and things that are being planned in its energy sector and energy using sectors, including industry. And what would be the impact of those policies? So this is what we call our stated policy scenario, and that will be coming up in some of the other figures. And what we see is, there are shifts anticipated. By 2040, we are expecting that the energy sector will be cleaner in India. There is a push for a greater share of renewables. There are policies to reduce pollution control measures, whether that's from transport or from industry, from power, from combustion. And so you see those reductions, particularly in power and in some cases in transport. There's also ambitions and aspirations to electrify transport greater. But you see that there's still a strong push on industrial activity, which we would think would still increase emissions from that sector. So it's just sort of important to get a sense of the energy sector, what it contributes, where it's going. If I can get to the next slide. So this is also just looking at the impact of those measures on concentrations. Colleagues of Terry helped produce this, looking at our IEA stated policy scenario. And if you do fully implement policies that are currently planned, you would see an improvement in PM2.5 concentrations, we think. Of course, I think what this acknowledges is that there are non-combustion sources of these emissions. As was pointed out, there are also non-energy combustion sources of these emissions, and you have geographic and meteorological conditions that could keep these issues being challenging. But we do think energy is an important part. It's also an area where we sort of understand what the issues are. We know what the technologies are, and it's an area where you can clearly act to reduce those emissions. So it's quite important to look at that. Next slide, please. So this sort of shows from that stated policy scenarios, if you shift to another scenario that really maximizes and pushes policy, technology, efficiency, you can have greater reductions in air pollution. So there's definitely potential there to go beyond what's currently planned. And if you sort of group together where you can get those reductions in these air pollutant emissions, so they're not all stemming just from measures that are explicitly meant to control pollution, but some of them are linked to transitioning to cleaner fuel sources. So away from sources like coal, and also transitioning to getting people access to cleaner burning fuels. So moving away from traditional biomass in households, moving towards LPG or electrification or other fuels that are cleaner. And all those measures can also, even though they're not explicitly targeted at reducing air pollution, will contribute to reducing those pollutants. So if I could get to the next slide, basically, yeah, I'll just give a little bit of example on household air pollution and what's being planned there and where we see that this could have an impact. Next slide. So indoor air pollution is quite an important health issue. I think using IASA numbers in 2019, the estimate was 600 million premature deaths related to indoor air pollution. India being one of the countries that has a really large share globally. And if you look at the current policy framework that's being planned, we actually see a reduction in premature deaths related to reduction in pollution, because there is quite a strong policy effort at the moment on this issue. There's government programs that are really focused on expanding household connections to being able to use liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, and that's been quite successful in the number of households it has reached. And therefore, there would be anticipated that there will be a shift away from solid fuels, which should have beneficial effects. But if you see the green bar on that India figure, again, that's to show that there is technically potential to reduce that number significantly if you completely switch to clean cooking fuels by 2030, which would be in line with the SDG target of access to sustainable and clean fuels. And that's kind of just to show that really there's different fuels that could be involved. If we could go to the next slide. And then that fuel mix can be different in rural and urban areas as well. But really what's important is reducing those PM2.5 emissions and doing that by switching away from combustion of biomass, also moving away from kerosene, having more efficient stoves as well, but really switching that fuel mix to be cleaner. And if it's difficult to get households to switch 100% to a clean fuel, so for example, perhaps households are not going to use 100% LPG, even if they're using a mix of fuels, which is known as fuel stacking, as long as that whole mix is clean, you can really have very significant impacts. And so there's been a lot of policy push in this area. A lot more households have the connection and the ability to use LPG. But in practice, having households really actually use those fuels beyond just having the connection to that fuel remains a challenge and remains sort of a focus for really getting those things implemented moving forward. So if I could just get the next slide. Because I'd like to switch now to mention an area that's more related to ambient air pollution. And it sort of straddles power and transport. So we've heard quite a bit about the negative impacts of transport emissions on health. And there's a focus here on trying to improve that. And one of those strategies is electrification of road transport. Not just of road transport, but that is something that is explicitly an aspiration of the government and something there's been quite ambitious targets that have also been aspirationally expressed. So having a 30% share of electric vehicles, for example, in all new vehicle sales by 2030. So to look a little bit at this issue, just to frame the context, if I could have the next slide. Sorry, if I could have the next slide. Yeah, sorry. Just to say, when it comes to ambient air pollution in the stated policy scenarios, unlike for indoor air pollution, the premature deaths are not seen to decrease, but increase. They would perhaps have been higher if you wouldn't have had the policies that are currently planned. But there are so many factors that are pushing emissions upwards, whether that's population increase, increase in energy use, increase in industrial activity, transport activity, urbanization. So there's a lot of countervailing factors that even though you do have policies that are currently being planned, would really increase pollution levels. So really points to the need for looking at where can these levers be reduced. And also making sure that we actually even achieve a limited increase by really fully implementing the policies that are currently planned and that should have some impact. Next slide, please. So this is if you look just at the power sector. Power sector being pretty important. It's an important source of air pollution. And this was looking particularly at sulfur dioxide. It's an important source of sulfur dioxide emissions. And with a fuel switch to cleaner fuels, we will have perhaps not as much increase in these fuels, but implementing measures to reduce pollutant controls will be very key. So there has been new regulations for thermal power plants that have been proposed, looking not just at SO2 but also nitrous oxides, PM2.5. And so this is something that is on the table. And say if you take a 2030 snapshot, those measures should be implemented and would then, if implemented, actually have quite a significant impact. So it shows the importance of policy in this area. If I could go to the next slide. I'll just give you a minute to look at that. So this is really looking at what happens if you do electrify transport. And there's a lot of debate on this. Some people think you have to have a much cleaner mix for this to be useful or not. There are still quite a lot of benefits to this. So if you look at those nitrous oxide figures, that goes down immediately. So you have a net positive impact on those emissions from road transport electrification immediately. When it comes to sulfur dioxide emissions, you do have a net positive impact, especially going forward. But that is quite contingent on having those emission pollution control measures implemented. Because if you go to the next slide, just to show that that net impact is really different without pollution control measures being in place. So if for some reason the measures that are currently planned would not be implemented or not be implemented, say, you know, by the time we look at that 2030 point, then we see that, you know, your impact is actually quite minimal on those emissions, because your power sector is going to be emitting more, and we really need those policy measures there in place. So I think that it's just an illustration from the energy perspective that you do have multiple objectives. And when a government's looking overall at its energy sector and its energy use, you know, you want to reduce CO2 emissions, you want cleaner fuels, you want air pollution reduction, and you have these different objectives. And it's helpful to sort of look at them together to see, well, what's the impact of achieving this policy goal on another policy goal? And also just underscoring that pollution control measures are really key to limiting air pollution, even in the context of an energy sector transition and an energy sector that is going to be over time becoming, you know, less polluting in terms of the fuels it's using. So I'll just do my last slide, which is basically, if there's just a few things to take away from our perspective, it's really that, you know, policy choices are important to air quality and death. And I think that Dr. Russell-Jones really pointed that out quite starkly. And as an energy agency, we think energy policy choices are important here and will be really important to air pollution, and especially in the context of India and the challenge of air pollution there and the premature deaths related there. And that thinking about these policies in a more integrated way or connected way will hopefully maximize their chance of being implemented effectively and efficiently, because they'll be achieving their output. And that's really our aim as an energy sector player as part of this debate on air pollution. So I think I'll leave it there. Thank you so much for the invitation. And it's been really wonderful to hear the other presentations and hear such distinguished professors speak about these topics. Thank you.
Sarah, thank you very much, and thank you to all of the speakers in this session today. We've got about 20 minutes left. If people do have questions, please do post them in the chat. I would like to open with a question of my own, actually, following up from where Sarah left off. For all of the speakers, I'd like to hear what they have to say. I mean, it's clear that reducing petrol and diesel vehicles is one of the most effective policies for reducing air pollution, particularly around nitrogen dioxide. But what other good policies should be put in places like Mumbai, for example, which Professor Kumar highlighted, where they've got better public transport in place already and the effects of that might be less? And Sarah mentioned indoor air pollution and energy as well. You know, should we be making a tailored approach to each city depending on what would work best to reduce air pollution and what can deliver, you know, multiple objectives? Professor Kumar, do you want to pick up on that at all? Is he still there?
I can say something if you like, Rachel.
That would be great. Thank you, Dr. Russell-Jones.
Well, I mean, the policy that everyone needs to adopt is get rid of diesel. Full stop. I mean, that would solve most of your air pollution problems. I mean, if you look at Delhi, they have levels, median levels of 143 micrograms per meter cubed, and at certain times of year go up to 1,000 when they do their crop burning. So obviously that needs to be dealt with. You ought to ban crop burning, not just talk about it. But most of the pollution in Delhi is sort of from construction. So, you know, if you measure PM210, then a lot of it is going to be from dust from construction. But we don't know that's particularly harmful to health. I mean, I imagine it would clog up lungs if you were a sort of a construction worker. But as far as producing nanoparticles is concerned, it's not a problem. So you need to concentrate on the sources of the nanoparticles. You need to get rid of those. So the first thing are those tuk-tuks that go, you know, around, chundering around. As far as I know, they've got no sort of particulate filters of any sort. Not that particulate filters work particularly well, but they do something. Where the tuk-tuks, I think, are probably uncontrolled. And they're sort of running around all over the shop. So BP, my friend Neil Smither, is in charge of a project in Mumbai where they are powering tuk-tuks with batteries, and they're slot-in batteries, so they're quite light. So the tuk-tuk just drives into the battery center. They take out the old battery and put in a new one. So there you've got clean energy. It doesn't take a minute to change the battery, and you've got clean tuk-tuk. So that's going to make a huge difference.
Sorry, I was on the wrong kind of window. Just to add, I think the point you made actually, that one size doesn't fit all actually, so that's very true. So these cities are very different. For example, Delhi is landlocked as compared to Kolkata or Mumbai, where you get the benefit of the sea breeze kind of flushing out the emissions, and their transport infrastructure is very different as well. So, for example, as you rightly mentioned, Mumbai is very, have got quite a good rail infrastructure as compared to what you see in Delhi. But then there is also an impact actually, which usually people do ignore, which is the seasonality. So, for example, in the winters, actually, some of the dominant sources are, some of the crop burning in the surrounding area that becomes quite complicated. As compared to the summers when the road dust suspension and the coarse particles actually they start dominating, and some of the difference is made by the meteorology itself, because you got a better dispersion conditions during summers as compared to winters. I would slightly add actually on the construction bit that the construction is not just the source of the PM10, but it's also the PM2.5 and nanoparticles. The reason being that these nanoparticles, basically, which is a very lovely area, especially for myself, actually doing my PhD in that particular topic, is that they come from the same sources, which is the combustion. And we should not really, forget actually the non-road machinery for the construction, which has got a really big engines with a very filthy, the kind of emissions coming out of it without any filtration. So, and if you go to cities like, the developing cities, actually anywhere, you will see almost every 200 meters there is a, the construction work going on, and you might find actually a lot of them working using the least quality fuel, because if you go to the petrol stations, you can find the non-lead fuel and the leaded fuel, and they both have got a different rates as well. So people choose actually to go for the one which is cheaper than the other. People try to buy actually the vehicles which are they're driven by the diesel, because the diesel is cheaper than the petrol or the CNG. So unless you can afford them or the policies are put in place, then there will be this diversity there. So I think just to summarize very quickly, some of the fundamental, the things remain the same. For example, the sources, anything you are combusting, either it's a roadside burning, landfill, the burning, or the burning of the fuel in the vehicles, it remains almost, the same everywhere you go, and they will produce a similar kind of, the emissions depending on the engine technology or the burning technology you are using. So the important is the bespoke kind of, the approach actually for the different areas, because some sources might be more dominant as compared to others, which has been basically a focus of one of the projects I was highlighting, this UK-India SF Delhi, where we are characterizing the different sources in this particular region.
I mean, could I just say something in response? I mean, that's fascinating. So what you're saying is that the nanoparticles from construction, they're generated by the fact that you've got diesel generators on the construction site. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So on the construction site, you got not the diesel generators, but also these big, these big machines actually, which are doing the the scavenging or earth excavation and other things. So they got like really big engines in there, and the PM 2.5, PM1, and the ultrafine particles, they all come from the combustion process. So this is just the smaller fraction actually, which you cannot measure by mass. You have to measure by number, and the reason for them not to be monitored routinely is that the equipments are expensive. there is a lot of problems actually in measuring them. For example, the particles less than 30 nanometers, which are volatile in nature, and they can simply evaporate, under different conditions. So you could measure actually a very different numbers at the same place. So it's a challenge actually for the regulatory bodies, and that's what there are some new initiatives coming in this area where, for example, if you remember the Euro 6 actually, where you got the first ever guidance on the emissions in terms of the particle number concentration. So if you look at the guidance, there is already guidance there, but it's not for the ambient air quality. It's for the emissions coming from the different vehicles, and those guidances doesn't exist actually in the developing world. So it's very far behind actually.
Yeah, but my view is it's a bit of a delusion, because I think these Euro 6 standards don't do what they claim on the tin. I don't think that diesel particulate filters work very well. They work when they're running at low temperature, but as soon as they're heated up to regenerate themselves, as they call it, they emit clouds of nanoparticles. And those clouds are not measured in the European emissions testing system. So it's a cheat device for particulate filters for diesel vehicles. I mean, and I don't think diesel can be made clean. I think diesel ought to be banned, full stop, every bit. I mean, in Nigeria, for example, I have a friend who set up a mobile phone network, and because the national grid in Nigeria is a bit erratic, they have to have diesel generators on site where they have the masts to transmit the signal. So he had to set up a network of 15,000 masts in Nigeria. Each of those masts had not one but two diesel generators, and it had to have 3 guards to give 24-hour cover so the diesel didn't get stolen. And I mean, that is just a lunatic proposal or system, because what you should be doing, you should be having a few PV panels and a battery, and it would be clean and you wouldn't need guards 24 hours a day.
Yep.
Thank you both for that. Sarah, is there anything that you wanted to add to that at all?
Sure. I mean, I can, just in terms of your question on sort of the bespoke issue, I think that's, just to echo, I think that's true. And you mentioned indoor air pollution. And that's true, for example, in different urban areas when you're looking at switching away from solid fuels, whether using natural gas or eventually biogas was an option will really depend on, does that make sense for a given city and the infrastructure involved? Will electrification be a better strategy? And even in rural areas, are there areas where modern biomass can be developed and used and combusted much more cleanly versus others where perhaps that's not an option and you would stick to LPG? So I think there's definitely different situations will call for different policies, although there are things that we know would be good to do everywhere when it comes to fuels, or even like actually implementing fuel standards like the Bharat 6 standards, and which are sound, and if those rolled out, when they're fully rolled out, will really have an impact. So things like that we know will be good everywhere, and including large point source emissions. Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, there's so many, as I think the other speakers have mentioned, there's so many complex specific issues for each area that will need to be bespoke.
But I'd ask you, Sarah, I mean, why would you go to another fossil fuel? I mean, if the IEA is concerned about climate change, why would you go to LPG or LNG or anything? Because from a climate change point of view, gas is probably worse than coal because of all the methane that's released when it's extracted, particularly if you use fracking to extract it.
Well, I think what we were looking at in this report is really looking at the current policies being planned in India and the impacts those would have. And using LPG to replace solid biomass is currently the big focus of the government, and they are moving forward with that. And it does have a positive impact on the air pollution side.
Yeah, but what about climate change?
But the combusting solid biomass is also extremely bad from a climate change perspective.
Exactly.
In terms of methane and black carbon. So the switching out with LPG, at least currently, it's unclear that would have a very negative impact on the climate, just in terms of the scale of the household cooking use. So overall, just to know, there's also a lot of uncertainty on the statistics about actual biomass usage in India, and also, a lot of uncertainty on the black carbon role. But it's possible that overall, this isn't necessarily, from a climate perspective, negative when it comes to access to clean cooking. Just from a cooking perspective and switching to cleaner fuels there.
Why don't you use
electricity
electricity for cooking? I mean, if you use electricity for cooking, you don't have a problem. As long as it's clean electricity, you use
as long as it's clean electricity. But it's just in practice, providing electricity at the level and the stable level that would be needed to give all those rural households access is a challenge in and of itself. And I think bringing electricity to those households has been extremely challenging as it is, and doing it at a level that would also enable use of it for cooking, I think eventually is a good idea, and it's something that's being explored. But I think in terms of the immediate priority, it's not a simple thing to do either.
Well, it's simple if you do it by microgeneration. It's a massive problem if you do it according to the traditional approach, was to have a massive farm somewhere, and then solar farm or something, and then you try and route it. I mean, if each village had its own little microgeneration project, you wouldn't have to bring electricity to the village, because the village would be creating it itself.
Yeah. So
sorry, I think. Go ahead, Professor.
Yeah, just to add, I think what you're saying is right, actually. So that the best solution is you bring the cleanest fuel, which is the electricity or the green energy, in terms of either coming from the solar power or coming from wind power. In a lot of these countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, the solar is not a problem there. You got a lot of sunshine. The biggest challenge is basically getting the right infrastructure, or the appropriate infrastructure at the right place. So a lot of places, they don't even have the electricity, in the rural areas. And if you're talking about relying actually their cooking on the electricity, it's not going to happen. And even if it happens, it might cost something. So the cost affordability becomes another issue, because people want you to use actually the things which are cheapest available. For example, cow dung, or the biomass actually they're producing from their farms, because they don't need to pay for it. So I think that there is a mix of problem actually. So that's what I said. The cities actually, they have got a bit different problem than you can see in the villages, where a lot of population lives in countries like India. So for example, in cities, you have the infrastructure to produce actually, the electricity, but that infrastructure is not sufficient enough to cope with the demand. So for example, if you look at the demand and the supply of electricity in Delhi itself, you can find out there is a big kind of shortfall. The infrastructure is not there. In villages, you don't get the electricity 24 hours in many places, including myself. Actually, I live there. My house is like 70 kilometers away from Delhi, and we still don't get actually the electricity there whole 24 hours. And so I think that there is a trade-off between the infrastructure affordability and what's available to the people, what's needed actually from the policy front. So I think it's quite a lot of the gap to be filled in different directions, and be practically what can work and what cannot work.
I think that's really well made there. I'm conscious of the time. There's only 5 minutes left, and we do have another question from David Gomez in the sidebar, so I'm just keen to move it on. It is a question for Sarah. What has been the response from small developing states? So many small states are of the view that air pollution is not a concern because of the low levels of premature deaths. So that one was directed at you, Sarah.
Okay, well, I think that's interesting. I think, first of all, what you see is, I don't know if from an energy perspective, I think what could be helpful is for countries to not necessarily view just air pollution as a separate objective, because often if they have other goals, so if they're seeking to lower their CO2 emissions or other GHG emissions, those measures would also, in many cases, reduce air pollution emissions. So I don't think they need to necessarily, it needs to be sort of the primary aim, if that's not their primary aim at the current moment. But another thing to remember is a lot of countries that are perhaps smaller, if they stay small, that's fine. If they're countries that might grow in terms of economy, population, energy use, then you also need to think about, do you want to end up in a situation where you have this problem that you then need to manage, and this big air pollution problem? And I think the solution is switching to more sustainable fuels and cleaner fuels is just a better strategy overall, whether or not you immediately have a concern over premature deaths or not.
Thank you. I don't know if either of the other two speakers want to come in at all on that question.
Can I just mention one thing? There's a chap called Jeremy Leggett who used to work for Greenpeace many years ago, but then he set up a company called Solar Sentry. So what he does, he goes to countries in Africa like Kenya, and he replaces their kerosene burning lamps, which they use at night, and they're very polluting. All he does, he puts up a PV panel, he connects it to a battery, and the battery runs their mobile phone, their lighting, LED lighting, and their television at night, and the computer. And there is a simple system that just is an individual household. But you can link those PV panels together to form a network for the whole village, and you can link adjacent villages together. So you've got a power system that does not depend on the national grid. And the problem is that politicians think everything's got to be centrally controlled, therefore electricity has to be centrally supplied. It's a fundamental mistake.
Thank you. It's clearly a very complex area, but I think what's been really interesting is looking at the different approaches that may be required in our cities and megacities across the Commonwealth, and that compared to more rural areas, what current infrastructure actually exists. We've got 2 minutes left. Is there anything else that any of the three speakers today you'd like to say that you feel like you haven't had a chance to say before we close?
Well, Rachel, I just wanted to rejoin the panel at this juncture to say thanks to you. We did not get a chance to introduce Rachel at the head. Rachel is the head of public affairs for the charity, for the walking and cycling charity Sustrans. So they're doing quite a bit of work and advocacy work in this area, advocating for alternative forms of transportation as a means of reducing, and I think air pollution. I think that's a very attractive charity for me, at least, because I do a lot of cycling, but I don't do enough of it or enough walking. But I wanted to thank her on behalf of the Ramphal Institute, and certainly on behalf of the panel for moderating quite a really nice panel. I have several comments here in my chat saying great panel, so I think you guys were been a hit for today already. So thanks very much to all of you. Rachel, if you want, I can close by saying that this is our last panel for the morning session. We're now into the afternoon. We will now take a half-hour break and reconvene at 2 p.m. BST with panel 4. But certainly I want to thank Professor Kumar, Sarah, and Dr. Russell Jones for the time you've spent with us and for the information you've shared. We've really benefited from that, and I hope that we will all remain in touch with each other. I certainly will be in touch with all of you from here going forward. So thank you very much, and have a good afternoon, and have a nice lunch.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Everybody.
Thanks. Thanks, Rachel. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Janelle Tomlinson, and I'm particularly honored to have been offered this opportunity to moderate this session. Session 3, which seeks to assess how we mitigate the harmful effects of air pollution on women, children, and vulnerable groups. Now, just to provide a bit of context, air pollution is considered one of our greatest problems, on account not only of its impact on climate change, but also its impact on public and individual health due to increasing morbidity and mortality. And interestingly, the vulnerable appear to be most at risk, as studies have linked air pollution to decreased cognitive performance among the elderly, and other scholars suggest that poor air quality is especially dangerous to the young. The World Health Organization reports that in 2016, an estimated 6.5 million premature deaths were linked to household and ambient air pollution, with the majority, an estimated 94% of those deaths, occurring in low and middle income countries. The United Nations Children's Fund further states that an estimated 7 million babies around the world are breathing in toxic air, and in India, about 83% of rural households and nearly 20% of urban households use solid biomass fuels for cooking, which requires long hours, uses lots of oils, and therefore produces oil vapors, which are inhaled and therefore impact a lot, of the breathing issues surrounding persons who undertake a lot of that, which are women and the youth. Now, such pollution has been shown to disproportionately affect women's livelihoods, as well as the overall development of children. And governments and local authorities should therefore seek to prioritize policies and measures which reduce the impacts of these on vulnerable groups. Now, this afternoon, we would like to explore this topic a bit more and hear from some of our experts on the impacts of air pollution. And with us are Simon Burkett, an environmental campaigner, who is the founder and director of Clean Air in London. He has campaigned since 2006 for full compliance with WHO guidelines for air quality throughout London and elsewhere. Between 2015 and 2019, he was the air pollution stakeholder on the high-level and intergovernmental stakeholder and advisory group for UNEP's 6th Environmental Outlook. He has a Master of Science from the London Business School and a first-class honors degree in civil engineering from the University of Melbourne. Thank you so much for joining us, Simon, and welcome. Our second panelist is Ms. Tara Daniel, who, as program manager of the Women's Environment and Development Organization, WEDO, leads their portfolio on feminist climate finance, supports women's participation in leadership in the climate negotiations, and advocates for gender-responsive climate policies, particularly working with the women and gender constituency. She draws from her interdisciplinary background, which includes a dual master in sustainable development and conservation biology and public policy from the University of Maryland for her feminist analysis and advocacy. And our final panelist, who should be with us shortly, is Ms. Tara Ramanathan, who has over 15 years of leadership experience working in the areas of social impact, tackling a wide range of issues, including clean energy and climate change, in particular in low and middle income countries. Over the past 6 years, her career has been spent as director at Next Leaf Analytics, developing a vision and strategy to use data advocacy to improve the reliability of clean cooking solutions for over 3 billion people worldwide. So ladies and gentlemen, we recognize that we have a panel here that has expertise in a host of different areas, and I'm particularly happy to be able to learn from and to hear from you in the audience this morning. So I'll invite Simon to go ahead with his presentation as he seeks to highlight some of the issues surrounding outdoor pollution, as well as the ongoing negotiations surrounding that. Simon, over to you.
Can you hear me all right now? You can, yeah. Just you can hear me okay? Okay, all right. So let me go. Here we are. So I'm going to talk about the impact of air pollution on Commonwealth countries, but in particular a focus on vulnerable people. The most important thing to remember about air pollution is that it comprises local air pollution and greenhouse gases. And air pollution is the world's largest environmental health risk, killing an estimated 7 million people a year. Now, a lot of people think of air pollution as a problem that has been resolved. They remember the Great Smog of 1952 in London, and that problem has gone. But actually, air pollution is killing as many people now as we thought it was in those days. So in 1952, we were worried about the respiratory effects from short-term exposure to air pollution from visible coal and wood burning. But it wasn't until many years later that we discovered that long-term exposure to invisible air pollution has huge health effects, in particular cardiovascular effects. But we now know that air pollution affects every organ of our bodies pretty much at every stage of our lives to some extent. This is a picture of air pollution today around the world. Obviously, the picture changes every day. There's a serious air pollution episode in Nepal at the moment, and also in China and South Korea, where they've just closed the schools for several days. Clean Air in London started, as Janelle mentioned, 15 years ago, and this really was our mission at that time. Think about air pollution as split between local air pollution and greenhouse gases, London and any city, and the rest of the world. And to my mind, people who are setting climate change targets for 2030 or 2050 are like a general sitting behind the front lines in the First World War, drawing a sweeping line to invade through France one way or the other. Whereas in that top left box, air pollution in cities, the World Health Organization guideline, in many cases the legal limit for air pollution, is being breached every single day. Now, if we can mobilize political leadership, technology, and lifestyle change in that top left box, I think we can show people how to crack their wider environmental problems anyway. This gives a sense of how air pollution locally is absolutely independent with what's happening on the climate stage, and in particular COP26 later this year. So what is air pollution? Of course, it's the local air pollution and greenhouse gases, but that local air pollution splits between particles such as PM2.5 and PM10 and gases. Those particles, which are often highest in countries like India or Eastern Europe, are regulated as a lump for health and legal purposes. And whereas the gases, the key ones that it's a whole cloud of gases, and we hear it in particular of something like nitrogen dioxide, which is very easily measured. It's a very good indicator of combustion pollution, and the levels of nitrogen dioxide are much higher in Europe typically than anywhere else in the world. And of course, this year we've had to deal with COVID-19 and last year. So what's the health advice? Broadly speaking, the more scientists look, the more they find. Air pollution does pretty much affect us at every stage of our lives. The World Health Organization produces the guidelines, which I think are the bedrock of this issue. They were published in 2006. They are due to be updated shortly, and I think that will have a dramatic effect when they produce new guidelines, possibly as soon as May this year, which I have no inside information, but they could perhaps even halve from 10 to 5 or from 40 to 20 some of the existing World Health Organization guidelines. And I think that is going to shake everyone up and bring a renewed focus to air pollution. At the end of last year, a little girl had, for the very first time ever, air pollution recorded as a cause of death on her death certificate. And that really is a great credit to her mother, Rosamond Adu-Kissi Deborah. I'll come back to more of that later. And there is an app which Clean Air in London has produced called the Clean Air in Cities app, and that tries to give you an indication of what day-to-day levels of pollution are like. Here we are where you can find more information. I showed you the map earlier on, the AQICN map, which is a very good indicator. But just bear in mind that some sites show air pollution as being green for many days, but what they're doing is they're showing you air pollution relative to alert levels, not to the World Health Organization guideline day in, day out. And so that quite often gives a misleading impression of air pollution as being low, and it's not low, it's just not hitting alert levels for many days of the year, hopefully. There are other ways, of course, you can track air pollution. I've listed some of those. So what is climate change? Greenhouse gases trap more energy and increase the planet's temperature. But one of the things which I've found, and one of the reasons why the general public quite often does not understand climate change, is because the phrase is used to conflate many issues. So when people talk about climate change, they may mean global warming, they may mean changes in the climate, they may be talking about emissions. It's important also to remember that climate change has short, medium, and long-term effects, with obviously higher impacts at the polar regions and at altitude, for example, in the Himalaya. Short term, we're seeing many of the effects of climate change already. Warmer, drier summers, the oceans being acidified, wildfires, droughts, desertification, which is the sort of problem which is triggering some of these huge dust episodes in Asia at the moment. And we have a cloud of Saharan dust heading towards the UK. Medium term, we'll have more desertification, crop failures, and other issues. And longer term, perhaps over 100, 200, 300 years, we could get significant rises in sea level. But crucially, I think, and very relevant to this conversation today about vulnerable people, is that many of the issues raised by climate change are intergenerational. It's about what we're perhaps enjoying now through lazy lifestyles, but passing on big problems to the next and future generations. So what's actually the background to this? What is coming up this year? COP26 is being held 6 years. Obviously, it was intended to be 5 years at the end of last year, but was postponed. COP26 is following the Paris Agreement, which aims to limit global temperatures to between 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. Crucially, we need to peak globally in the greenhouse gas emissions, because so long as those keep being added to the global atmosphere, temperatures will keep rising. Paris Agreement did very many things in 1952, and I've included a list of them here. But crucially, a number of the really tough issues, some of the rule book measures, some of the commitments were just too hard to finalize and agree in 2015. So they were bumped down the track, pushed down the track for 5 years to COP26. So what did the Paris Agreement in 2015 leave to COP26? It was about countries submitting plans to really keep within this 1.5 degree and 2 degree range, countries submitting confirming financial commitments and sorting out the rule book. Now, this is a really important slide because about 80%, let's say 80% of total gases are greenhouse gases. And that is also a very high overlap with the sources, guess what, of local air pollution. And this picture just shows that really, if we're talking about local air pollution and climate change, about 80% of the sources are exactly the same. So what are we doing about the sources of local air pollution and greenhouse gases? This is what surprises me. I've analyzed 6.5 million tweets globally over the last year, about 2/3 of those on air pollution and about 2.5 million on COP26. And then I analyzed them, each of those streams of tweets, by 20 different topics. And on air pollution, you'll see that the top key concerns for people are sort of things like health and cities. And what's a bit disturbing is that for everyone who's talking about air pollution, COP26 comes even below fake news in terms of the amount of discussion about it. Similarly, on COP26, the discussion seems to be dominated by 2 or 3 wonderful activists like Greta Thunberg and others. But the discussion really is about generalizations about, we're worried about climate change or there's a climate emergency. It's not focused on these really crucial, actual, real issues of justice, cities, health, and air pollution. This is the same data shown in full and quantitatively. Now, what do we have to do at COP26? Well, on the left of this slide, it's what Patricia Espinosa, the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, said the priorities should be. On the right, these are the UK's priorities. They're not quite aligned, which does concern me a bit, but Alok Sharma is doing an extremely good job. Here, the mood music for COP26. How's it going? What do we think is, what's it shaping up to look like? Well, at the moment, we are way off track. The world does not have commitments from countries to keep our global temperature rise between this crucial 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees centigrade. And the only way to do that is to set a deadline, a deadline which will deliver that for the emission of greenhouse gases. Plans have been submitted for those emissions from 75 out of 194 countries. 100 billion was promised, and that's not being delivered on. That was promised by 2020. Interestingly, India is reluctant to set a net zero deadline, but they're making a very fair point, which is that actually developed countries have not delivered on their commitments. They haven't. The developed countries have not produced the finance, the annual 100 billion a year that they said they would do in 2015. And of course, many of the developed countries are those who created this global warming problem in the first place. So India's got a very fair point, but what we do need is for India to commit to a net zero deadline. They've said they will go to net zero, but they've not set any deadline. Australia, I am actually an Australian, so I can say this. I'm very disappointed with the Australian government. They're saying that they want to achieve net zero as soon as possible. It is a very wealthy country, and they should be setting a deadline of 2050 at the absolute latest to get down to zero emissions. And crucially, getting back to my point, it's not just about agreeing this net zero deadline. We also need to deliver on rule books and finance and many other points. These are the things that we need. I've given a list there, but I think one of the crucial things is that even if everyone does these things, each country needs to put its house in order. And that basically means comply with existing air pollution laws, publish plans, and have legislation which will actually deliver on the promises. So, for example, the UK has promised net zero by 2050, but it has no plan in place to achieve that. And it has no legislation to back up some of the aims that it's set, for example, to ban the sale of petrol and diesel cars by 2030. These are some solutions which I think we need to focus on. The most important one is that we should think about air as one thing. It's not just about greenhouse gases or local air quality, because that's how we ended up with diesel, frankly. We need to think about zero air emissions. That is the way in which we're going to protect public health and reduce climate change. I talk sometimes about lifestyle measures, this combination of political leadership, lifestyle change, and technology. And what I mean by lifestyle change, it's not some hippie lifestyle. What I'm talking about is a range or spectrum of measures from bans to charges to public understanding campaigns to incentives which make it easy for people, and finally adoption like the use of seatbelts in many countries. And I think we also need to remember that this isn't all about bad news. This is really about opportunity. There is a fantastic opportunity to re-engineer our cities and make them cleaner and healthier and much more livable. I think there are at least 4 things which Commonwealth countries can do and should do. And I speak having been born in one and living in another. I really do think it is important that everyone talks about zero air emissions. These references to carbon neutral or net zero can lead to an awful lot of fudges, and somebody senior in the COP26 process embarrassed themselves recently by referring to carbon neutral, which basically can be interpreted as meaning no change, whereas actually we need to get down to zero, which is something much tougher. Enshrine the World Health Organization's new air quality guidelines, not the 2005 version, whatever the new ones turn out to be, but enshrine those in national clean air acts, because those are very much out of date. Please, all the Commonwealth countries should join. Many of them, I hope, will already be within this group, but the Commonwealth countries, I hope, or I would like to see, join over 60 countries in total already in calling for the universal right to a safe, clean, healthy and sustainable environment. And that is something which is being pushed very hard at the UN level, and I hope it'll be done before COP26. And lastly here, I think it is important that all Commonwealth countries look to play their equitable and full part in engaging all stakeholders everywhere in ensuring that we do have a successful outcome at COP26, which puts us absolutely on track to keep global warming between 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees centigrade. This is a quote which I like. This is not about rewards or punishments. It's just that when we're talking about air pollution or greenhouse gases or climate change, in nature, there are consequences. If we don't tackle these problems, there will be consequences. So let's get on with it, and let's take the opportunity to make a much happier, cleaner world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon, for that presentation. And there are a few things that struck me during your presentation I'd just like to reiterate before I head on to Tara. So I appreciate the fact how you sort of simplified, the issue of air pollution, what it is, how greenhouse gases contribute to it, to kind of lay the foundation for the rest of your presentation. Also, the idea of you doing that social media analysis on Twitter, I think that was also important because, with social media becoming such an important part of so many of our lives, it's interesting to see how people think and what's at the forefront of their minds. And, seeing that the issue of health and cities, mitigation and pollutants kind of emerged initially, yet there are other issues such as justice that maybe are not getting the required attention. I think that was particularly interesting as well. You highlighted some of the pledges and the challenges that are being encountered on that end and how countries aren't sticking, to the ambitions that they have put forward. So again, that's something that we need to tackle. And, this particular idea of putting your house in order and complying, with established laws and ensuring that frameworks are there. It is something that governments need to recognize and prioritize moving forward. Whether or not they recognize the importance is a whole other conversation, but I do see the importance of that. And then finally, this idea of the universal right to a healthy and sustainable environment is so important, not only for existing generations, but for the future generations as well. And, as a young person who is active in the climate space, I'm particularly happy, that you put forward that idea and emphasize how important it is and for Commonwealth countries to get involved. So thank you so much for those points. They have been well received. And again, I have a few other questions, but I think I'll leave those and hear from Tara, and then I can pose the questions to both of you to see maybe how your responses are similar or different. So thanks again. And now I will invite Tara to do her presentation, which is from another context, but still critical, still important, particularly when we look at the issue of gender. So Tara, I ask you to take the floor.
you so much, and it's such a privilege to follow Simon and that introduction. I'm realizing as I'm looking at my title now that it's a bit ambitious. This is not a thorough introduction to gender and air pollution, but rather just a highlighting of a few key elements of understanding why a gender analysis is not only useful but vital to designing and addressing appropriate policies and solutions for air pollution. So the Women's Environment and Development Organization, where I work, is a global women's advocacy organization, and we're promoting and protecting human rights, gender equality, and the integrity of the environment. The reason this is important is because of the internet connectivity and recognizing here that not only is gender and specifically an intersectional feminist lens critical to understanding the scope and the depth of air pollution as a challenge and as a global challenge, but the ways in which gender equality contributes to creating a just and healthy world and contributes to real lasting solutions. One of the first things that comes to mind when we start to think about gender is sexual and reproductive health and rights, including maternal and child health. And these are just a few statistics and pieces of information, some of which have been featured in compilations, literature reviews of looking at all of the various ways in which gender and climate change are intersecting. So we know that possibly 18% of preterm births globally might be associated with particulate matter, nearly 3 million births a year. We also see the connections between local gases and particulate matter with low birth weight. And when we're looking with an intersectional lens, we're also recognizing that there are other variables to be considered here. This particular study looked at race, but age, race, ethnicity, geography, education, ability, caste, class, these are all vital variables to consider. And even when studies are controlling for variables, when we live our lives, these identities, these conditions, characteristics, they intersect in our lives. And it's important to recognize the ways in which those that are already marginalized can be further marginalized by these health and environmental challenges. Particularly in the study that was looking at exposure to air pollution associated with infertility, they were looking at the distance from highly trafficked areas as local air pollution emerging from, arising from high traffic near cities, and we see the ways in which geography and race and class often intersect and the patterns of where people are living and working. We can also start looking at this correlation and intersection and interplay between physiological aspects of sex and our socially constructed gender roles. There was one study that I really appreciated, recognizing that already there's a different baseline for cognitive decline among older women than older men, but that when we start to look at air pollution that's further perhaps contributing to this decline at a rate that is different and that is having an outsized effect on women. And we do not fully understand all of the different factors that may be interplaying in the ways in which women's lives often differ from men's. And I do want to specify that when we're talking about gender, we're also not using a male or female binary, but recognizing that socially constructed gender roles affect all genders and gender expressions. We also see the ways in which caregiving roles that often are put upon women at a disproportionate rate, whether they're caring for elderly or children, can be associated with their ability to work on bad days for air pollution in a local setting. So we see the incredible importance of having this data, of making sure that our analyses from the get-go recognize that sex and gender disaggregated data are vital. And I was so glad that Simon introduced COP26 and the multilateral framework of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change that works to address the climate change challenge through a global multilateral mechanism, because at COP25, the most recent conference of the parties, there was a new Lima Work Program on Gender and its Gender Action Plan that was adopted. There are many activities within this plan, but these highlight specifically the importance of ensuring that governments have the capacity and the responsibility to get this vital data. The importance of having the evidence base and recognizing the differentiated impacts, as well as the ways in which women and men and women and girls in their full diversity can contribute to opportunities and solutions for climate change. And ensuring that all of this data is ultimately used for making the best, most gender responsive policies, plans, and actions. So when we're thinking about these policies and solutions, the Gender Action Plan also has several activities that I wanted to highlight here, because we want to ensure that the technological solutions that are deployed are gender responsive, that they draw from local knowledge, that they ensure women's full voice, participation, leadership, and opportunity. And that we're providing the appropriate pathways for every gender to have access to the education and capacity to contribute to creating these more robust, more transformative, more sustainable solutions. We want to also ensure the voice and participation and engagement of women's rights organizations, feminist movements, of those that are working on gender equality and ensuring the appropriate lenses and analyses and approaches are used in the policies that result. So as the Women and Gender constituency, which is the observer group for women within the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, one of the things that we do is promote the gender just climate solutions. Over 100 different solutions that we've been collecting and promoting and uplifting since the Paris Agreement in 2015 that Simon introduced, to talk about how it's vital that we get finance flowing directly to these local women-led, community-led driven solutions, because the small-scale transformation that is happening here can drive the large-scale transformation that we need. And I thought of these two different approaches to biking and biking collectives that I wanted to highlight here among many of the gender just climate solutions, because they specifically pulled out the health impacts of local air pollution on the livability of their city while they were designing workshops and advocacy to try and ensure that each of the respective cities where these activities are taking place are better supporting and creating the infrastructure for safe, friendly, for bike safe and friendly transportation and pathways. The Women and Gender constituency, I should also mention, as Simon was saying, pushing every country to do its equitable and full part in contributing to the full implementation of the Paris Agreement. That is a key part of what the constituency is doing in its presence in the climate negotiations. Not only saying, these are the solutions, we have the solutions, they need attention, they need resources, they need to be prioritized and valued in a different way, but that countries need to really step up their commitments and create more ambitious plans that do this. This is a direct excerpt from publication we worked on a few years ago with the Institute for Transportation and Development Policy. It starts out once again reiterating this understanding that these health impacts can have disproportionate effects on caregivers. And that as caregiving changes, we need to consider this as part of our policy making for when we're designing inclusive, climate responsive, transit-oriented development. The second paragraph also highlights how vital it is, again, to ensure the inclusion of women and women's rights organizations. Inclusive participatory processes, transparent processes. These are all feminist elements of designing an appropriate response to any challenge, whether it's air pollution, its interconnected challenge of climate change, or designing a safe and climate responsive transportation system. The end of the second paragraph also highlights some other examples from the Gender Just Climate Solutions, including women's energy cooperatives and using waste cooking oil for biodiesel, that again can start to form the foundation of a multi-sectoral, multi-level approach that's truly comprehensive and how it is responding to this multifaceted challenge. I wanted to end with a question that we have asked before, which is, what is a smart, sustainable, and resilient feminist city? And just note how many of these answers intersect and have relationships with what we've talked about these past few minutes, from gender responsive transport to recognizing how we produce our energy and who is owning our energy impacts what our emissions look like. Obviously, the intersections with care, the intersections with sexual and reproductive health and rights, and then, of course, ensuring that we have a full voice and the ability for participation and inclusion of all genders in designing what a resilient city looks like. Although, of course, this answer extends beyond cities and can extend to many other geographies as well. And ultimately ensuring that we're having participatory budgeting, the finance, the capacity, the resources to support the true implementation, the true scale of the need that we see here. So thank you so much. And I just wanted to briefly let you know that these are some of the references, but happy to follow up with anyone. And I will kick it back over to our moderator, Janelle.
Thank you so much, Tara. There's so much that was presented. I don't even know where to start as it relates to, unpacking your presentation. I'm happy that you took it through the lens, of gender and sought to highlight how you consider women to be, a little bit more affected because of the socially, constructed gender roles, all the issues surrounding sexual and reproductive health issues and issues related to environmental justice, infertility, low birth rates, and how, particulate matter contributes, to this issue of low birth rate. There's a quote that you said, and it's something that I think resonates with us. Those already marginalized can be even more marginalized because, their existing experiences, the situations in which they already exist, put them already at risk. And, because of this, there are certain impacts that they're going to be more prone to and more vulnerable to. So I do think that particular quote hit a note with me because I have seen it play out in so many instances. I know it's experiences that we've seen how the poor, again, are oftentimes the ones who are left behind, the ones who, end up feeling the brunt of some of these challenges just because of the experiences that they currently have to contend with. So I think that quote was a really powerful one. The issue of cognitive decline, that particular study, I think is interesting in showing, again, how because of the roles that men and women play, and women are a little bit more prone to, jobs or activities that require them to be in spaces that often have a lot of pollution. Again, is something that I don't think we pay attention to and show how, in fact, women are indeed most at risk. And especially when these women have to have children, to accompany them with these activities, it poses even a bigger challenge. Policy and policy directives are quite important. And so the Lima Work Plan in Gender, its importance in ensuring government capacity and responsibility is rather timely. And again, I do see where it is critical in us moving forward and, highlighting the critical steps to take. And I like the fact that you mentioned the importance of evidence-based decision-making. It's not just us saying, okay, this is happening and this is what we need to do, but we need to see what in fact is happening on the ground, what's happening locally, what are the challenges, what are the issues leading to these challenges, and how can we address them, and look at the root cause and find bottom-up inclusive solutions. I'm happy you spoke on the issue of participatory bottom-up activities where funding is directed, to these women, to these groups, to these collectives, because again, while it's important for a decision maker to be able to speak on their behalf, when they're able to own these solutions and to be able to, create solutions that directly address the challenges that they face, I think that is quite critical. And I just want to say thank you so much for sharing these points. There are things that, have resonated with us. And Simon as well, for adding in his solutions and his recommendations for how countries, particularly those in the Commonwealth, need to be moving forward if we seek to tackle this issue of air pollution. So I have a few questions that I'd like to throw out. I'm going to start with Simon, and just to say that in speaking about COP and the importance of this meeting in raising their ambitions, you have highlighted different solutions and ways of tackling the issue. But how do we ensure adequate representation of vulnerable groups, including some of those we spoke about today, women, the elderly, the youth? How do we ensure that they are adequately represented when, negotiators go to the table to advocate on their behalf?
That's a jolly good
I
question.
just wanted to say before Simon went that Tara Ramanathan has joined the panel as well. So Tara is on with you. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just answer that question quickly. I think there are three things, preferably gender-balanced delegations that reflect not just gender, but wider social inclusion. Second, I would encourage people who do attend COP26 to listen to wonderful people who I hope will be speaking, such as the mother of Ella Roberta Adu Deborah, which is Rosamond. Listen to those people. And third, I really would encourage everyone in the Commonwealth, all the Commonwealth countries, to join the World Health Organization's network and list of collaborators for COP26, which is being coordinated by Dr. Maria Neira, amongst others. I think that would be a really great thing to do. Thank you. I look forward to hearing Tara's presentation.
Thank you as well. Tara, can you probably respond to the same question? Daniel, that is, because I know we have two Taras. So Tara, what would you say? How do we ensure that, the voices of these vulnerable groups, these vulnerable individuals are not left on the wayside, but they are, actively considered in these deliberations?
Absolutely. And I echo everything that Simon said. In addition to ensuring that we have women's representation in gender balanced delegations, we would love to see more women's leadership as heads of delegations, and ensuring as well that prior to ever arriving at the negotiations, that the national planning processes, such as what are happening with nationally determined contributions, are providing appropriate space and voice and participation for civil society groups, not only ensuring women's voices within government, but really recognizing that these policies should be emerging to serve the needs of the entire country. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Welcome, Tara. We missed you earlier, but we're happy that you were able to join us and, to be able to contribute to the conversation. So what I will do is, before I pose any further questions to our other panelists, I'm going to give you the opportunity to present, so that in case any of the questions posed to them you may want to add to, you will be given that opportunity. So I'm going to ask that you go right ahead with your presentation, and thank you again for joining.
Thanks, everyone, and I'm sorry about that. I think there was a time change mix-up for California time for some reason. But nice to hear everyone's talking points, and I'm completely on board. Oh, I think these are the wrong. I sent you updated slides, Janelle. Do you mind? Should I just share my screen, or how should we do that?
All right. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, hopefully people can see my screen. Can everyone see?
Yes, that's good.
Okay, great. So, I'm going to be speaking to diversity, equity, and inclusion in indoor air pollution strategies. I'm framing it this way because all three components are important, and I've already excited to already hear the speakers cover these points in various ways. So, so I'll be focusing on clean cooking so in case this hasn't already been covered, approximately 4 million people die prematurely every year from illness attributable to household air pollution from inefficient cooking practices. And of the 3 billion people facing this crisis, approximately 1.35 billion of those people are living in Commonwealth countries in Africa and Asia. Decades of solutions, billions of dollars have been spent on clean cooking interventions, and yet there has been no examples of long-lasting impact on the end users. So just to give some basics on clean cooking can be defined as a clean cook stove that burns biomass, sticks, wood, dung, etc. in a cleaner way that reduces smoke. The cleanest cook stoves can reduce up to 90% smoke inside a household. Some of the solution options that are out there right now on the market are gas, electric, ethanol, biogas, improved biomass stoves, and there's new solutions coming out every year. So why have these solutions not achieved long-lasting impact? Past solutions have been top-down, leaving out the most important voices of the end users who cook. One exception is Greenway Grameen, which is a female stove manufacturer who refuses to sell any stoves that she herself cannot cook her meals on. This is very rare. Most stove manufacturers are in America or Europe, or are located very far away from the villages that they are serving. Two, the sector has prioritized scale over quality performance of the cooking solution. So scaling thousands and thousands of stoves before actually proving that these stoves are satisfactory to the end users. Three, we've jumped too quickly to health impact studies before proving sustained use of the clean cooking solutions. So while I know everyone wants to see that health impact, if someone's not using the clean cooking intervention, then you won't see that health impact. Next, we were focused too much on changing women's behavior rather than changing the product behavior to meet the woman's needs. And finally, failed to build reliable fuel supply chains to support sustained use of the cleanest fuels. LPG or gas are the strongest examples of this. Would be curious what other barriers others can think of. Oops. Okay. So wanted to share a few examples of organizations tackling these barriers. Nextleaf Analytics, which is an organization I worked at over the last 7 years, and I think this is speaking to someone's point about evidence-based solutions. So they use temperature sensors, analytics, and insights to shed light on and advocate for reliable, long-lasting cooking solutions. Systema.bio is innovating biogas solutions that are built to customize that village is structured and it actually meets people's needs. Greenway is the stove manufacturer I mentioned earlier. And then fourth is Access to Energy Institute, which is evaluating the potential of electric pressure cookers suited for local Tanzanian meals. And this was not meant to be a complete list. It was just some of the organizations that I know of directly. Some recommendations, evaluate the cooking solutions in a small manner, 5 stoves is enough before you scale up. Really prove that the end users are satisfied with the product before you waste your money, time, and resources on scale up. Two is there's generally 4 really good criteria for evaluation. You want to make sure that product is usable, durable, affordable, and has a consistent supply chain, and comes with maintenance services and warranties. And these are all based off my experiences in the field in India and Nigeria. 3, deeply listen to the end users. Don't just talk to them for 5 minutes, really listen to what they're saying about the issues with the product. And 4, equitable decision making. I think this point was brought up earlier, but policymakers should always include end users in the decision making when it comes to programming for clean cooking. That's it. Stop there.
Thank you so much, Tara. I'm happy that you were able to delve. So I'm happy how all 3 presenters took, a component of the idea of air pollution and kind of made it their own. So Simon spoke about outdoor pollution. Tara Daniel spoke about it through the gendered perspective. And then, Tara, you also took it through, I'd say, a little bit of a gender perspective. However, you made the topic centered around, clean cooking and issues surrounding that. So you said something, and I'd probably like you to discuss that a little bit. So you said that for clean cooking, though there have been, a lot of effort going into that, the majority of the efforts have not necessarily, had any long-term impacts on the end users. And I know that you've highlighted, some of those entities that have had impacts, but what do you think were some of the things that have been done wrong thus far, and what needs to be done differently? I know you kind of reiterated those recommendations, but what were they doing wrong, and how do they address these going forward?
So I will share a personal experience of when my project failed, because I think that'll be the best way to kind of represent what's been going wrong. So when I first started in clean cooking back in 2014, I set off for a project that was funded by UK DFID and with the Energy Resources Institute in India. And we were planning on distributing 4,000 clean burning cook stoves in 29 villages in 1 state in India, and install sensors on them. And then the goal was to make sure that these stoves were affordable for the women by setting up a climate financing model, where the sensors would monitor how much carbon was being reduced, and then the women would be paid for how much carbon they were reducing. And when we installed the stoves and the sensors, everything was working great. I was able to look at the stove usage remotely on our web dashboard, and I could see that all the households were using these clean burning cook stoves. So it was very exciting. And then as I monitored over many months, by about month 5, I noticed that the stove usage started declining, and it kept declining more and more and more, almost down to 0 hours of usage per day on these clean stoves. And so that struck me. It was time to go back to the field and find out what was going on. And so I went to the households in India and understood, what was going on. And what's interesting and why I talk about deep listening is because when I first asked the women, what's going on? How are the clean stoves? They said, yeah, I love the stoves. They're great. And, we had given them a service and they wanted to be polite. That's part of the culture there. And so I said, actually, I have the dashboard in front of me and you're not in trouble. This is just meant to help you. But the dashboard's actually showing that you're not using your stove. And what that's telling me is that you don't like this stove. And so I'd love to hear from you, what you really don't like about the stove. And she said, okay, let me tell you. And then she sat me down and got me a cup of chai and she said, let's talk. And she said, this stove is not user friendly. I have to chop the wood into small pieces and I burn my hand when I feed the wood into this top loading stove. And second, the stove broke. So I can't use the stove. And it broke after about 3 to 4 months. And this is one of the most popular stove models that was being distributed. It's a top loading forced draft, forced air combustion stove. So, and I wondered if she was the only one, but I talked to about 30 women that day. And every single household had the exact same thing to report. So that's basically it in a nutshell. Is you scale up too fast. We didn't prove that these stoves were user friendly. We, distributed all of them, and this is what's happening at mass scale around the world. And so what I recommend is just pick, if you have a stove model, just take 5 of them. Go build a relationship with 5 women in a village, ask them if they can cook their meals on that stove, and don't just do it for 1 or 2 weeks. I see too many programs that do it for 1 or 2 weeks. As I saw, the first 2 weeks are great with any new product. It's really about that long-term monitoring and evaluation, and then really making sure you're listening in between the lines.
Thank you for sharing that, Tara. And it's interesting that that was one of your personal experiences. So I'd like to pose a similar question to Simon and Tara Daniel as well. It's not necessarily based on clean cooking, but from your own experiences, and in particular personal experiences, what has been the approach that you think has been working, whether it's related to outdoor air pollution for you, Simon, and for Tara, particularly where women are concerned? I know you highlighted, those 2 initiatives surrounding cycling, but for you, what has been some of those, approaches that you think has worked at the local level, and how can we amplify these to be able to, see greater change, maybe in different spaces? So what has been your experience with the approaches that have worked, and how can we replicate, those kind of approaches elsewhere?
Tara could go first.
Yeah, I really love the overlap with the answer that Tara just gave, because it emphasizes the importance of working with, not working for, your end users, your local communities. And I think ensuring that we are designing solutions and recognizing that so many communities have already designed and their locally adapted solutions. Their local mitigation and adaptation strategies already exist. So the question is really, how can we support that? So for example, I was talking about the Gender Just Climate Solutions Initiative that we have. Several of the solutions that we've highlighted have been around locally constructed and distributed cook stoves, and the success of that process and the iteration that's able to happen really on the local level. But the story that we've also heard with the Gender Just Climate Solutions, and why we continue to try and promote them, is that these are too small. These are not the real solutions, while at the same time, there's not direct access to that finance. That $100 billion a year that Simon mentioned still has not materialized, nor are there great pathways to ensure that that money is flowing directly to the local level. Only about 10% of climate finance makes it to the local level. So we continue to have these top-down approaches without providing the resources directly to the communities that know best what they need.
That really is a great intervention. I think I guess the biggest lesson I've had is very similar to that, which is that I think the most important thing is to build public understanding of air pollution, because if you do that and give people advice about how they can protect themselves and reduce pollution for themselves and others, whether it's clean stoves or walking and cycling instead of driving a diesel vehicle, I think it's that combination of things which actually gets through to people. And I think understanding is different. It's a synthesis of sort of information, knowledge, awareness, education, a whole lot of things. Understanding is when people really get it. And when they get it, I think it really does change people's lives. So that to me is the most important thing, but it really chimes with what Tara just said.
So I have one final question before I open up the floor for additional questions. So Action 2030 is something that we speak so much about. As it relates to air pollution, how far are we from achieving the targets that have been set out, whether it be through the WHO or other entities? And as you rightly mentioned, David, you said that moving forward, there's a possibility that some of these may in fact be halved. But how far are we from attaining these targets? And as Commonwealth countries, I know I had heard you speak of some of them initially, but what do we need to be prioritizing? What are the top 3 things that you consider to be most critical if we are to, in fact, achieve action moving forward, particularly for the next 9 years?
Well, shall I make a comment? I mean, I spent 4 years advising one of the UN entities. And one of the lessons I learned there is the UN Sustainable Development Goals are a fantastic set of goals that we absolutely must achieve by 2030. But because they were actually negotiated and agreed just a few weeks before the Paris Agreement, the mentions of air quality or climate change in amongst those Sustainable Development Goals is very neutral. And that's because the negotiators, the country negotiators, didn't want to set expectations too high or too low for the Paris Agreement. So I think it's very important to focus on the UN Sustainable Development Goals and our air pollution objectives, whether it's the World Health Organization guidelines or science-based targets, which keep global warming between 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees.
Do either of the Taras have anything to add before I open up the floor for questions?
Yeah, I can. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Tara, for giving me the floor, and then I'll give it right back to you in just a minute. I think we've seen that in addition to a failure to work with local communities and to be inclusive and participatory in approaches, there's a failure to be truly accountable to communities and to the majority of communities. And that accountability has led to the lack of true commitment and the lack of true ambition that we've seen in moving forward toward 2030. We have to see an actual prioritization of health and a prioritization of the health of both our planet and all of its citizens over study that came out just this week talking about the trillions of dollars that have been poured into fossil fuel subsidies in direct contravention to all of the solutions that we've been talking about here since the Paris Agreement was signed.
Momentarily, Sarah Danielle, your voice.
Apparently, I cut out there, and so I'll get to the other Tara. Sorry about that.
I was very curious what you were going to say, so hopefully we can get you back, Tara. I think I caught you. I was taking notes on what you were saying about the failure to be, or that we need to be truly accountable to communities. And so I wanted to pick up from that point, because when we fail in a project, it's okay. And I think transparency is really important. And in the social impact world, we tend to hide failures and we only tend to claim what impact we think we made. And I think that's a huge shortcoming. And so the more that we can share the failures we've had, but more than that, be accountable to the community, as Tara was saying, and then actually course correct and fix what we did. And so, for example, when we had that failed project, our team course corrected and we said, how can we get the women a better stove? At the end of the day, I think building the solution with them is great. And then I do believe in an energy ladder and the hope that communities can be able to climb the energy ladder to get to cleaner and cleaner solutions, to get to those WHO required indoor air pollution guidelines. But I do think it has to start at that local level. And like Tara said, they built their own stoves themselves, so they're clearly capable of building more and more stoves. I think that if countries are going to continue with gas, electricity, I do think my second recommendation is it's very important for funders, investors to put money into building stronger supply chains. Those supply chains are not reaching the last mile. And so when you give them a gas stove, it's pretty much useless without that supply chain to refill their supply of gas. And now that electricity is getting bigger, the same issue is going to happen with electricity. So those are my comments for now.
All three of you for sharing those comments. I'm going to now open the floor to questions from if there's anyone who would like to pose a question to all three of you, to anyone in particular. I'm going to ask that you either ask the questions directly or you can post it in the chat if you're unable to use your microphone. So at this moment, I'd like to open the floor.
Well, if it's okay, I'll go ahead. I'm checking the chat box here, and nobody else has put a question in. So I'm also waiting to see it'll come through on my WhatsApp, because people tend to WhatsApp me the questions for me to feed. But I was very struck by, in preparing for this event, by the work that's being done in empowering women in different ways. And I think many countries have not yet caught on to the fact that women empowerment can take place through the lens of addressing air pollution. And I think that's a very powerful tool to address both issues. Simon has touched on it, and both Taras have touched on it here. And I think the stories that have been shared are just so enriching. The question I have is, what do countries need to do now to ensure that their objectives for addressing inequality and for advancing women empowerment, what can they do, either from the perspective of climate change or from the perspective more specifically of air pollution, to have an integrated approach in how they treat that? Is it that they have to revisit their SDGs objectives, or do they need to rethink their climate initiatives?
Well, I have one suggestion, but perhaps one of the Taras first.
Everyone keeps deferring the floor to me, which is really lovely. But I'm going to jump in and say one key thing is reframing and understanding that not only is gender a cross-cutting issue and that gender equality is SDG 5, but that what that means is reconceptualizing and not just thinking about women as vulnerable groups or as end users or as beneficiaries of projects, but instead, how can we take full advantage of women's right to engage and women and girls in their full diversity, their right to participate and their right to lead. And how do we create really those avenues so that it's not just we're doing this Clean Cook Stove project, for example, for women, but that we are letting their knowledge and expertise guide the way. And that is true for any set of policies, whether or not it's something traditionally associated with housekeeping duties within the home, but also in designing transit systems that are safe and friendly and accessible for the ways in which different genders are using transportation in different ways, for example. So with that, I'll kick it over to the other Tara.
Okay, great. Thanks, Tara. And this is a great question, David. I'm trying to figure out which part I want to speak to, but I think so. Commonwealth, before, I know you're asking a direct question of what should countries do to address it, but I have to take a step back and say that I think that especially Commonwealth countries, low and middle income countries, I would imagine they must be feeling a bit stuck. They must know what they need to fix their air pollution problem already. I believe in their ability to figure that out for themselves. I think where they might be stuck is that investments, funders, foreign aid often comes with its own agenda. And so those funders, those foreign aid investors have their own priorities of how they think something should get solved. And so if a country is saying we need cleaner transport, but a funder is wanting to fund something that's in clean cooking, that country is now forced to take the funding and go with clean cooking, or not take the funding and find it somewhere else. And I think this is a very important point that needs to be discussed and addressed at a global level. It's one of the biggest issues I've had with foreign aid for all these years I've been working in it. And so what I wonder is, how can foreign aid be more empathetic and listen more to what the countries need and align that funding to what the country is saying that they need to address their air pollution problems.
And my suggestion would be it would be fantastic if all the Commonwealth countries would back a call for new national Clean Air Acts. We brought in a Clean Air Act in the UK in 1956, which really made many countries in the Commonwealth who followed, but the UK as well, a real world leader. And there was an inspiring presentation earlier today from Ruth Calderwood from the City of London Corporation. And one of the key solutions that she was calling for is new powers for cities to actually require either ultra low emission solutions or zero emission solutions. That's what we need. And if you go for zero air emission solutions, you tackle, of course, the public health crisis and the climate crisis. So a new Clean Air Act, which addresses public health, local air pollution, and greenhouse gases, but also enshrines the human right to clean air, these new World Health Organization guidelines in national legislation throughout the Commonwealth. That would be fantastic. And guess what? The reason I'm very optimistic about it is if you give people those powers and those rights and those duties and responsibilities, it's actually women who are at the nexus, at the heart of most of these things. You know, they're the ones who educate the families, point them in the right direction, and really lead the way. And I think that is a very nice way for me to end my interventions today. But thank you very much for a great session. Really pleased to be part of it today.
You're muted.
Yeah, sorry, there's one comment from Dr. Robin Russell Jones, and he says the Global Carbon Incentive Fund provides the finance needed in an equitable, efficient, and easily understood way. And there's an article about it apparently in The Guardian, September 2020. So I'll try to flesh that out and see if we could share that with the network. So Janelle, over to you to close out.
Yeah, thank you for that question, David. So I'm not seeing any other questions on my end. Are there any from your end? Are you seeing any other questions or comments?
I'm not seeing any more from my end now. So
okay. So I think what I'll do is just use this opportunity to ask the panelists if they have any concluding statements, any thoughts that they probably didn't get to present, but would like to, use this opportunity to reiterate or to, highlight to the audience before we have the final thoughts.
Perhaps I can go first, having this time. I think that the most important thing to me is I really encourage people to look out for these new World Health Organization air quality guidelines, which I hope will be out possibly as soon as May. I think they're going to really transform our thinking of air pollution. And I would encourage the Commonwealth also, please, to support the universal right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And that work is being led by the UN Special Rapporteur on the for Health and the Environment, David Boyd. So please support that universal right. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Either of the Taras can go. Thank you.
Okay,
Simon.
I'll go. Thanks, David, for that. And I think for me, I'm reading a book right now by Adrienne Marie Brown called Emergent Strategy. And so I'm gonna actually just bring in a takeaway from that book that's really been resonating for me, which is the biggest and best guideline that any of us could have with social impact work is just humanize the problem, treat people like humans. Do the things, use our best judgment, and do the things that we think we would want ourselves. And I know that none of us on this panel, none of us anywhere would want a low quality cooking solution or a low quality any solution. Any of us for our families would want the best thing out there. So when you're designing, when you're innovating, when you're implementing, when you're a government, a funder, just humanize the problem and then use your best judgment. And I feel like we can all come up with good things.
Thanks, Sarah.
To follow strategy, and thank you so much for bringing that into conversation, Tara. I am often asked, gender or climate change, which comes first? And the answer is they work together. Gender justice is climate justice. And within this broader framework of recognizing, as Simon was bringing in, that this is about human rights. The most effective, the most equitable, the most transformational climate action out there, and therefore the action that is going to be best for air pollution is that which is grounded in human rights, including women's human rights. And so I look forward to having that be our guideline rather than often profits that are over prioritized as we design a better way moving forward.
Thank you, Tara. So, this has been a very interesting session for me because I have been used to doing a lot of youth-based panels surrounding activism and advocacy. And I recall us having a meeting some time ago with David, and it was around the issue of air pollution and why are youth not as engaged or as active in the conversations and the ongoing dialogue, surrounding air pollution, and just being able to sit this afternoon and listen to, Simon, to both of you be able to speak on air pollution from these different areas and through different lenses has, created a renewed interest for me. It has created an opportunity for me now to delve further into the area and to help to, reiterate how important it is, not necessarily for only vulnerable groups, but the population in general, because, in highlighting how it has and continues to affect persons, it only means that it's going to pose even a bigger challenge for us in the future if, we don't implement the correct procedures and policies, and if governments and, individual countries don't prioritize, these sorts of actions as we seek to move forward. So I'd like to thank all three of you for helping to make the issue something that, we can think more about, to show how it impacts different persons, whether pollution is indoor or outdoor. Thank you so much to David for having organized this session and brought all of you together, to put these into perspective. So thank you all so much. I'm really happy to have been able to share in this, to share, to learn, and to hear from each of you. And I'm going to hand over to David for his final comments before we close. Thank you all. Do continue to keep safe, and thanks again.
Janelle, thank you very much. And let me join you in thanking Simon, Tara Daniel, and Tara Ramanathan for a very enriching session just now. My WhatsApp is blowing up here with people telling me that they really love this session. And I think it has as much to do with what the speakers shared as with Janelle's moderation. And I want to say that to use a couple of minutes here just to introduce Janelle. I didn't get a chance to do so at the beginning of the session. We kind of agreed we would do it at the end. But Janelle is a PhD candidate at the University of the West Indies, Mona, that's in Jamaica, on community-based adaptation to climate change. She is a Caribbean climate activist, a member of the Caribbean Youth Environment Network, co-founder of Young People for Action on Climate Change, and a member of the advisory team technical group for PAHO EU Climate Change and Health Project. She was appointed the first Caribbean advisor to the Next Gen board under the Global Green Grants Fund for Jamaica, and is also advisor to the Next Generation Climate Board. And she is country representative for YPARD Jamaica and sustainability lead for JAWIC, the local chapter of the International Women's Coffee Alliance. So Janelle, how you do all these things, I have no idea, and still do a PhD. So she received the Prime Minister's Youth Award for Environmental Protection and the UN Jamaica Award for Contribution to Climate Change Advocacy and Awareness. She was a Jamaican youth delegate both for COP24 in Poland and COP25 in Madrid. So there's a trend there, if you're noticing, she might be at COP26 too, and is engaged as a committee member of the United Nations Economic and Social Council, or ECOSOC Youth Forum, where she facilitated a training session on youth climate advocacy and policy in 2019. So Janelle, thank you so very much for agreeing and working with us on this. And Simon, Tara, and Tara, thank all of you again. Our next session, this brings to a close this session. The next session starts in about roughly 11 or 12 minutes. That's on indoor air pollution. But as you would have had a chance at any regular conference that you would have attended in person, you have a chance now to get up and get that coffee break, stretch your legs, take a restroom break. Thank you all very much, and we'll see you all in about 11 minutes for the next seminar session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, Janelle.
Thank you, Janelle. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
David.
Everyone.
Thanks, David.
one, really.
Thank you for having us. It gives me great pleasure to moderate this session this afternoon. Once again, I want to welcome everyone to this conference. As we go on to talking about eliminating indoor air pollution, we get to discuss the solutions to all the problems that have been highlighted. With me to discuss further on this are three experts, but at the moment I have two of them in-house. I have my panelists. We are awaiting Dr. Ajay to join us. But while we're waiting, I'll quickly introduce the panelists we have here. I have with me Dr. Purnima Brakaran. She is the additional professor, head environmental health and deputy director, Center for Environmental Health at the Public Health Foundation India, where she leads a team of about 20 researchers and consultants on research, training and advocacy, capacity building and remediation on environmental health issues, spanning air pollution, climate change, water, sanitation and health, chemical and heavy metal exposures, and children's environmental health. She's also a consultant, Center for Chronic Disease Control, New Delhi, where she continues research in life course approach to chronic diseases and leads programs that engages health sector leadership on environmental issues across India. She trained as a physician at Bangalore Medical College, India, and has master's degree in epidemiology from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and a PhD in social medicine from the University of Bristol, United Kingdom. After years in clinical practice and a short stint at the Clinical Epidemiology and Biostatics Division and Population Health Research Institute at the McMaster University in Canada, she piqued her interest in epidemiology and public health, leading her to acquire training in the United Kingdom. And these disciplines, under reputed mentors, her earlier work in the New Delhi Birth Cohort and the Andhra Pradesh Children and Parent Studies involved studies on the role of early life growth and development of later life cardiometabolics and other chronic disease outcomes. In addition to intergenerational influences on cognitive function and chronic disease risk in offspring cohorts. Sometime in 2015, Purnima shifted her focus to study environmental health risk factors, recognizing that this was missing in children's health research in India and was instrumental to the sensitization of the fraternity birth cohort researchers in India through training and capacity building on environmental health. I have as well with me Dr. Karin Chonkoso. Karin is a research associate as well at Loughborough University, and her research is on modern energy cooking service, focusing on increasing access to clean technology and fuels for cooking to promote clean indoor air that will reduce exposure to indoor air pollution. Karin has 16 years experience researching indoor air pollution with a focus on health impacts and clean technology adoption. Before joining Modern Energy Cooking Service, she worked at the Pan American Health Organization, World Health Organization, on household air quality, and as a consultant for different NGOs and international organizations like the World Bank and the Clean Cooking Alliance. Just before I bring them on to start speaking on to make their presentations, I would like to also quickly lend my support for the remarks of the Secretary General of the Commonwealth that combating air pollution is a collective responsibility. And Kenya's effort on renewable energy is quite commendable and encouraging. Going forward, to me, modalities of collaboration among member nations should be adequately put together, particularly capacity building on exchange programs to avail each other of modern and renewable technology with emphasis on developing countries. Robin was also very clear when he made his presentation and stressed on the need to do away with diesel, particularly the scenario of mass stations in Nigeria that needed regular power supply. It is surely the way to go, and this is inevitable considering the new policy formulations by the government all over with while working on renewable energy options. And to the subject matter of today, access to clean cooking fuel. It's a big challenge, and the most vulnerable amongst others are the women and the girl child. The quality of indoor air, as we all know, is the characteristics of the structural composition and the activities within. It is therefore a known fact that more than half of the body intake during our lifetime is inhaled indoors, as most illnesses related to environmental exposures stem from indoor air pollution. You will agree with me from studies carried out in the past that air pollution indoors are 2 to 5 times higher than outdoor, as people spend quality time indoors than outside, whether inside their homes, offices, or relaxation centers, as long as it is within an enclosure. It is therefore a major cause of human mortality and morbidity that requires urgent attention, and the time to deal with it is now. So I'm glad to be here today to learn from the expert here and to chart the way forward, because together we all have this responsibility on our hands to deal with. Thank you for coming on board. So first, to take the lead, I'm going to be calling on, yes, I'm going to call in on, we are still expecting, I'll call Dr. Punima to please start off the discussion by making your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just try sharing my screen here. Are you able to see it now? Yeah, okay, thank you. So at the outset, good afternoon and good evening to all the participants in this second international conference hosted by the Ramphal Institute. Thank you, Chair, for that very elaborate introduction, kind words at the outset. And I also want to say hello and my greetings to my co-panelists here today. I want to acknowledge the contribution of my colleague, Dr. Jyoti Benins, who's at the Center for Environmental Health in the Public Health Foundation of India, in contributing to one of the policy briefs that we put together in an earlier webinar on indoor air pollution as well. So to start us off over here, I know this audience is no stranger to the statistics today on air pollution. You've had some very good sessions already in the earlier part of today. I think you're already through 4 sessions. And so there's enough that has been spoken about the issue of air pollution. We know the stats. It's close to 7 million deaths around the world. And air pollution is a globally relevant issue today. I'll just suffice it to say over here that more than 90% of the world's population lives in spaces where the WHO air quality guidelines are not achieved. And apart from that, many of these problems have led to impacts on health. And a lot of it is not just the acute respiratory infections, which we think is the intuitive outcome on health, but a lot of impacts also in terms of non-communicable diseases around the world. And globally, a major share of air pollution related deaths, close to 4 million deaths a year, are caused by indoor air pollution. If I were to talk about my country, India, it's close to 0.6 million deaths that can be attributed to indoor air pollution. And we need to worry about it because air pollution affects people through their lifetime, from pregnancy to later in life. And sure enough, air pollution was recently included as the 5th risk factor for non-communicable disease at the highest level, at the United Nations high-level meeting on NCDs. So it's an area to really be worrying about. So this session focuses on the indoor air pollution. What is the major cause for indoor air pollution? Globally, household air pollution is the largest contributor to indoor air pollution. So the incomplete combustion of biomass and other fuels for household cooking and heating purposes is the biggest contributor. And the impacts on health are huge, given that pollutants released indoors are 1,000 times more likely to reach the most deepest parts of the lungs and thereby the health impacts. So in addition to the combustion of biofuels, what are the other things that are responsible for the indoor air quality deteriorating in many parts of the world? In many parts of the world, like in malaria endemic areas, we have seen the use of mosquito coils. So burning of mosquito coils is another important factor for poor air quality in high endemic zones for malaria. The other thing that is a culturally, culturally seen behavior, that the use of burning of incense sticks in households. It's very common in India. It's another cause for indoor air quality deteriorating. The big culprit that we often miss out is the secondhand smoke due to environmental tobacco smoke. And this has been also documented by the EPA to be one of the worst sources of indoor air pollution, in that it is highly carcinogenic. It's been shown to have at least 50 carcinogens, and the impacts can be huge. Apart from the household environments, we also have other microenvironments, which include schools, offices, hospitals, shopping centers. The chair alluded to that before. So we spend a lot of time indoors, a good amount of time in indoors in our houses, but also in schools and offices and other places of work. So indoor air pollution is something that is of big concern. And oftentimes, most of the discourse in the countries that have poor air quality centers around ambient air pollution. So it's high time that there is a focus on the indoor air quality as well. Looking at the household fuel combustion, about 50% of the global population still uses solid fuels. So the map here, the one on the top, is actually a map of the countries of the regions of the world using solid fuels still for cooking. And in India as well, more than half of our population is still exposed to indoor air pollution from cooking fuels. Look at the map that is below this. It's the deaths attributed to household air pollution. You can see the close overlap in the regions that are worst affected. It's the countries in the developing regions of the world. We have Asia, countries in the Asian region, we have Africa, and we have Latin America, where there's still a lot of use of solid fuels and the documented deaths attributed to household air pollution. So it's a major cause for not just mortality, but also morbidity. And a recent study showed that about 85% reduction in the particulate matter concentrations in kitchens can be attained with the use of clean cooking fuels. And I'll talk a little more about that in the coming slides. I just wanted to share this map of India, and I think it was shown by the earlier speaker from India in the first session today, Dr. Radha Goel. So on the left here is the map of India showing the population-weighted particulate matter concentration. And you can see in terms of the distribution, it's many of these states, this we call as the Gangetic Plain. This is where there's the highest concentration of particulate matter. And look at this map on the right. This is the proportion of population using solid fuels. And you can see how closely it maps this map over here. So it again goes to show how much the household air pollution is responsible for the air quality in our country. So it is an important area to discuss apart from the ambient deteriorating air quality in our country. Coming to how the cooking fuel usage trends in India, how do Indians cook? So this graphic over here shows the percentage of households with different types of fuels. And there's large disparities if we were to compare the rural and the urban areas. So look at the one in the center. This is the urban households. And a good proportion of them apparently use clean cooking fuels, LPG, about 80% of them. But a smaller proportion still uses firewood, chips, crop residue, dung cakes, and compare that to what's happening in the rural parts of our country. Nearly half of our rural households still use unclean cooking fuels. So there's a huge disparity over there. And talking about cooking, there's a lot to learn from the way the households and their kitchens are constructed. There's outdoor cooking that happens in many households. So there's not just the type of cooking fuel that is involved in the deteriorating air quality. It's also types of housing, the kitchen, the location of the kitchen, the ventilation, are there doors and windows? Is there a chimney to vent the smoke? And I guess the duration of cooking as well. And mostly it's the vulnerable members of the household. It's the women and the children who spend a lot of time indoors and therefore exposed to these cooking fuels. Despite the access to clean cooking fuels now through some of our national initiatives, the users of these clean cooking fuels often tend to use them as a secondary fuel. They continue to use, we were having a little chat with the co-chair and the chair and the organizers of this conference, how many parts of the world, in many parts of the world, it's also a cultural thing, like to continue to use food that is cooked on traditional cook stoves. It's tastier. That's what some of the qualitative shows. And therefore, in spite of giving cleaner cook stoves to families, there's a tendency to use it only as a secondary fuel and continue to use the traditional cook stoves for cooking. So that was the picture from India. About other parts of the world. So this is a graphic that shows the number of users that have access to clean cooking fuels. And the red parts of the bars here is the population without access to clean cooking fuels. So whether you're looking at sub-Saharan Africa, China, India, and other Asian countries, there's cumulatively close to 3 billion people in just these countries, these parts of the world, that have no access to clean cooking fuels. Why should we be worried? So cooking with unclean cooking fuels means a lot of pollutants are released into these households. So ranging from particulate matter, carbon monoxide, there's the volatile organic carbons, there's the polyaromatic hydrocarbons, and a lot of pollutants that can cause important impacts on health. And so we really need to think more about how we're going to manage this growing issue. And this is a graphic here that shows what I was just talking about a little earlier, what it means to have kitchens indoor and kitchens outdoor. There's a difference in the levels of pollution depending on the construction of the house itself. So moving on to health effects of household air pollution. There are risks, especially in women. There's health impacts that have been documented ranging from acute and chronic bronchitis, exacerbation of asthma, tuberculosis, greater prevalence of cataracts because of prolonged exposure to the smoke. Other health effects include chronic obstructive pulmonary disease and lung cancer. There is also global evidence now for ischemic heart disease and stroke. So NCDs, as I mentioned earlier, is a big issue, and increasingly there is evidence to show that household air pollution may be one of the culprits. A study done in India had documented how an increase of 1 microgram per meter cubed of PM2.5 exposure from indoor air pollution has resulted in an increase of 4% in the hypertension prevalence. And that can translate into huge numbers in a country like India, where the denominators are huge. So at the molecular level, there's airway inflammation, there's oxidative stress when women are exposed to biomass smokes. And those have been shown to be the mechanistic pathways leading to ischemic heart disease and stroke. Increasingly, we have evidence now on adverse birth outcomes. So pregnant women exposed to cooking fuels and incomplete combustion of cooking fuels have been shown to have adverse birth outcomes. And those range from stillbirths to lower birth weight to neonatal mortality, as well as to later childhood outcomes, as in there's documented anthropometric indicators that have been affected. So stunting, for example, as a result of exposure to indoor air pollution during pregnancy. So there is both morbidity as well as mortality that has been documented following exposure to household air pollution. So what have we done in terms of policies and programs and strategies to combat household air pollution? So starting with the apex body, the World Health Organization, they certainly have indoor air quality guidelines for household fuel combustion. They have emission rate targets that have been put out for PM2.5, for carbon monoxide. They talk about having policy at country level during transition to cleaner fuels that should ensure that countries are meeting WHO air quality guidelines. The recommendations include not using unprocessed coal as a household fuel and to discourage the use of kerosene as a cooking fuel. WHO has certainly talked about considering opportunities for synergy with climate policy. So I'm sure this has been discussed in previous sessions as well, that air pollution and climate change often have similar sources, and there's co-benefits for addressing these two risk factors together. And the WHO certainly recommends that governments and other agencies and policy think tanks should think about including household energy in their climate mitigation plans as to maximize the health as well as the climate gains in every region of the world. So to help support the implementation of the WHO guidelines for indoor air quality, there is the Clean Household Energy Solutions Toolkit that was put out by the WHO. It's called the CHEST. And what it helps countries and regions do is to go through a roadmap for addressing their household energy problems. And this includes stakeholder mapping, a needs assessment and a situation analysis, identification of technology and policy interventions, guidance on standards and testing, include a monitoring and evaluation plan, engage the health community, I'll come to that a little later, and communication and raising awareness about the issue itself. So this is a very compact toolkit that has been advocated by the WHO for regions to pick up and use to move towards good air quality. There's also been global efforts. There's been programs and policies in very many regions of the world. So whether we're talking about Indonesia's move to remove kerosene subsidies and talk about using LPGs, cleaner fuels, India's own program for providing LPGs to rural households below poverty line. Nigeria has its own biofuel production program, provides taxes exemptions to promote biofuel production. And Ecuador has its national efficient cooking program. So there are a number of initiatives around the world, but studies have shown that transition to clean cooking to cleaner cooking fuels and clean cook stoves has not really had the necessary impact. And the reasons are many. It could be not just the enablers that are not sufficient enough, but it also means that it requires a focus on behavior change at its lowest level. I just wanted to linger a little bit on the program in India itself. We have the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwal Yojana, it's called the PMUY, which it was the largest single direct intervention initiative where we sought to reach the women in rural households. So free LPG connections were provided to below poverty households. And the beneficiary was designated as the woman, the point of contact under this scheme. And it had a very good penetration with almost 35 million households receiving LPG installations between 2016 and 2018. They were good, the initiative was good in that it hoped to transition these households to cleaner cooking fuels, save them from the drudgery of collecting firewood, even what comes with that in terms of collecting firewood, the safety issues, the exposure to outdoor air pollution. And the hope was that there will be a move to cleaner cooking fuels as a preference, but it was found that the uptake of this program was significantly determined by cultural factors, seasonal factors, behavioral factors, and the need for effective user behavior-focused interventions came to the fore. And I personally feel, I think apart from allowing the beneficiaries the knowledge that this is about them having access to clean cooking fuels, I feel the messaging has to change. Make people aware, make the women of the household aware that this is about the health impacts. You need to tutor them and educate them about why they should be taking up this cleaner cooking fuel option. It is about health impacts, not just to them, but also to their children and other members of the household. We also have the National Clean Air Program in India. It's a national flagship program that is initiated by our Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. It aims to reduce the ambient air quality and address the air quality issues in the 122 designated non-attainment cities. These are cities that have failed to reach the even our national guidelines of air quality. And I wanted to focus here on the initiative to also include indoor air pollution and clean cooking as one of the pillars of this program. So there are initiatives, there is the mindset, there is the political will. The challenge is in the implementation on the ground. And what might those challenges be? So this is just a graphic to show what affects clean fuel choice, what affects sustained uptake. Why is it a challenge? This here shows us, in terms of cooking fuel, the least affordable are the cleanest ones, and the most affordable are the traditional cook stoves, which are the polluting ones. In terms of the cooking technology, the least clean to the most clean. So it's the cleaner ones that are the least affordable. So in one of our policy documents, the Public Health Foundation of India was involved in producing a report for the Ministry of Health on request. And one of the things that we recommended there was make the available clean and also make the clean available. You have to do both, because sometimes it's about the supply factors. What the scale-up options are, because there's not enough attention given to all of the different factors that play together to scale up the program. So there's supply side factors, there's demand side factors, and also there's enabling environment in terms of policies, regulations, the infrastructure. Do we need to provide subsidies and taxes, as well as customer support? It's all good to give them one LPG cylinder, but what about the sustained use of it? Are we helping them get the second cylinder and onwards? Is it about the costing? Is it about the access itself? So there's several factors that we need to talk about over here. So I'm just summing up here in terms of challenges and opportunities. We definitely need to improve our monitoring and evaluation of indoor air quality. It is not easy because many times it kind of it also means the ambient air pollution contributes to indoor air quality, and indoor air quality contributes to ambient air pollution. So monitoring household air quality is not the easiest of things to do, but it needs to be done. And we need to develop evidence-based guidelines. We don't really have national level indoor air quality guidelines. There are some efforts to do that now, but we need to move quickly on that. We also need to bring health to the center of policy making and clean cooking solutions. We definitely need cross-sectoral coordination. At the cost of sounding cliche, this is something that really needs to be addressed, cross-sectoral coordination. Maybe it's ministries of women and child development, maybe it's the Ministry of Renewable Energy, maybe it's the Ministry of Energy itself. So there's a lot of hands that need to come together for this programs to be successful. There's also opportunities for co-mitigation. We need to address the risks to supply and demand of clean fuels. I already mentioned that earlier, as well as effective user behavior focused interventions. Definitely need to enhance awareness through active participation of communities, especially our women. There's a huge role for health community, and we do a lot of that, to engaging health community and health sector professionals as trusted voices and advocates of environmental health issues. Leverage the doctors, leverage the nurses, leverage the medical and nursing students, get them to cooperate with you on and being the voices of environmental change. And a lot of coordination mechanisms can be leveraged for bringing health in all the policies. And we need to, of course, do health impact studies on household air pollution. There are some that's starting to happen, but we need to do more to build that evidence base. And I'll close with this statement, again, focusing on the point that, there's a lot of discourse around addressing ambient air pollution, definitely so in India, but a good proportion of the outdoor air pollution is from the indoor sources, and a lot of deaths occur due to cooking related indoor air pollution. And I think there's a huge opportunity. Like the cover of this WHO document, which says it's a burning opportunity to address this issue of indoor air pollution. So clean household energy for health, for sustainable development and well-being of women and children. And we know if healthy women mean healthy families, and healthy families will mean healthy nations. I'll close there. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to take questions later.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ponima. Indeed, clean household energy is a burning opportunity as we speak now. So I want to thank you for the contributions there. In brief, you have told us in details the issues surrounding indoor air pollution and how we can go around it. Particularly, I want to talk about there's some other salient happenings in the household that we hardly look at, because mostly we center our attention on the cooking energy panel. But you talked about the use of mosquito coil in the homes, and this has been there for ages. Mosquito coils and then lanterns to read, candlelight. So those are there and they've not been in the forefront of the discourse. So these are issues we should be looking at. You talked exactly, because the issue of cataract, that I'm talking about, that is the issue of cataract. How do we get it's something that is a health concern for people, and it's as a result of exposure to emissions from all of this crude energy that we use in the homes. So once again, I want to thank you for taking us through that. While we're there, Dr. Ajay came in. Yes, sorry, before I come to Karen, I'll quickly take up Dr. Ajay. I was able to read your bio because you were not here at the time we started up. So I'll quickly take that quickly. Dr. Ajay is a PhD holder and heads the air quality of World Resources Institute India. He develops research strategies and conducts research in the area of air pollution and health risk. Before joining the World Resources Institute, he worked with the Center for Science, Technology and Environmental Policies at Hobart Humphrey School of Public Affairs at the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities, USA. Over the years, he worked at various prestigious institutions, both in India and the United States of America, including the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the North Carolina State University, India Institute of Technology, Roorkee, Wildlife Institute of India, and Zoological Survey of India. Ajay bagged his PhD degree from the India Institute of Technology, Roorkee, and has more than 16 years experience in the area of infrastructure and environmental footprint, air pollution and health risk assessment. He has published over 35 international peer-reviewed research articles in international journals, including Nature Climate Change, Environmental Science and Technology, and Atmospheric Science. I welcome you, Dr. Ajay. So while we wait for Karen to take us through, we'll come back to you, Dr. Ajay. So let's have Karen Chonko to take us in her presentation.
Thank you. Let me see if I can share my screen.
Okay.
Can you tell me if you can see it?
Not yet. Not yet.
Let me see. Can you see it now?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everybody and everyone, and thank you for the Ramphal Institute and particularly the director, David Gomez, for the invitation. I am Karen Troncoso, working at Loughborough University on MEX. MEX is the Modern Energy Cooking Services Program, a 5-year program funded by UK with the focus to increase access to modern and clean energy for cooking. As defined by WHO guidelines, I am very glad that already Dr. Purnima gave a very good explanation about the WHO guidelines. And as you know, the guidelines considering clean fuels, LPG, natural gas, ethanol, biogas, and electricity. I am going to give a quick overview on ambient pollution in the Commonwealth countries, followed for my more detailed overview of household air pollution and its effects on health, and therefore the importance to increase access to clean energy for cooking. I know that you already have a lot of information about ambient air pollution, so I'm going to be quick. Just an overview on the exposure to PM 2.5 in Commonwealth countries, in the urban areas, and this is the average for 24 hours. As you can see, most Commonwealth countries have levels of ambient air pollution much higher than WHO guidelines recommendations. Then these numbers are annual average. Then because they are average, you can expect that the exposure to particular matter, 2.5, can be 10 times more at some hours during the days. Then, for example, for India, when here the average says it's around 60, but we know that in some occasions, in some days, this exposure can go as far as 600. This is just to highlight the number of attributable deaths related with ambient air pollution. I decided to separate India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan from the rest to highlight the importance of the burden of disease in those countries. But almost all countries have some deaths attributable to ambient air pollution. However, the best way to compare between countries is to consider deaths per 100,000 population after standardizing by age. And now